deport the man who gave him $250 million. If that's not you're with me or against me, I'm not sure what else is. And of course, there were how many DOJ investigators were that had the audacity of doing their job and investigating him as they would any president for January 6th involvement. All gone, cleared house. It's like first week, I think they were all fired. So yeah, 100%.
So maybe the challenge to the title of the room is that I just used the term authoritarian. I should have said dictatorship, because that's what dictatorships do. They purge themselves of allies who they view as dissenting. Look at the number of North Korean officials who allegedly have been fed to the pit.
Exactly. Literally.
Thank you for clearing that up for us. It's very beneficial. Christy?
Thanks, Gary. I have a couple of points that I wanted to make. One is to answer your question, not yet, but possibly soon. I think that there's a lot of factors in my observation of the years that have contributed to the rise of this possibility. I think both sides, Democrats and Republicans, are both authoritarian in their own different ways. And then our country split 50-50 as to which version of that they want. And, social democracy is one form of authoritarianism. I mean, there's, whether it's how you want to be taxed or what kind of control you're willing to live under on each side of the aisle is both like economically, also socially. I'm pretty liberal, but there are many people in this country who do not want to be politically correct and told what their free voice can say. So that's some kind, policing people's thought process socially is, to me, whether I agree with that, what their views are, that is a form, in my opinion, of authoritarianism. So to me, both parties have just totally broken down, and we have had an ideal climate for a rise of this, and we haven't even, in my opinion, personally, experienced severe catastrophic economic depression for whatever reason, but COVID created a nice ideal climate for people to start to look for a parent government to take care of them in some way or implement policies that they agree with. Now, I think in general people underestimate the intelligence of certain leaders on both sides, and Trump particularly. I think he's very smart, or the people he also surrounds himself with. But my other question, because some people have brought up some points, and I only have 3 more points to make. I'm not asking for anybody to respond to this, I'm just thinking out loud, rhetorically, is how is this different than World War I and II? The Espionage Act. I mean, whenever, no matter who's in power, FDR did a lot of interesting things, and other presidents before him during World War I. My always view, when I'm a professor and a teacher, high school teacher, is once the government decides something, whoever's in power, you're going to either get on board with it or not. And that's certain, in my opinion, certain things, we have this idea that we do vote and everything. But lastly, just 2 more points, is one, a couple of people mentioned, and as an educator, getting involved. Well, high school is just basically pushing everybody through illiterate. That's my experience in general. I don't want to generalize. But you have another perfect situation in this country that so many kids are really not being educated, and they're just being pushed through because, you know what, you want your paycheck, you want your job, you're just going to push them through. And you have, number one, that, a huge generation of young people, not everybody, that really is not literate and are also zombies on technology. So for me, I could see like, wow, it is a perfect recipe. As much as there's young people getting involved and protesting, to the points that other people made earlier, you have a mass generation that has no clue. No clue. And I don't either. I was, in some regard, but a lot more life experience. Now, the last thing I wanted to say was, I question this all the time, is when will I panic? Because my passport's ready. I will panic when the Supreme Court overturns gay marriage, if they do, and I hope they don't. But that to me is like, wow, how many more other things that we've progressed, I worry. That's certain things, like massive things socially that we've progressed towards. And as like Project 2025 and all this stuff, when they really start, and we already saw that with women's reproductive rights, I live in New York, so, I could say, oh, that's great. New York is going to fight that and keep our own laws on the books. But I just want to say lastly, to land my plane, that is what I worry about, and what I'm kind of monitoring is like, one of these big things, when are they going to start to roll back other things to establish a very like conservative authoritarian system? Thank you, Gary, for letting me talk.
Christine, just so you know, the Congress in 2021 or 2022 passed a bill that got through the Senate and into the president's desk that made it a law that gay marriage was legal. If they try to overturn a vote of L.D. Hodges, they're going to have to deal with Congress making a law to make that legal. I can't tell you how they'll work it out, but I just thought you'd find that interesting.
Thanks, Marsha.
You just ruined her travel plans. I can't believe you did that. What a killjoy. Roger.
Yeah, Gary, it is a pleasure to be in your room. You are the Bob Woodward of Clubhouse, and we all love you. Also want to say that I thought Christine, despite the fact that I disagreed with a couple of her points, I think that she's one of the more thoughtful liberals that are on this app, and I wish that she would attend more rooms because she always has great contributions. I just wanted to add a quick submission here in regards to conversation that was happening. Christine touched on it, that I think we're being a little short-sighted when we, ask if we're becoming an authoritarian state, and then assigning all this blame to Trump. One of your mods, Scott, who I love dearly, he said that this is unprecedented, and I just like to talk about how it's not unprecedented, and that how we've always had authoritarian, instincts and behaviors from presidents. And I'll just run through a few very brief ones, and then I will remove myself from the stage. Harry Truman attempted to seize private steel mills during the labor strike. It was ruled unconstitutional in Youngstown versus Sawyer. Barack Obama targeting killing of a U.S. citizen without a trial. I'd say that's quite authoritarian. Andrew Jackson ignored the Supreme Court decision in Worcester versus Georgia and forced Cherokee removal. Trail of Tears, if you guys want to look it up. And then if you go into John Adams, the Alien and Sedition Act. I mean, we were authoritarian before it was hip. He criminalized speech that was critical of the government, allowed for deportation of non-citizens that he deemed dangerous. Particularly, he suppressed the political opponents, mainly the Jeffersonian Republicans, which actually led to him not being reelected, which was pretty cool. George W. Bush authorized warrantless wiretapping of Americans, bypassing the courts, created Guantanamo Bay Detention Center, which held people without trial for years, and used enhanced interrogation techniques, which some people would refer to as torture. Richard Nixon had an enemies list and abused federal agencies. I don't think we have to go too deep into Richard Nixon to know what his problem was, but he did turn the state power into a tool of personal vengeance. Everybody knows that. Woodrow Wilson, Espionage and Sedition Act, which Christine brought up, which criminalized anti-war speech and dissident versus during World War I. Eugene Debs, you would think that somebody like myself, a capitalist, would support the fact that Eugene Debs was sentenced to 10 years for speech. But no, I'm consistent in my defense of free speech, and even a socialist like Debs, I think, was unfairly jailed. I think that's a clear example of authoritarianism. Franklin D. Roosevelt, the guy interned Japanese Americans, but a lot of you Democrats think that he's the greatest president of all time, based on their ethnicity. Not any individual guilt, no trials, property was seized, but you guys think he's one of the best. And then last but not least, Abraham Lincoln, suspension of habeas corpus. You could say that, oh, well, there was a civil war going on, but the Chief Justice at the time ruled it unconstitutional, and Lincoln ignored it. I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that I agree with Marshall that authoritarianism has been present well before Trump, and there's much more clear examples of authoritarianism. That being said, I do not support the big, beautiful bill. I do not support many of the things that Trump is trying to do. I'm glad that Elon Musk is talking about starting another party to challenge and primary the people that will support this bill. And the final statement I will make is that you can't have a bill that is both big and beautiful. It can either be big or beautiful. It cannot be those two things simultaneously. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Roger. Brent. Brent. There you are.
I surprisingly mostly agree with Roger. You know, we have had multiple times where we have had abuses of the Constitution in the U.S. But kind of that somewhat misses the point, because kind of the question is, are we returning to an authoritarian state now? And I think that's interesting. I think the way to think about it is in terms of probabilities. You know, we do have a president that is in violation of due process due process for citizens. You have a cult of personality. Like, you know, I don't think the Wilson analogy or even the FDR analogy kind of captures the same sort of code of personality. So you see some basic building blocks, I would say, of authoritarianism. With that, I kind of think the way to kind of think about this is what are the likely outcomes and what sort of probability do you put on those likely outcomes? I think the most likely outcome is that we essentially reset. Trump loses the next election. Things that used to be norms become laws. So the executive is more boxed in. I think, if I had to put a probability on it, I'd say that's the most likely outcome at like 85%. You have another option in which you kind of go the way of Hungary, in that you still have elections, but through democratic processes. And Marshall I think Marshall did miss the point, because sometimes a democracy can be quite repressive to the people, and there's multiple cases like that in case of Hungary and in case of others, where you do have the form of democracy, but you have kind of widespread repression of dissenting voices, etc. So I think another possibility is that we kind of go the route of Hungary. It's interesting to note the popularity of Hungary among a lot of the more conservative elites. I think the final possibility is we go straight authoritarian. I don't think the current administration. You have people like Peter Thiel and others who have directly questioned the utility of democratic elections. So, this might have been the last free election that we've had. We'll see, but I think that is a real possibility. I'd put a probability about 5% on that. So, I just think it's a matter of kind of thinking about kind of the plausible pathways a society could go, and then thinking through what are the risks and what are the likelihoods of each of those outcomes.
Thank you, Brent. and I'll go to David. And there are people trying to get up on the stage. I'm not going to get to you. It's going to be David, Steve, Jules, and Merrill because of time constraints.
Gary, yes. Yes, the title, I think, is very spot on. Well, academics have chimed in. There's a survey of more than 500 political scientists called the Bright Line Watch, and they're saying that based on a 0 to 100 range of 0 being complete dictatorship, 100 perfect democracy, Trump's somewhere in the middle of a number of 55 out of 100 range. So they said it's a massive drop based upon these expert opinions of what a liberal democracy should look like and act like. We've seen, he's in the thrall of guys like Putin, dictators who've been running their countries with an iron fist. I think he would like to enjoy as much power as he can wield from the executive branch. We're seeing him not honor court opinions. We're seeing the Supreme Court not go above and beyond what they feel as of their right to check the power of the executive. So, is this authoritarian? Well, I mean, the history sort of speaks to that. What he does with that power, I think, is ultimately the question, and how our rights as citizens of this great nation are in fact impacted. There's another author named Steve Levinsky. He wrote a book called How Democracies Die. And he's saying that there's a lot of things that are reversible, but if the pattern continues and the nation doesn't check itself somehow, then when do we get these rights back if they're slowly clawed away? And I think that's the fear here. We saw this in the case of not necessarily the executive, but the way that Roe v. Wade was pushed to the brink and then challenged by the Supreme Court. Those are rights that are gone now. They're talking about chipping away at gay rights for marriages. So there's no perfect system here. I think ultimately at the end of the day, you mentioned the voters voting for this. I don't know if they necessarily could see the outcome of the way rights would be chipped away as they're going into the ballot box. I don't think
You don't think that his first term in office gave us insight into what would happen this time? You think this is completely an acceleration of anything that might have occurred in the
Well, I'll say so to your point, I think for a lot of Americans, the reason they're for a guy like Trump is because he's not going to wield this very power against them and who they believe they are in terms of the constituency of President Trump. And an example of that is if I'm white and I live in the Deep South, well, nobody's going to come, no ICE guy's going to come storm my business and try to put me in handcuffs if I go out and protest per se, or they're not going to question whether or not I've got any illegals in my business. And so I think there's this class collaboration at play here. There's always been this class collaboration at play from the founding of the country to the Civil War. So I think there's a lot of Americans that don't feel that this authoritarianism is anyway going to impact the way in which they live in this country. And so I think there's a divide there with regard to how bad it could get for me, right? If you're a black American and you've enjoyed great rights, you're not as afraid anymore to get pulled over by the police because there's things like the Miranda rights and other things like that they got to read you. And they can't just haul you off to jail without giving you a phone call. See, for people that have had the worst of this country against their rights, hard won, to Marshall's point about civil rights marches and legislation backing those civil rights marches, people that haven't enjoyed full rights to the extent of the law, either due to the fact that they're female, gender, skin color, what have you, that I think we're absolutely terrified at what could possibly happen. So, and we also see this around the world, Gary. We see nation states, first world friends of ours warning their citizens not to travel here. There's warnings out there. What does that say about us as a democracy? As Our Lady Liberty stands in New York Harbor, greeting those passengers flying here for the first time, worried whether or not the immigration officers are going to look at their phone and not let them in the country. So this is serious backsliding based upon how this country was founded and embraced, in terms of the liberal freedoms that we've always offered to some extent. So I'll end there and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, David. In the chat, it was suggested that there is a legal process for deporting American citizens. I don't think that's true. I've been doing some of my little cursory research for over the time of the last several speakers. I'm looking at the Immigration and Nationality Act, which allows for the removal at the order of the Attorney General of any alien that's among a class of deportable aliens. And then that's something I don't want to get into right now, what those classes might be. So it says alien, it says nothing about citizen. And there have been repeated rulings by the Justice Department's Board of Immigration Appeals saying that U.S. citizens are not subject to removal. In 2019, a person who is a United States citizen is not subject to removal under the immigration laws. Now, there is an exception for naturalized citizens who obtain the naturalization through fraud. In that case, denaturalization may occur and then deportation becomes possible. But that's the singular exception. That being said, I don't think, given the recent events that have occurred where the administration took actions that were then viewed later as unconstitutional by various courts, that this administration, I don't think there's anything that would suggest that they would not attempt to deport an American citizen, whether it's Musk or somebody else. Can you imagine putting Elon Musk on a plane and then his attorneys go before court and the court says that you cannot deport him, and the Justice Department says, but Your Honor, the plane is already outside of U.S. airspace, and so your order is null and void. You have no jurisdiction over. You can't order that plane returned. Happened, right? It happened. Not to an American citizen, but it happened. Interesting to think about as a possibility. Steve.
Yeah, Gary. I think that there's a large component of this that is I'm getting my ox score type thing. Like we talk about the immigration system and the laws surrounding it, and you see discussions about, especially highlighted in Los Angeles, the way that it's talking about these guys. Well, if you don't like the laws, you need to change the laws. You can't have a law on the book and have someone enforcing the law and call the people enforcing the law authoritarians. And I think there's a large portion of this that anytime that something doesn't go a particular way in the Supreme Court, or there's actions that people have failed to take action on, like enforcing the law on immigration, and then someone actually enforces it, that we automatically go, well, they're becoming a bunch of dictators. No, there's laws on the books. There's a process that people go through, and if you don't like it, that's what elections are for. Elect someone, move the legislation forward, and get the law that you want. But don't stand on the corner yelling authoritarian when there's laws that's been passed and people are carrying out lawful orders to enforce what the Congress has sent through the legislative process. So I think that part of this is I'm getting my ox gored in a way that's making me feel uncomfortable. I don't like it, and so I'm going to yell authoritarian. And, does Trump have some tendencies to go that way? I think he has some tendencies to want to get things done quickly. I think that may collide with the U.S. Constitution occasionally, but to the degree and scope that I've been hearing people articulate it, I think the two are at odds pretty despairingly. I think, if you think, well, what's the action? There's a political component to this, and it's trying to be used to shape public opinion in a way that becomes advantageous. There's nothing new here. I'll land it.
I think that's a mischaracterization of the arguments that I've heard, Steve, respectfully. I don't hear people saying that the law should not be enforced with regard to immigration. I think the objection is to the manner in which the law is being enforced. And especially with regard to American citizens who on occasion are being incarcerated for periods of time by INS without regard as to whether they really are illegal aliens as part of their dragnet approach to meeting the quotas. So I don't think it's quite the way that I don't think that's the perspective of the people who have been speaking on the stage. And I'll let you respond.
Yeah, maybe that, there may be an element to that, but we had a floodgate effect that created this problem too. We just opened the borders wide open. We let
but nobody's arguing that.
Well, and what I'm telling you is, there's the whole thing in physics. Every action has equal and opposite reaction. That becomes political in nature too. You create a problem, and the problem is so acute that it takes more than normal procedures to correct the problem. It's like I go in the kitchen and make a big mess and walk away, and then someone comes in and says, "Hey, what's going on?" Well, you're just being overly sensitive. No, the place is wrecked. You wrecked the place, and now I'm here trying to clean up the mess that you created. Is the process perfect? No. But I guarantee you, we would not have the process in place that you see if it wasn't for the absolute chagrin that the American public looked at what happened to their immigration system for 3.5 years. And they just sat there in horror. And now there's someone actually trying to correct the problem. And maybe everything isn't perfect. But the mechanism that's being deployed is a direct reaction to what was allowed to occur. And I think if you don't want to see these things, then control things in a way that people don't get freaked out and say you got to do something.
So in your first commentary, you used the term lawful order, and I think that's a very important terminology to consider, whether the agents are always acting lawfully or not. And two wrongs don't make a right. But thank you, Steve. And we'll go to Jules, Merrill, and Breyer, who fell off the stage and came back. We'll get the last word. Jules.
Hey, how you doing, Gary? Boy, did Steve steal my thunder. I was going to open up. I'm going to open up like I was going to do it. Becoming an authoritarian state is everything that open borders is. Open borders created this authoritarian state. It created it economically, educationally. Look what we opened up. Globally, people came in hating the United States. I mean, this was done on purpose. Drugs flowed, weapons flowed, sex trafficking flowed. We don't have overburdened medically. Our treasury's overburdened. The rumors were this was done for voting in the future. I think there's some truth in that too. And scientifically, we have lost our minds scientifically with men competing in women's sports. I think, and being forced.
So hold on, Jules. Are you saying that yes, we are becoming an authoritarian state, but hey, the reason for it is because we've had open borders? So it's Biden's fault that Trump is making us an authoritarian state? Is that what I heard you say, or am I misrepresenting?
By the way, I want you to know the last 2 times I spoke, you sent me in after we finished. You said something, and you said, "But Jules probably would not agree with that." And both times I would have agreed with it. So keep me on before you get rid of me. I'll answer your question. Yes, I think it started when the pen was making decisions for the country. Let's not forget, they weaponized the government against political enemies. They took to Trump how many courts? 15 courts, 15 challenges to him, everything he did, and his books and records, and it was just ridiculous. He valued property too much. And, I mean, that's authoritarian. And let's not forget that Joe Biden dismissed college loans, which he wasn't supposed to do, and he openly said, "I'll do it anyhow." That's authoritarian. Yes, I say it started then. Even Obama kicked out illegal aliens. He had his own faults, but the authoritarian state started with Joe Biden. And believe it or not, I'm not blaming Joe Biden. There was a group of people.
The ability of the president to do that stuff is 245 years old.
That's what Joe Biden is, 245 years old.
No, you're missing the point, which is not Joe Biden's fault. It is the fault of the growing executive. Simply to blame it on Joe Biden is not being fair or honest.
I'm blaming it on the Joe Biden administration, and that's fair and honest. You tell me where they opened the borders. Any other administration opened borders like this and brought in sex trafficking, drugs. You know, well, come on, weapons.
Okay, so we know that we've had a horrible problem with the border, and we know that the Trump administration has shut that down. The number of encounters with people trying to illegally enter the border was just reported to be at like an all-time low in recent history. Okay, fine. What does that have to do with the several examples that I mentioned at the top of our discussion? Prosecuting CNN potentially for doing a report on ICE block, prosecuting potentially election officials for computers that are not secure, deporting possibly Elon Musk, arresting possibly Mamdani if he becomes mayor of New York.
Gary's got a lot of.
What if any of these examples that I use? What if any? Let me ask a question before you answer it.
Go ahead.
What do any of these examples that I used during my opening salvo in explaining the question of the room have to do with the open border problem that the Trump administration has mitigated?
Well, I think Trump is reacting to it. By the way, you just said a lot of possibly. Possibly doesn't mean anything.
I understand that, but this is the federal government. Sometimes
You think
but to go ahead if you want to finish my point for me. I didn't know I was going to say. I didn't know I was going to say overreaching, but thank you for telling me what I was about to say, because I'm clearly not articulate and can't explain my position myself. This is the federal government, sometimes from the mouth of the president himself, floating these propositions. And by the way, the Justice Department has been charged with investigating some of this. So, yes, I said possibly, and I didn't say we were authoritarian. The question was, is the United States becoming an authoritarian state? And your answer to all of this is, well, yeah, but it's Biden's fault because of all the people who crossed the border. That's your answer to it. I see your answer, and correct me, I'll give you one more time to straighten my ass out on this. as a total non sequitur.
I'm not trying to straighten your ass out, Gary. I was actually.
If I'm wrong if I'm wrong in saying that what you are proposing is a non sequitur, tell me how I'm misunderstanding your position.
No, I think it started the Democrats and largely the Biden administration. As you know, I was a federal agent. I was an IRS agent, not in the exempt organization the department, which had authoritarian rules to stop the Republicans. Okay, I couldn't believe it when I heard it. The Lois Lerner fiasco. I mean, that's authoritarian. That was during, I think, during the not the Biden administration. It probably was the Obama administration, but still, that was an authoritarian act. And you know, you could. I just see Trump reacting and being challenged by lower courts who have no right to challenge the executive decisions. Marshall's not saying anything. Okay. And I think authoritarian. I wasn't thrilled with what happened January 6th, but I know a lot of those people did not receive due process, and they couldn't see lawyers. They were locked in solitary.
That's absolutely not true, Jules. I'm going to move on. There was due process. You know, you may not agree with the manner in which those individuals were prosecuted. And I'm sure you clearly do not agree with the decisions of the various courts. But to suggest that they were not afforded due process and were not allowed to consult with attorneys when in fact, in every case, they were represented by counsel is a total misrepresentation of the facts. You could say that the prosecutions were overreach. That's a legitimate argument that some people might agree with or might not. But the facts that you attempted, you have your right to your opinions, but not to your facts. And that was totally unfactual. Merrill and Breyer, Yaakov, I'm sorry I can't get to you. And I'm going to try to get both Merrill and Breyer in because I'm in my drop-dead time that I got to be out the door.
I'll go fast. I'm not going to bloviate. I will hang on to something you said about the press. I really do deeply resent Trump going after the press. And you can tell me, oh, Obama did this, or so-and-so did that, or so-and-so did that. I don't care.
Well, as a matter of fact, I think you were with me on the previous platform. I think you were. If my timeline is accurate in my mind, when Rosen was attacked by the Obama administration, and I was very strong in my condemnation of that. What happened to Merrill? Oh, you're back.
I was going to say, I made her phone up, but she's here.
I don't know why she fell off the stage. But, you know, so to say that, well, because Biden did it, you know, that justifies or gives us reason to ignore that Trump is doing it is, again, doesn't, you can't, I don't know how, I just don't even know how to respond to that kind of argumentation. So thank you for bringing that.
I also want to say something about this choice of articles. You mentioned that. I posted something and I rarely do, by the way, in the critical thinking forum because I don't want to argue. But I did post something and somebody jumped on it and said, how could you post something from the Huffington Post? You know, blah, 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 blah. I don't care. People say the Associated Press has a bias. Everybody talks about the biases. How about just talking about the facts? Take a look, read the article. If it's factual, why do you care if it's got a bias as long as it's factual? And then you do what you want with it, but you've got the facts. So that's something that really matters to me. Coming into office and saying, and wanting to destroy government institutions and to destroy the press, that is the very beginning of authoritarians or dictatorships. That does matter to me. So that is something that I pay attention to. And lawlessness. We had Bill Barr said lawlessness. He wanted a president who was lawless. I think we're getting one right now. I think it's just about, and I'm ashamed of our Supreme Court for saying that a president can commit crimes as long as he's doing it as a president. That troubles me. There's a lot. The borders, okay, yeah, we've heard that before. That doesn't change how they are. That doesn't change that very quickly. You're trapping people. They are going to court. They're showing up at court for the process that is the legal process for them. And then right during that hearing, Trump dismisses the hearing so that their process is dismissed and they walk out of that courtroom and ICE is right there. And I don't like that. That one bothers me. And by the way, nobody can say, oh, Muriel's a Democrat, because not declaring that right now. Then there's so many other issues that, and did he get elected? Honestly, well, why do you think he's elected now? But you have all these people that you want to run for office that are election deniers from before. I'm not quite understanding that. And I don't understand why law should be enforced against somebody who is violence against officers, but not against January 6th. That's it. Those are just some of the things that trouble me. And yeah, I do think we're leading in that direction because I think we have a president who wants to be a dictator or an authoritarian. And by the way, Marshall, if you review the April 5th, I believe it was April 5th marches, those were not about being a king. Those were hands off. I was at one. I could not tell you how many Trump supporters I met, and they did not want anybody touching Social Security. They didn't want Medicare touched. They didn't want Medicaid touched, and I cannot tell you how many Vietnam veterans I met who said he does nothing for veterans. So it's an eye opener. And it is something to consider. And also, if you're going to tell people to go and talk to their congressman, tell their congressman to have town hall meetings. Thank you.
Yes, they need to have town hall meetings. I don't disagree. My point was more people should call and write, and they should be obnoxious about it. There was a dude who had an issue with Congress, and he lived in Alabama during the 1980s. And this guy wrote a letter every day to Congress. It was so many letters that Congress ended up having to, this particular congressman's office, ended up having to bring postal boxes full of letters to their congressman. And that moved their congressman to do something. Too many people in America, Merrill, don't do that. Now, some of them because they don't have time, but a lot of people because they don't want to make the sacrifice. If you sacrifice your time, you have to choose other stuff. A lot of the time, people don't want to choose the other thing. They want to do what they're doing, which I don't think is malicious in their intent in any way, shape, or form. But if people don't do that, then the very last check the founders expected to have doesn't exist. So.
The only thing I'll say to you, Marshall, I agree with that, but I want to tell you something. There are a lot of people that do reach out, and they don't always get listened to. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate.
Oh, 100% agree.
Breaks people down.
You are on the exact same page with that. I'm not saying the system can't sometimes disincentivize people. My point more is the more you have, the more likely the change. But I grant you, if you don't get paid attention to, it's going to zap a lot of your willingness to stick around and do the work. In particular, if you feel like nobody's paying attention to anything you have to say.
So we both agree on, but we each agree on what each is saying. Thank you.
So, Miro, you mentioned the January 6th rioters. I just want to point out that a January 6th rioter who was convicted of encouraging violence against the police and then was pardoned by President Trump has now been given a position in the Justice Department. Breyer, you get the last one.
Yeah, it's hard to be an American right now if you have strong opinions on the rule of law, justice, consistency, and anti-authoritarianism. I don't know if anybody else feels like they're in kind of a surreal world where they hear people arguing for individual rights, states' liberty, personal freedoms, and then when a president threatens to strip a lawful U.S. citizen of their citizenship and deport them. I tried to look and find any example from history where this has happened, and I couldn't. There have been presidents that have argued with the courts, certainly, and dusted up. But somebody the other day said, it seems unfair that Trump has had so many laws struck down. The irony is he has had more laws struck down by the judges he appointed himself and selected than any other president in the first 6 months if we ignore all the others. The people he says, if he has good temperament and judgment, the people he's selected are saying he's violating laws in an unprecedented way. Violent disregard for the U.S. rule of law and law enforcement, quoting from a judge he selected and put to the bench. I tried to find any example in history of a president threatening to deport U.S. citizens. These are the moves authoritarians make. Because, ICE, earlier there was a comment that we don't know what these people wanted. I live streamed on Clubhouse, and some of the people in the room, my local protests. The messages were very explicit. There's a huge amount of messaging that ICE is becoming what every authoritarian leader uses. They don't have the same standards that police do. They're taking U.S. citizens and detaining them. I had a friend, born and raised in America, can't get any more American, never actually been out of the country in his life. Both parents were Americans. He was detained for, I think it was 13 hours because he didn't have his birth certificate on him. English-speaking guy who works at a local store. It was insanity. But he can't sue. It's not the police came and actually tried to back him up, and ICE told the police to back off. This is the secret police SS step. ICE hasn't existed for almost all of American history. They were formed in 2003 and reacted to September 11th.
Not the SS. They're making that.
Hold on. ICE was founded in 2003 after September 11th with a specific metric, and it's been expanded. The reality is, and if anybody wants to look this up, we don't know what powers ICE has. We don't know what limits. They're not officers. They're kind of federal marshals. They're also not federal marshals at times. They operate with an open mandate, and you have a president who's bragging about locking these people up next to alligators for show. It is the question is
they are certified federal law enforcement, right? They are certified federal law enforcement officers.
They are certified, but we also have no standards for the certification. They don't have to show rank or insignia like the military. They don't have to show face and badge number like the police. You can't even know who detained you because it's considered confidential. What would be the difference between this and a secret police? They don't show their face. They don't show their badge number. They don't show their insignia. If you request any data, it's considered a state secret. They are rounding up brown and black people. They're rounding up brown and black people, and now they're stripping those people who are legally here of their citizenship status. Tell me what's the line. Now, the newest thing, Marshall, your party out of line. Marshall, your party's president just said that their next move is to strip lawful U.S. citizens of their citizenship, to go after democratically elected politicians.
Well, I don't like it. There is a process.
I don't care if there was a legal process to execute a Jew in World War II. That doesn't make it right. This is wrong. You are, the point is the laws just need to be enforced at this point. The president isn't honoring those laws. You have more criminal
convicts. What ICE is able to do than change the laws around
Marshall.
ICE deals with people.
That is exactly what all those protests are calling for. They were saying, don't cut our Medicare. Don't give tax.
One bill.
The first bill that Marshall, the first thing they said was don't pass the quote big beautiful bill. I love the name this president likes to use like a toddler. There were open signs everywhere. They were saying abolish ICE specifically. Roll it back, don't expand it. They were saying, don't get us involved in foreign military conflicts. Now, by that argument, the civil rights protest, which largely said, how about in America, the formation of our country, no taxation without representation? This argument that they need to write more, express more. The truth is, Lisa Murkowski got hundreds of thousands of calls and letters and told the House not to vote for the bill she just passed and signed it anyway.
Lisa Murkowski,
and she said, hold on, Lisa Murkowski said, Lisa Murkowski said she is terrified of President Trump and democracy is at risk. when
He's a
the party members of the
He's
president,
not representative of most of the Republican Party in any way, shape, or form.
Marshall, argue with Lisa Murkowski. Argue with her, a democratically elected senator. Argue with all the senators that have stepped down.
Right.
Argue with what all these people
Was
said
they
before they've
used
come.
actual language to make law. Just protesting and holding up a sign saying
Marshall,
get rid of
don't
ICE is
pass
not
the
policy.
bill. Don't lower taxes on billionaires. Give special write-offs for tankers. Tax green energy. The anti-tax people want to raise taxes. This bill was a joke and a mockery, and the only way half the senators would vote for it is if they got special pork cutouts. We know what is going on. I understand it might hurt, but you and I have had conversations about your fears of this authoritarian leaders. So have most of the people here. The reality is this is authoritarian. We don't need to stay becoming, it's there. Is it all the way into this? There were still laws honored in World War II Germany and Italy. The scholars of authoritarianism on an international level used to say this might be too far. Now they're considering it a proto-authoritarian state. Now some people are saying it's crossing over. International countries are having to give warnings as lawful Canadians are detained. Canada's having to say, what happened to our citizen that died in your detention center? How did they die? What agency do we ask where it's not considered a state secret who died under your protection? It is already there. And this newest bill just hurts probably everybody in this room. I don't know if any of you are billionaires. There's 535 billionaires that will benefit wildly from this bill. But the average person will not. And certainly veterans and those suffering and children will benefit the most. It's estimated that 30 to 60,000 people will die extra a year. And there's no estimate that cuts that out. There's not a middle. In terms of this rhetoric that immigrants are so incredibly harmful, I don't think there's more than one or two indigenous people on here because most of them were killed in the founding of our country. Maybe y'all cool with it, maybe not, whatever, that's up to you. But the reality is we all came here because somebody came here in our family without papers. Or you're one of the few immigrants that have come here lawfully over the last 50 to 100 years. My family's been here for generations and they came here from a boat. Great-grandfather came here from Greece with nothing. With one suitcase and $5. He didn't have any paperwork, he didn't have anything. Drove into the country and they're like, okay, you're here, you could get a job, go work. And now all of a sudden the people that did that show up to the courthouse, that are following all their rules, 6-year-old kids on chemo that have violated no laws, show up for their court hearings and we deport them. And if anybody, Joe Rogan is going, are you fucking crazy? You're hearing mothers wailing with the most primal human screams at having their child as they're dying deported from the country. We've become so competitive, we've lost our humanity. This is authoritarianism. We don't need to become one when we already are one. And that's not to excuse anything from history that's also been authoritarian. We have done wrong before in America. We will do wrong again. And I'm so tired of the competitiveness. Let's blame Biden. Let's blame the last president. We only have the Congress, the Senate. We have the presidency. We have most of local law enforcement and most governorships. But you know what? It's the last old guy I said was senile and weak's fault that I'm oppressing all of you. I'm tired of it. And I'm an American. This bill will screw over everybody in my family. And the moves that are being made will screw over people that aren't in my family. And if y'all don't care about them, who are we as Americans? If you don't love every American and the people that are coming here to become Americans, which is how we all became here, then I question whether we're really Americans anymore, or we are the authoritarians internally that we claim to hate and want to fight against. And I'm really exhausted and burnt out, and it makes me question what I feel as an American when I see our actions. And I understand that we've all not been proud at some point of what America's doing. But if we can't sit here and own it, if we can't own the hypocrisy and the terror, and we can't see what's going on and who's being hurt, then we've lost a part of ourselves. And I don't think we deserve this country anymore half as much as the immigrants that cross borders to come work, have a decent job, raise their kids, and have a generation that has it better than them.
Thank you,
Brian,
Brian. Yeah, I gotta close. I gotta close the room. Wait. Yeah, it's way too late. I'm sorry. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time. So until 5, or today till 7:07 p.m. So until 5 p.m. New York time tomorrow. For the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
I want to know if Cone albums, Fat Joe and R. Kelly gonna make an album together.
They'll make them for on ChatGPT.
Okay, so Trent is doing fine. He sent me an article yesterday at 10:02 a.m. saying this is why many of the Mexicans I live with here want the border closed and support Republicans. But I never got a chance to really read it. So it was some massacre that happened in Trent's front yard. Yeah. Maybe he's still cleaning up body parts, but it's some massacre that happened and he sent it to me.
What's today's date again? July 2nd. The day we won't forget.
What I missed? I mean, how many?
No, I'm just saying, you know how we remember OJ when he was sentenced?
Oh, God.
So I don't think we would forget, like, we'll be like, oh, I remember.
I'm gonna forget this one.
I don't think this is OJ level though, honestly.
No, it's not, but we're adults. Well, I know you guys are old. You know, you guys are really old.
You know why? Because CEO be acting always young, like we're old. He's like, oh, well, I'm still in my 30s. I don't know about y'all. But what I'm saying is that with OJ, we were younger than with this case.
No, it was that. This was like it was televised. It was like everybody was like very invested. It was just like.
We had to do with Clubhouse.
And there wasn't as much going on during OJ. Like I felt like competing with it as much. You know what I mean?
And it's a double murder.
Because it was crazy. Because like Geraldo, he had an hour show just dedicated to the OJ trial every night for like the entire trial.
And that's because a black man murdered a white woman. Now look, if it was him murdering his first wife, y'all please, it would have been on the 11 o'clock news, the last story.
That's a fact.
But sure, I mean, yeah, anyway, I'm not about to go down a rabbit hole.
Today, hold on.
And also we had the white Bronco chase that everybody watched. I mean, it was a whole thing.
Well, today last night in the Bronx, a Jamaican woman was stabbed to death. Did you guys see that?
No.
No.
Yeah, she was 40 years old. Tamara, first name Tamara.
And what happened to that white guy that murdered that black girl he met online and they went out? And didn't he chop her body up? We ain't heard shit about that. Remember that?
There was 2 incidents back to back.
Beautiful.
That was in the bag. That they put the bodies in the bag?
Let me go look that story up. We ain't heard a peep about this story. He was?
He was found guilty.
And did he get 2 life sentences and a double execution order?
I don't know what the sentence was, but it was, we could probably look it up. I think it was.
He got 25 to life, right?
I don't know, but she was gorgeous, and why he went out with her and then chopped her ass up, I do not know.
Oh, Dr. A.G., I'm not sure if they arrested the guy from last night. I don't have that up
Oh my God.
information. But okay, so it was her boyfriend. Didn't they arrest? That's crazy.
I think that's what they said. He stabbed her up in the apartment, right?
Yeah.
Is that the one? Yeah, I think they arrested the boyfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I read.
Freaking savage.
And she had like 2 kids.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
What?
So they're saying in the news, New York Post, that this Diddy case cost $10 million to bring him to trial, which I'm gonna go read more on that. That's crazy if that's how much it costs. And Brian, you off the mic.
Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Of course, Judge Mathis got to say something. You know that, right? You know he can't go without. Let me see. Let me play this through this. Hold on. Oh.
Now, you know that John Diddy Combs has been convicted of interstate transportation of prostitutes, two counts, and has been denied bail. Although I really am concerned about the assaults against the women, particularly disrespecting black women as such, we must go with what he has been convicted of and respect the jury. And as I had predicted, he should be convicted after hearing and closing arguments of only the 2 counts of interstate transportation of prostitutes. We'll see in the future. Listen to us this next week on the Mathis verdict, as we'll talk about the entire case and the sentencing. The sentencing guideline for a first-time offender is 21 months to 27 months for each count. We'll see whether they're consecutive, whether they're concurrent, or if he deviates from that first-time offender assessment or sentence, if you will. Stay tuned.
Is that true? 21 to 27 months, I said.
For each, yeah. That's what they're saying for first-time offenders.
So he's worst case scenario for him, he's gonna be in prison a year. That's basically it. He gotta get a year, basically.
But can you just not run them together? I mean, this is now if that happens, I'm really not gonna be feeling well because that for a first offender, 24 months from a 10-year max. 21 months to 27 months.
Yeah, so and you run those concurrently, and you assume you're gonna get out early a little bit. So yeah, like 18 months. Yeah.
This judge is gonna run them consecutive.
You think he's gonna run them consecutive?
Yeah.
But his lawyers could get that turned over because there's no precedent for them doing that. Like they always run running them consecutively.
They run consecutive sometimes depending on the severity of the crime. They can do that. He can appeal, but he probably not gonna win.
Oh, but he got
especially after his lawyers like admitted that he's violent. Like yeah, he's an abuser. I don't know. The judge could determine that they have to run consecutive so that it meets the measure of the crime. And I guess they're gonna have, since they were pouring baby oil over themselves and with the weird ass t-shirts in front of the courthouse, people are just strange. I guess they're gonna have a baby oil, not a baby party, but a baby oil party when he gets out. I mean, it's just not enough for me. It's just not enough time. I know it doesn't matter how I feel, but that's wild. Absolutely wild. So I hope he serves every fucking minute in hell. I guess everybody on social media is talking like the men on Clubhouse. Hold on, I got another one for you to read. I mean, I have another one for you to listen to. Hold on.
It's all about parole. Guess what? That's off the table now. The worst he's going to get, no matter what it is, has an exit date. And because he has no criminal history, and because he turned in his passport before he ever was arrested, he turned in his passport and gave it to the U.S. government. Claiming he's a flight risk today is not going to work because it did not work at the beginning. He turned in his passport. P. Diddy did some horrible things as a horrible boyfriend to this case to make this man out to be a monster. He did some bad things, yes, but he's not the monster the U.S. Attorney's Office tried to portray him as being. They overcharged. This was overkill, and the jury rejected it. And the proof of that is, before they even gave it to a jury to deliberate, they started dropping charges because even the judge knew that the prosecutors had went too far. This case should have never been brought the way it was brought. Now, if they wanted to put him on trial for being a horrible boyfriend, a womanizer, a man beat of a female, he's guilty of all of that. But at the end of the day, that's not what happened here. They put charges against this man, hoping that the hard ones would stick to sensationalize somebody's career. And in the city of New York, I'm not surprised. In New York, I'm not shocked by this prosecution, but the jury stood strong. They rejected that without parole. Guess what? That's off the table now. The worst he's going to get, no matter what it is, has an exit date. And because he has...
That's it.
Mel, who is that bitch ass? Who is that bitch ass?
He's from Fox, this black guy. I believe this says Fox.
Black guy.
It says Fox. Hold on. Fox Face Off is called?
Who the freak is that?
Fox Face Off, it says.
I'm gonna look him up. And he's talking about he's a horrible boyfriend. Let's just see, he's doing he is.
It says Fox Face Off. I'm looking at the chat so you can look at it.
That's the thing. Like, they keep admitting that he's a violent person. That's not gonna work to his advantage.
But you know what, Doctor?
His lawyers even argued that that's gonna come back to haunt them, I think, in the sentencing too.
The problem that I'm having with this language is they're trying to normalize make it normal. Oh, he was a horrible boyfriend. That sounds so, innocuous. Oh, he's a horrible boy. He is a fucking demon. Were you guys watching the same shit I was watching? A horrible boyfriend? That's what we're calling it now.
Yeah, that's not a good strategy.
He was literally raping his employees. That's a horrible boyfriend. He was literally supplying drugs that could kill someone and at parties and not notifying, whatever, these special champagne bottles, all the other tricks of the trade. That's a horrible boyfriend. The list can go on, and that's what we're calling them now, horrible boyfriends.
That guy on Fox Face, he's actually really funny. He's a really funny guy. He does a lot of basically they put him against usually some type of racist white guy, and or white woman, maybe kind of a racist argument, and he'll present his black viewpoint on the thing. And most of the things it says is actually pretty accurate. It's not super nuanced, but he just does a good job of making racists look stupid. I would imagine in this particular instance, the white guy has been saying a bunch of shit about Diddy, and how he's got to do double time. And I mean, I don't think Diddy's a good guy. I just think the prosecution's case was really terrible. And a lot of the stuff they wanted to bring on, you can't get a RICO case on this. As much as we don't like abuse, and I'm one of them, to be black and to believe that this is what a RICO charge should be used for is to be black and believe in an incredibly unfair criminal justice system.
All right, I'm gonna play another video of another black man.
So maybe they should fire all the
Hold on, I'm gonna play another video.
You guys.
Wait, what was that?
Can y'all hear me? Hello?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Because I'm tired of seeing us black moguls get took down like that, bro. I'm tired of seeing us black people go against us black moguls like that. And I feel like if Diddy was a white man who done all this shit for people, I know he ain't paid people, but he done all this shit for hip-hop. If he was white, there's so many white people out there protesting for this man losing his life behind a relationship, And people always, Boosie was on Diddy, the same 7 kids who been in my kid's position. Not knowing if your daddy gonna come home or not is a burden on the child. So all y'all was like, no, I'm thinking about them damn children, man. So man, I'm glad he's free, bro. You know, like I've been saying, I don't feel he was guilty of nothing. You know, nothing but domestic violence. You know, but the court spoke, man. Man, I'm happy that dude children, man. I know his feeling right now, bro. I'm just happy for the children, man. So, you know, get to sit your ass down somewhere. That's what you need to do. Grab Stevie J in your chair and get the f*** on.
Was that Boosie?
Yeah, another man you got, not you, but a lot of you men look up to.
It doesn't help us command of English language. You move, y'all move.
Not you, but we know there's a lot of quacks that do.
Mr. White
Come on, guys. And this is, I hope this is like, I hope this is teaching people some stuff, right? Mothers that have daughters, mothers that have sons, fathers. Hopefully you guys wake up that you guys have daughters and sons. But this shit right here, they don't even feel like DV is a bad thing. Yeah, he's guilty of domestic violence.
Yeah, that's crazy to me.
They're like, that's regular shit. Yeah, we all beat that bitch. We all beat our women's ass. It's like, wow. Hold your daughters tight, because this is a cold, cold world, guys. And there's men like that speak like that think like that are raising sons. We hear that shit every day on Clubhouse. And we can't protect our kids forever, let's be honest. Tomorrow we fucking die, and guess what? Our kids gotta stay out in this world. There'll be adults making their own decisions. Just talk to your kids. This is crazy.
Again, if Diddy is supposed to do the time y'all thought he was gonna do, almost every man on Clubhouse, because a lot of these dudes man, they ain't gonna tell y'all, but as a person who did some freak ass shit as a kid, nothing like Diddy, but who's been around, there's a lot of good husbands out here going to these freak parties and doing wild shit without asking enough questions about how the women got here, why are they behaving like this, like this wild shit. And, I just think it's very hard to get the type of charges they wanted to get on Diddy for this. You're going to get him on prostitution. You're going to get him on maybe drug trafficking, but that's probably pretty hard to do. I'm just glad that girl got her money before this, because I do think she deserves it. I think karmically, this is right. This is like the right decision. While I didn't think he'd do 40 years in jail for this, I do believe that this has been a pretty decent hit on his brand. Some mental stress, some emotional stress, some open conversations about what type of behavior you should expect in the industry and what should be respected, what should be tolerated, some awareness. But I did not suspect he was going to do very much time. There was no case for the things they were saying he did. It was very much trumped up in a very much New York type of case. So. But
this was the Al Capone.
But he did.
This was the Al Capone case.
You can't make an Al Capone case out of this. You can't make an Al Capone case out of getting a bunch of whores and drug addicts at a party to do wild shit to your wife. It's because you're not going to get a RICO on that. That's a crazy. People should be mad at the prosecution.
No, wait. They tried
case.
to get. Wait, I think they tried to get Al Capone on RICO. They didn't get him on a RICO.
No, what I'm saying is the RICO is made for someone like Al Capone. It's for a criminal enterprise. It's just not enough on this case to even merit that it is a criminal enterprise.
I just don't understand. Let me finish this. For the life of me, little old me, I don't know why the DAs did not come over to Clubhouse and open up a room for all the Clubhouse attorneys to get consultations, because hell, y'all smarter than the motherfucking
Let me start pinging these motherfuckers in and tell them y'all should, next time you guys decide to bring any charges against anyone, come to Clubhouse first, because we got the best of the best motherfucking lawyers on this stage. That's what I'm getting ready to do.
Listen, they just ascended Diddy to God tier dustball status. Like, being a Rico is like going Super Saiyan as a rapper.
So what is?
They didn't even give him this clout.
So what was Al Capone's enterprise?
He was in the mob, but they finally got him for tax evasion.
She's talking.
Bootlegging alcohol and prostitution.
It was.
What was it?
Bootlegging
Sex
alcohol and
trafficking.
prostitution.
Yeah, sex trafficking and bootlegging, and then also the big one was
why
money laundering.
is that an enterprise and trafficking for prostitution, distribution of drugs, and sex trafficking? Why is that not an enterprise?
One, they did
Like,
get
let
out
me
of
respond to that. Hold on.
No. Listen to what I'm asking. Hold on, everybody. I'm asking.
You being thirsty, bro.
Hold on. I'm asking the person who said Al Capone, it was right to get if they charged him with the RICO, but it was not right to charge Diddy with the RICO. And I'm trying to figure out what is the distinct. That's my main point. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out what's the distinction, because Al Capone had no company at all. He was an individual person.
Okay, so I understand the question. It's important to remember that they didn't get Al Capone on that charge. So even to the standard that Al Capone, I can only answer your question if you listen to the answer. We don't have to talk if you don't want to hear it.
Are you good? Because then I can answer articulate. You're not going to answer.
I can't answer, but every time I try to answer it, she just starts talking over me. It's not that serious. I didn't win the case for Diddy, so you're not gonna put your stuff on me. I can tell you what I think, but if you don't want to hear what I think, then we don't have to waste time. You know?
Who are you talking to?
Daddy, I'm trying to talk to you. As soon as I started talking, you started saying something. It's late. I had a long work day. I just don't.
That's talking.
You're not talking to Patty.
I don't know what's going on.
Who was the one that asked about the RICO thing?
I asked the RICO question. No, that was
Dr. A.G. Okay,
yeah, that was me.
So Dr. A.G., it's important to remember that they did not get a guilty verdict on RICO for alcohol. Okay.
I got it.
Okay, you got that part. It's also important to notice that, oh my God, come on, AG.
The charge out
AG.
for RICO Act, if I'm not mistaken,
AG,
but
I
it
was
was
trying to
not
get there,
right.
but you're not giving me, AG, you're not giving me a chance to answer. This is crazy with you.
What you said. And so what I'm trying to figure out is
can y'all hear what's happening right now?
that you're making between Al Capone's criminal enterprise and Diddy's quote unquote criminal enterprise.
Your question is longer than she's allowing me to answer.
Because there's no correlation when the RICO Act what you saying, it didn't exist in the 1930s. It didn't come until around the 1970s, bro.
I know but someone said Al Capone got off on a RICO. I didn't say that.
That was Brian.
Now this nigga say he didn't say it. Articulate, can you read up so I can answer the question?
Okay. I'm trying to say, holy shit, y'all. Holy shit, y'all. Is somebody... Oh, that's what's happening, AG? Okay, then
I'm sorry. My phone keeps going out. Okay, so let me say this again. I'm not concerned about what Al Capone was convicted of. That's not my concern. What I'm asking is about your statement that RICO, even though RICO is new, it wasn't in the 30s, the idea of a RICO would have worked for somebody like Al Capone.
It's very hard to establish. I'll be quick. I'll be quick, AJ.
Okay.
It's very hard to establish that what Diddy had going was a criminal enterprise. You'd have to establish that the business. I'm still going. You'd have to establish the business itself. You'd have to establish that the business itself was oriented around the criminality. You'd have to argue that he had certain types of people whose sole function was to commit crimes. And then you'd also have to establish.
It doesn't have to be their sole function. It can be a dual function.
There can be a dual function as well. But usually, like, some of the things that they use to establish that a criminal enterprise is occurring is like stuff like money laundering, stuff like actual like profiteering from the business.
But that's not what's in the statute. That's not what's in the statute, though, Articulate.
So you think it was you think you should have been found guilty of running a criminal enterprise?
Oh, absolutely.
Can you explain why you think that?
For the same reason that Al Capone should have been.
You ain't shit like that. I'm not mad at y'all too. But I'm telling you,
It's the same reason. And it's because his business, right? His business was the illegal trafficking in liquor, illegal gambling, illegal, he did some murders, you know.
Every person that does illegal gambling and gets prostituted,
Let me finish. And he did those 3 predicate crimes under the auspices of maintaining power and control over his sector, whatever his little sector was. So yeah.
So
I don't think
from an organizational stand, what was the function of the business that you would have
Sean Diddy Combs is his business. Sean Diddy Combs he is his enterprise. Sean Diddy Combs is.
That's not how you're gonna win a RICO case by saying that, though.
You can't.
The mafia did that. They had an outfit. It's not like they actually
have. It's not just having an outfit that makes it.
They had a boss. They didn't have an actual. They had
the Masons on a RICO.
But I'll catch y'all.
So you can charge the Masons for being a criminal.
Hey, articulate. So I want to give you the scenario. Do you remember the 6ix9ine, the group that the 6ix9ine rapper was under? Remember that?
Yeah.
Okay, so they were charged with RICO also. You do know that, right?
Were found guilty.
Well, I don't know which ones were found guilty. Okay, yeah. Okay, right. So right.
Thug was found guilty, and that's because there was a boss. Thug would have been the boss. He had people that worked for him, his soldiers.
Mm-hmm.
And they
also got like.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I'm sorry, go ahead.
This is what Articulate does, y'all. That's why I'm not arguing with him.
We know Articulate.
I'm trying to play the rep. I'm trying to play the rep.
I don't have the energy to argue with him. I'm just trying to let him finish so I can talk.
Go ahead, Brian. It's your turn.
So here's the bottom.
No, Patty was still explaining it, though.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, because I'm done.
Okay, so then I was explaining it. I was explaining it, too.
Just let me know. I'm patient. I'm in traffic. I ain't tripping.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'll go ahead then. So what I was trying to say was that Dr. A.J. was correct. They could have charged him properly for racketeering, but they would have had to charge other people. And that was the issue. At the beginning, I'm like, why aren't you, hold on, to be successful? They weren't successful, so I think my idea is better. So they could have charged more people for supporting this criminal enterprise, and there were more people involved. The assistant that was arranging the prostitutes, that was making the phone calls, the bodyguard that was involved in it. They could have even went after trying to tie in the Tupac murder. They could have tried any of those other things to try to make it an actual enterprise, but they fell short of proving that.
So here's the thing. There are unindicted. Wait. There's unindicted co-conspirators in cases, right? I want to give you all the scenario, and I always bring this case up because I know about this group really well. The Dr. Malachi Z. York case was a perfect example of one person being convicted in the case, and there were unindicted co-conspirators who testified in the case. Okay, but he went to jail on RICO. I want you to think about that for a second. And a lot of the same charges that Combs is charged with, so is he. We're talking about sex, moving people across state lines, the Mann Act. We're talking about possible drugs, tax evasion, things like that, right? He was charged and convicted of RICO. One single individual, not the other co-conspirators who were unindicted. So we don't need to have multiple parties being the defendant.
But they testified.
That's right.
But surely he wasn't making a business out of racketeering.
No.
on those things that you listed.
They don't want to hear that.
To make it make sense, he's got to be making profits out of that activity.
That's not true. That's not true.
Okay. I'm just reading.
The statute, one second. If you go back to the statute, it doesn't say that you need to make a profit out of the enterprise.
No, but it's one of the key aspects of proving that that's an enterprise that's running around a criminal organization.
Yeah, but
like the easiest way to track you're running a criminal organization is to track profits that are serviced by the criminal organization.
You're right, but you're assuming that.
Then how did Young Thug get charged? How did Young Thug get charged? Because he actually got charged with RICO.
Because they had evidence of him actually murdering people.
Right, and which goes to the point.
He wasn't charged with murder.
Selling drugs, y'all.
Like, come on.
He wasn't out doing music business. It was just about gang activity.
It's a literal
So here's the thing. Just because there's no profit involved does not mean you don't get the RICO. Remember, there are people who can make murder with no profit involved or commit arson with no profit involved.
What's the criminal enterprises being furthered? Like, what business is he furthering?
Having orgies.
Like with Young Thug, like, I just feel like personally, and I know y'all about to go crazy on me, I just feel like personally y'all really don't like him, and so y'all are just like, oh my God, I think he's crap, but personally I don't want anybody being convicted of something that they didn't prove. So Sonny, here's I don't want to argue with y'all. I said what I said. I'm listening.
I got you, but here's the thing. And I said this earlier in the room. Remember, there were other things that were I know they were brought up in the case that got suppressed, meaning that they did not make it to evidence. They did not make it into the trial. Okay? And so now you see.
Didn't do it.
Wait, Sonny, hold on. So what I'm saying is, I see why RICO wasn't stated as a charge in the case, and it got weakened when certain evidence were pulled out of the case that should have been there that would establish it even further. But they only needed two actually items to make it RICO, and those items were there, but the jury didn't bite. That's all.
Well, I got lost. Are we still talking about Diddy, or did y'all jump to Thug?
Yeah, we're talking about Sean Holmes, yes.
The issue, one of the strategies that Puff was doing was he was basically saying, I'm an entertainer, so the fact that we're intermingling funds is because that's my business. My parties were my business. The sex parties were a part of promoting Bad Boy and Ciroc and whatever else. So that was a clever plan. I just think they had a bad strategy to charge him.
Yeah, but then you still miss what I just said. I just said that there were other things in that case that were pulled out, right? That he was being charged with initially. I'm not talking about after the trial started. I'm talking about before the trial started. So the jury never saw it. It never got presented as evidence. So when you apply that, then you see why his RICO made sense. So I don't know what the argument could possibly be, but this is pretty simple stuff.
Yo, I mean, I'll be honest, Royal, you're not proving that he's guilty of racketeering right now. You say he's stuff, but you haven't said anything that seems to indicate that.
Wait, what?
So there was a confession by two individuals that talked about their work hour days, right? So one was his assistant. His assistant said on his 20-hour work hour days is when he would set up the sex parties, set up the hotels, get the prostitutes in or whatever function it is. So that alone should have been RICO, right? Because he's an assistant working for Bad Boy. And then on his off time, he's getting paid to do illegal activity. Or no, it's not considered off time. He's getting paid to do illegal activities.
So you think anybody that organizes an orgy is running a criminal operation? Because
But again, earlier
most of that is illegal.
Babe, and then you go ahead and do whatever you gotta do. But when we talked about this earlier, right, and something that Dr. Agee made very clear of, what were the instructions that the judge gave? How did he define, what did the instructions look like? How the people understood the definition of RICO, and that's it, right? But I mean, it's clear that he was paying people with funds to do criminal activity. The guy clearly stated on the stand, and you can Google it, he would have 20-hour work days where he would be organizing, getting the hotels ready, getting the prostitutes in place. Like, this is illegal activities being paid by. It's
I hear that, but like, I know people who aren't rap moguls.
We're not talking about people, we're talking about Sean Diddy Combs, so.
Okay, I'm making a comparative. I know people who aren't rap moguls, some of them are CEOs, some of them are just regular, like, club promoters. And they'll get a hotel room, they'll have a bunch of women, usually one of them is their wife and her friends. They'll charge tickets for the hotel. Some women will take a share of the profits, and they'll do a fucking sex party. I haven't been to these things in 10 years, but they'll do that. And it's not legal, but they do it, and they've been doing it for 40 years. Are we saying every married couple that does an orgy on the weekends with their friends and neighbors?
No.
So you just said charging.
It is actually illegal. That's what y'all don't know. You're running in prostitution.
CEOs have side gigs now where they have sex parties and they charge.
Enterprise now, according to this.
That was weird as hell. He's just making.
Yeah, he's making stuff down.
If you're doing a party where people make money for sex, you're running.
No, that's totally different. Are you buying prostitutes? Are you bringing prostitutes?
Is money being exchanged for sexual favors? That's people have got arrested at orgies before. This is true. I don't know why I don't want to hear this.
I guess it's on that state. I know in Atlanta they have clubs where they actually have orgies in those clubs.
They have them all over the United States, but
yeah, it's legal in Georgia to have a sex party. It's illegal to bring a prostitute to buy a female and have
legal to profit off of a sex party.
Well, it is legal in Georgia.
But there's sex clubs in San Francisco.
They need to raise some CEOs base pay, because if they have to do that as a side gig, or either drive, why are you talking over me, or drive Uber or some shit like that? I've never heard of anything like that. A CEO has to rent a room and charge to do sex parties. What's the whole point of charging if your wives and shit is there?
You gotta cover for the cost. You cover for the cost of the hotel.
You're a CEO. What's the CEO of Williams Car Wash and Shine Business?
They're,
secret, with the local bodega.
Listen, I'm not trying to
I know, they're be making up stuff.
Lisa, you drunk again. These
No,
people, they're very...
You got one more time.
I don't drink. Okay, let's get that for you. You still high from when you're fucking CEO.
I didn't take my first day.
Don't ever accuse me of consuming.
Listen,
shit
I'm not saying nothing controversial. People all over of all walks of life.
You are lying.
People of all walks of life do shit. It's just I'm telling you, a very poorly kept secret that this happens every weekend at every hotel. If you work at a hotel, you know that this shit happens every fucking weekend. There's nobody that works in the hotel services community that doesn't know this is happening.
All right. So Dr. Articulate, are these people being coerced, right? Are these people being blackmailed?
Well, the main reason that I don't do parties like this anymore is because sometimes they are.
Well, that's illegal.
Sometimes, that's my point. So all of those people should get.
Okay, so I looked it up, right? So it says the difference between sex parties and prostitution. There's no direct payment for sex acts. At most sex parties, including high-end or swinger parties, people pay an interest-free membership dues or event costs, but not directly for the self itself.
Ultra Queen Cuddy, of your Excalibur of your Highness. I had heard a little bird that flew in and Cripwalked and told me a couple days ago that they had little Oompa doors up in that bitch in some of the rooms, trap doors. Ain't that about a bitch? Allegedly.
Where else?
And cameras.
Oh,
there you go. No, in the hotels.
Oh, hotels. I don't know. See, I've never worked in a hotel, but Dr. Articulate have, so he can speak on that. Go
I
ahead.
worry about now. Like there's been a couple of orgies here and there, but Diddy got found guilty for the prostitution as he should have. He goes hard because everything else is a fucking sex party.
Yeah, but at the same time, he should have really also been convicted of any type of aggravated prostitution because there were coercion. There was a lot. People were coerced into doing this. Let's just keep it real. And the fact that the jury didn't think so, even though the evidence said so, even though the eyewitness testimony said so, that's what's amazing.
Thank you for observing and noticing. My
I gotta be
happiness.
happy she got her money, man. I think she deserved the money. She got her money. She deserved it. I'm proud of her.
Yeah, a nigga that still might get 20 years just because he dodged Rico.
My bad. I didn't know y'all heard me say all that shit.
You him? Everybody on this motherfucker make more money than the fucking Elon Musk on this motherfucker.
But is it worth $1 billion fortune in his name and his
He done turned down all the tens.
Just pray for everybody, y'all. Pray for everybody. Y'all, hello?
Yeah, so all I'm saying is there was more to this case, and I get why the RICO was presented, and unfortunately it suffered. It basically suffered. So,
Royal, do you know this is the first RICO case that the district has lost?
Makes sense.
It's Teflon. He's about to be a legend in the red pill community. These women beaters are about to fucking have a rapture over Diddy. The prostitution elevate is true. Now it's so bad.
Yeah, that's the good.
You know what? Queen Lisa, go ahead, I'm sorry. We just wanted to welcome everybody to Welcome to Politically Correct. Community continues to enable this behava. Back to you. Have a beautiful day. Website.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, Ashton.
Hope y'all doing good. Hope y'all doing good and enjoying the summer. It's great out here right now. 83 degrees. I'll take that. It's better than 103. Go swimming. Enjoy life, everybody. It's summertime. Time to have fun. Get out and celebrate life. That's what I'm doing.
Ashton, you know it's hot as hell in Texas right now. 255 degrees. Do y'all got some type of like outfits to keep the heat? You feel me? It's hot in Texas, right?
We have a multi-million-dollar pool down the street. You can go use that. There you go. So, there's no end in pools here. They're building them all the time or in resorts. Go ahead.
I don't know, I personally think, and I said this earlier, I think the RICO, it was just a hard case to prove, right? I think a lot of evidence, KK testimony certainly would have helped. I think the guns not being part of the case, that certainly helped Diddy a lot, right? He had all these guns in his different properties. They were scratched off the serial numbers. I personally thought the freak-off was a different thing, and this is what I get for listening to Jaguar Bright, because the freak-offs that she was describing were sex parties. So I never thought, I just thought this case was gonna be go differently.
Wait, what did you think the freak-offs were?
It was a different floor in the party, and that's where it was like group sex. That's what I thought a freak-off. And then he was recording people without their consent and using that to blackmail people. That's how I thought that's what this case was about. Right? Because we had all these videos of people. We had hundreds of videos, if not thousands.
Yeah, what happened to those?
Unless.
Yeah, so I'm saying I don't know why that didn't get brought up. And what I said, and I said this a couple days ago, like the worst case scenario is that he's guilty of prostitution, which arguably prostitution is legal in at least one state, right? So you're spending millions of dollars, taxpayer money.
But there's specific rules about
No, 100%. Yeah, that I understand. But I just feel like it's not something, I don't know, it's not.
They overcharge because
prostitution alone isn't worth pursuing.
They overcharge because he's a creep.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a creep. He probably was, remember he was in jail, still contacting people and doing bullshit. Like, he was just arrogant as fuck, and they wanted to get him, and they overcharged, but they didn't have the
witness tampering. I thought he'd be guilty of that too. To be honest with you, I thought the extortion and the witness tampering, I thought that was to me proven, but I guess,
He got on.
Remember when
charges? He beat the case because I didn't know
he got convicted of charges, but the biggest charges he was found not guilty.
Yeah, he beat a RICO charge, but he could still get 20 years. So I mean, I don't think he's out of the woods yet. But the minimum he could get is 2 years or 20.
But they're saying because he's a first offender, and I'm having problems with this. He's a first offender, that he's going to get the low end of the sentencing
guidelines are. So judges have
sentencing guidelines.
Guidelines that are based off of, how much other stuff you've done previously. Some states, they do a pre-trial, what they call a pre-trial investigation, where they even are looking at.
I'd rather be me than you, and that's on any good or bad day. Have a good day. Sorry about that, y'all. Ain't nobody bitch?
I don't know what that was. But, yeah, so anyway,
that wasn't nice.
They have a score.
Your mother said, your mother said, we want to let you know that. She's beautiful.
Keep it in the chat. If it's in the chat, keep it in the chat. Good gracious. Yeah, they'll have a score, and then based on that score, there's a guideline for what the judge, but the judge can do whatever they want within the law of the, but that's what the guidelines are.
Wait, so the judge does not have to follow the guidelines?
They don't have to follow the guidelines. They don't.
Lisa, can you type up a letter so you get send that to the judge? I'm picking his ass in here right now.
Their sentence can get overturned so that's why I was saying, like, this judge, I mean, if they go all the way to the max, I mean, they can say why and all that stuff, but it can get overturned if they don't follow the guideline. But they can make their own choice.
I just want to let y'all know that the first man on Clubhouse that I see that's standing on business is Albert. Yeah, he's holding the men accountable, and I just want to let y'all know that. Thank you.
What does that mean? How's he holding
on how they're acting in regards to Diddy being free? He's the only one that's standing on business. Yeah, he has a room open right now, so I'm listening.
How are they acting? Are they being, mischievous or what? What are they saying?
Some of them are woman haters, and they just wanted to get off because we just hate women, and that's who they're talking about. Me personally, I don't want to see anybody get convicted of something that they did not prove. I'm sorry. Because I feel like it's a slippery slope, and next thing you know, they'll be sending me to jail for some shit that they didn't prove. I don't want that. That's just me.
But we don't want men hating women. I don't know the details of all, but I mean, a lot of dudes, they sleep with women, so why would you then
but they don't
hate
like
the
them.
very thing you sleep with?
But they don't like them.
But they don't like them. A lot of times it's because their mom was a fucked up person. Sometimes it's just because they have a small brain and a small penis. But there's a lot of them like that.
I don't have no dude talking about he gonna hate me. Dude tell me you hate me. You gonna be up out of my house and a plane ticket to DFW airport out of my face. I don't want to be around no dude that say, oh, I hate you, but I'll sleep with you, but oh, I hate you. What the crap? No woman should ever function under that
Don't say enough. I think I gotta say it more. Black women, leave these niggas the fuck alone.
Y'all can just listen, please.
Don't let no motherfucker shaming you and not being with nobody. If you die alone, you did it for the better.
Is that sweet?
No, this is Albert.
Set the audio.
Your life's not worth fucking with a nigga like this. His paycheck ain't enough, sis. His money ain't enough. Stop entertaining shit you can do yourself. If you want to go to SDK, you pay for it. Fuck it. Take you and your girls out to eat, man.
How you get on the women? I thought you said he was holding the men accountable.
It's deeper than money.
It's working.
He's telling the women don't fucking deal with these motherfuckers.
Because I really don't understand. How come the history of women?
Y'all be claiming
Well, the room been going on for a while. So the topic is why sympathy for Diddy. So they were speaking on the men, they just speaking on to the women now because obviously the room is packed with women.
Let a nigga cover you on some fucking bread?
The men ain't gonna come here.
You getting pussy for money?
Pussy for money, nigga. Excuse me.
Sweet Pea, can you mute up for me, Sweet Pea? Oh, that's called. Damn. No, that's not called.
Sorry, please, I'm at work. Sorry.
Oh shit, you got two girls? Don't be fucking with me like that. I was just about to boot your breakfast.
I got a question. This is a professional environment where we do work, but where did the sex come from? Where that at? I didn't know they had another room somewhere in the office. Really? Oh my God, I didn't look. Handle your business, do your thing, bro. I'll see you back after your lunch. Or a sister. Allegedly, excuse me.
Oh, you paying this guy in, this guy?
I love y'all. Okay.
Coming from you, the things that you said, because it's coming from a place, but I really wanted to say, I want to thank you for that. I'm hoping the women heard you, because when I said I'm just a bitter old woman who's trying to stop them from getting married, it's that thing where they tell me, this person doesn't want y'all to get married. She wants to have be lonely. That ain't what I said. And, but I just want to thank you, seriously, for your words today, because you think about it, and I couldn't even see. I refused to watch the video. I think when they first showed that video, when I saw the first hit, I turned it off because I just didn't need that in my psyche. I couldn't take that. I couldn't look at it, and so for people, the justifications of the beatings is so profound and crazy to me. But you just said some powerful words, so I just wanted to personally say thank you.
I appreciate it. I do. I don't minimize the edification, but to be honest, Mr. O'Gray, I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. I don't need to be thanked for this shit. This is a humanistic thing to do. All of us should hold charge to be treating ourselves as human beings first before anything. That's why I despise all this gender shit, man. That's below my pay grade. I'm a child of God. I'm too fucking intelligent to get caught up in shit like that. I gave birth to 3 young gods. I don't do chicken business. I fly with eagles, yo. I don't argue about no fucking gender. I'm not worried about a chick leading in tandem with me. A woman that's gonna reflect me, she gonna be a leader. I don't want no broke panhandling woman. Because that's a reflection of the man that I am. I'm too intimidated to share my leadership with my mate.
Tell me big Dr. Goddess over here.
What? If I make $1 million, she got half of it. Matter of fact, she got more of it than me because I may fuck it up. What the fuck we talking about? It's all this submissive ass bisexual shit. Weirdo shit. I want to hang with niggas all day. Who don't want a beautiful woman that respects you? Don't you know? You're going to be elevated off the top. Off the top.
He sound like he listening to Fat Joe, Big Pun in the back. I'm gonna.
Where y'all find these people?
What did you say?
Harry Potter got
Taking a Red Bull trying to get his old dick up.
he said it again. Did he took Viagra?
He said a Harry Potter wig.
What's up, y'all?
It's just so funny that you say that. I was speaking to my little brother, Lil Mike.
You would think the way Albert is speaking that he got 3 daughters and not 3 sons, right?
There's this woman that he really admires, that he really likes. He thinks she's beautiful. And,
Anyway.
Yeah, I know. Her thing is, Mel, we can talk all day. And being a only girl with, my 5 brothers, let me tell you something. And having 2 boys, these lessons need to be taught by men. And I appreciate any man who stands up and points out, the wrong and the harm and the injustice and the disrespect and the battery, all the things that were cast upon these women. It just is refreshing, because I'm sick and tired of hearing us all day, all night, trying to defend or trying to make it clear what happened was not correct. And you don't have to be a fucking brain scientist or anything else to know that what was happening under this man's roof. It's under his house, yes, of course it is, but you can do shit under your roof and get arrested for. You can do things to your wife, to your kids, to your daughters, or whatever, and get arrested for. And I'm hoping that what my daughter gets out of this is that any man who's going to touch you or do anything to you that you feel like is out of your scope of morality, comfort, or whatever words you guys want to put in there, that she speaks up immediately, and not just let this go on and on for whatever the reason, because there's a lot of mental health also involved in this. It's just not no woman being greedy for money, because you would do anything for money. You would have somebody pee in your fucking mouth for money, and you say, that's on you. That's on you. But once I'm just hoping that more men speak on this. Is that's what's going to make a move the needle here, is men speaking on it, instead of us women always having to be up here rah-rahing and caping and shit. We get called all kind of names for trying to have self-respect and decency. So I don't know.
Queen Lisa, I'd like to interject to say, this woman, this queen, Melaneta's sister, she got on her YouTube and said she was just so excited, like she was smiling and just, excited. She said, I'm here in Dubai, and I got shitted on, and I got paid $100,000. I'm like, she's smiling and shit. I'm like, okay. But, we can't knock nobody for what they do, you feel me? But if that's her prerogative, that's her prerogative for her.
I think we can knock you for that one, though.
We're having
ain't that about a bit?
Have a bowel movement on you. And, and we, as a society, flush it down the toilet, and then we wipe ourselves, and then we wash our hands with antibacterial, and then we spray stuff in the bathroom because we don't want other people to know. So now we get to the point now that we're coming on social media and we're bragging about having human fecal waste. Whatever. You guys got it. It's an individual preference. I get it.
And furthermore, Queen Lisa, if we were to go into the actual scientific and environmental, agricultural standpoint of shit, doesn't shit grow the food that we eat? The food that we eat come from shit?
Plant ultra.
Oh my bad, I'm sorry. The only thing that didn't come from shit was the concrete road. We don't know how that concrete road to the fucking concrete.
But they don't use human. Come on, bro, you gotta come on, man. They don't use human biological waste to process our food. They use cow manure and other things like that. Go pick it up.
What other species actually shit on each other?
The cows don't do that.
Somebody as a sign of affection and a sexual attraction. Just help me out.
That
with
is,
this, 'cause
I don't know.
you've been making excuses for everything, for the fucking devil.
No, I'm telling you the truth. Cows don't. I mean, you use cow manure. We don't use human. I don't understand where that came from, but brother, that is horribly embarrassing. If someone is proud on YouTube to have that happen to them, I mean, I'm in my 40s. I think that is unbecoming. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. That's just horrible.
And furthermore, to explain, I think he's in Japan or China. They were able to, they were able to convert shit into meat products and shit. Did that make shit? Isn't that shitty meat? So, never mind. But that isn't. I think it's in China or Japan. One of those countries are.
And how reliable? What, brother? Can you put it into? No one is going to go for that here in the United States.
Eating pro, but not eating shit. Like that didn't help.
Absolutely not. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Crazy. I didn't know that Diddy, the trial it was going on today. I've been real busy and stuff, and man, so what charges did he, I guess, avoid or things like that? He also asked for bail.
Murdering Tupac. He's avoided it so far.
Huh? Murdering. Bro.
I'm just I can't wait till next year when that trial happens. They're gonna really talk about this Tupac murder. This dude is behind the Tupac murder.
Literally up in Cuba. And I believe it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He pushed a bill. I gotta check it out. I gotta find a link. Everybody wants the links. That if a celebrity has faked their death, they will be able to come back into society without having repercussions or being harassed. It's like a bill for them to protect them. So like if Marilyn Monroe came back, Tupac came back, Left Eye came back, and you're like, wait, that's Left Eye, didn't you? You know what I'm saying? So they have a protective clause bill that he pushed.
Dr. the Goddess, you back? You tired of running the streets? Shut up. Dr. Goddess.
I don't know what's going on, y'all, but this is sickening. I don't know how much more I can take.
So I have two sons and I have a daughter. So I talk to them separately and collectively about this because I look at it from the son's point and domestic violence and cool. I don't even let them hit their sister back. That's just not my thing because I want to teach that to them early. But then on the other side, I told my daughter to look at the cat situation, the comments she's made, and the way you can get caught up. And I told her, I said, none of that is worth it. Have your own, do your own. You ain't got to rely on nobody else.
Oh, did you guys cover that they're cutting food stamps? That should be the topic.
That was in the bill, right? That was
that should be every room on Clubhouse because you know how many people. Never mind.
There are millionaires on the Clubhouse. It's not going to affect them.
I looked at that on the screen a few minutes ago, and I was like, "There's no rooms on there cutting food stamps."
No, they too busy up Diddy's ass.
Because they think Diddy gonna be paying for their food, huh? Okay.
That's crazy.
The Medicaid
You
thing
know
could
what
be the
the
worst thing.
expectation is when they cut these food stamps, right? So
No.
the state is going to cover what the federal government doesn't cover. So you know what that means. The state taxes are going to go up. Or
So basically, federal's gonna put half and state's gonna put half?
no, so if the state, whatever the state cuts, not state, whatever the federal government cuts when it comes to SNAP benefits, they're expecting the state to cover it.
To put the difference.
Yeah. So if your state doesn't put the difference, you'll just be hungry and you'll get robbed. And my recommendation to all you that are on food stamps and you're hungry, rob a MAGA. Look for the stickers they have on their car. Look for their front yard.
Yo, we going to Matt's house first. You know what? If you get food stamps, hit me in my back channel. We're gonna I'm gonna take you to Matt's house since he already gave me his information. Then I'm gonna take you to Trent's house since Trent gave me his information.
Rob them, y'all.
The address. We going over there because they got money.
We ain't do it to you.
And you know what? If we get there and they just got a few animals outside like cows, I'm stealing those bitches. Fuck that. That's food right there.
I'd pay $1,000 to buy a little dog.
I don't want your dog. I want a cow.
Rob Matt, not us. We didn't vote for this shit.
Where we going?
We're just saying when they cut the SNAP benefits, and if you're hungry, because what's going to happen is the state's going to have they're giving it back to the state, right? So pretty much whatever the state doesn't cover, state says they don't want to raise taxes or they don't want to take away from other areas so that they can give you these benefits that you need. Then you need, when you get hungry and you want to rob somebody, don't come to us. We didn't vote for this shit.
You're right. It's called fight. Go ahead, fight or flight, right? Fight or flight. What is fight or flight, everybody? Go ahead. What up, Queen? Fight or flight is your animalistic that
and then you in Delaware, we going to Steve's house.
Did you guys
I was calling on all four ladies in Delaware.
Mel, you and Patty, do you guys know?
We got Ashton, we got Trent and Matt. But we said we're going to the MAGA. Ashton is not a MAGA. So we hit it off the MAGAs.
But do you guys know there are 42.1 million Americans on food stamps?
Yeah.
42.1. That is crazy.
No, 42 million of y'all need to show up at MAGA.
That's not bad.
Oh, my bad.
42 million has 300 million people here. 330.
Yeah.
I've been on Clubhouse too long. I thought everybody was a millionaire. That's what I thought. Shit, that's
You hear about the Black Card EBT program coming out?
No.
You can swipe your EBT card with ease without being judged. If there's those type of people that are like, oh my God, they see me with the EBT card.
Did you guys see that that federal judge rules that President Trump must reopen border access?
Did you change the name back?
Is that old?
No, I didn't see that.
No, that's new. That's new, Mel.
Oh, okay.
The Great Wall of America.
I ain't buying that.
I will put the link up on top. Hold on.
And also introducing EBT for pets.
I just got it, but I know sometimes I get late notifications, so that's the link up on top. Somebody gotta keep that.
Anybody coming to my show tonight, please make sure that you have your event invite tickets, e-pride tickets on your phone. I'm doing a show tonight to premiere some songs from my holiday album and my 90s Money album tonight. So wish a brother to break a leg, because I broke a leg before, and I sure don't want that to happen again, but it figuratively, you know what I'm saying? Metaphorically speaking, show me some love, and I'll let y'all know how I go. What's like? Love y'all.
Oh my God.
You don't understand, bro.
Sorry, Deborah.
These conversations we can.
Hey guys, back. I
trying to say I had to leave earlier when Man Titty was here.
Oh, okay. He was talking too loud. Oh my God. So the congressman, the congressman that from Mississippi, the black guy, I can't call his name.
Fanny Thompson?
Yes. So if this bill passes, there's 4 hospitals in his district that will close. People who need care would have to. The closest hospital was about 100 miles away.
So the Senate put in a $50 billion support fund for rural hospitals. So they did get that in to help hedge against that sort of.
That's the consolation prize, huh?
How much money, Debbie?
I don't have a money figure, but there's going to be 4 hospitals to close.
No, he said that they put in some money.
There's a $50 billion fund. The Senate created a $50 billion fund to support rural hospitals.
But why would you do that instead of just not cutting? That's weird. Okay.
Right.
Because it doesn't bridge the whole thing, because the shortfall is going to be about 119 billion, right? So they hedged about, I guess that's about 45% of that number.
Well, rural counties are the ones that voted for this shit, so they get what they voted.
Well, they didn't vote for this, though, specifically, though, Patty.
Yeah, but they voted for this president, so you get what you voted for.
Right. Half the time it's an ugly nigga with orange hair. What your ugly ass niggas up to?
What your ugly ass doing? Big head nigga.
Just trying to relax.
Big head ass. What's going on?
Right. I know you. Don't do that.
you came with the fire, I'm just being. I mean, where you are. What's going on with you?
Listen, I like you too.
You good?
Yeah, I'm super good.
You got your tongue? You tied tongue.
Wait. I was drunk earlier.
Oh, you was drunk earlier, so you.
Earlier. I sobered up.
You clean out. Okay. Cool things.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
I just got sobered up.
Okay, I'm sure. Well, how long it's been? 3 hours?
Just 3.
3 minutes?
You know what? I might drink again. Fuck yeah.
Oh, no, that's right. Go ahead, get yourself. Oh Lord, why you? Y'all better stop leaving the back door open already. That's why you let this crazy guy in here.
Right as hell.
Why you let this crazy guy in here?
Liver panels with the door, please.
I didn't touch the keys. I didn't touch it.
Why y'all mad at me though?
We were Alex, we worried about your drunk ass. For the last 5 years, you've been drinking every day, 7 days a week, Mr. Houston, Texas.
Yeah, and 7 days a week.
It'd be morning time and you already slurring.
I mean, so what?
So what? Your liver.
Your liver, bro. Your liver.
GOT, tell them to draw some labs on you, please.
Whatever. Drink. You need to drink some water.
I got water right here.
I not only drink it, I insert it. This water get inserted in all my holes. Like,
you put water in your hose?
That's how you know you nasty.
And nobody said that I wasn't. So what else is new, Alex? You asking for the smoke? This is Bruce. This Bruce.
Johnny's. This is
son.
Bruce. Okay, we could say Bruce's son. Yeah, I would say Bruce's son.
Who the fuck is Bruce?
Drunk Bruce. You don't know Drunk Bruce from the app?
Hell no.
That's your daddy. That's your daddy.
Nah,
You drink liquor. He drinks beer.
That's why his breath stink.
How you know? Why you want to talk about your father like that?
That ain't my daddy.
Alex, I hope you son not out here getting pulled over.
Nah, I don't even have a car.
I know, because you got like 50 million DUIs. Why would you have a car?
I don't have a D. I don't have. Listen, Linda.
Alex, I know you don't see my face right now, but tread lightly. Tread lightly. You got a few DUIs. Don't make me pull you up right now. You know I did that shit before. You better cut it out.
Listen.
Don't listen to Mel when she says she don't remember nothing. Because Mel don't remember. You understand?
Yo, oh my God, I seen a guy today, First Lady. He was in the goo, but my eyes were dilated and I couldn't read his name.
Right.
I'm like, I know that dude. He put sliced cheese on his pasta and he came up and he was like, yo, I still be doing that.
So what is that called?
What? All right, let's get back to you. Are you kidding? Do you still have multiple DUIs, Alex?
No, let's ask him about Diddy. Ask him about Diddy.
Okay.
I'm not gay either. Let's be clear about one thing.
I didn't say he was gay. What gay? Why? He's not gay.
What did he got to do with this?
He said ask you about Diddy because, today, the verdict came through, not guilty.
I thought he was guilty.
He was guilty of everything, you think?
I think so.
Oh, okay. I like that.
Yeah, that nigga.
You get a lollipop today. You get one lollipop just because you said that. You the first man to say it.
I ain't never fuck with that nigga.
That alcohol is doing you right.
Whatever. That's why your moose knuckles stink.
Oh, man. I like to see my old clubhouse people sometimes. Don't come in here often.
Likewise. And you cute too.
You can't see me. I'm in black. You looking at Patty up there.
Don't look at me. Close your eye.
Not close your eye.
I told you he's looking at the women on top of me.
I'm not even looking at none of y'all.
Uh-huh.
Right.
He can't see right now.
I ain't looking. Listen, I look away from y'all.
What's that mean? Why you say that?
Good, y'all ugly.
You've been having the same PTR for 5 years. You never changed that shit.
And I still look better.
Yo, he's been rocking out the same PTR for the whole 5 years.
Right. And look, I still look better than all y'all niggas.
You don't even look like that no more. I bet you that alcohol got your face say.
Look. You wanna FaceTime me? Cause I still look like this.
Uh-huh.
I still look good. Don't play with me.
Mm-hmm.
You think you look good, see? Because if you don't see the beauty in us, then I know you can't see the beauty in yourself.
I don't see the beauty in you.
That's my point. There's something wrong with you.
Yo, when y'all tired and drunk, y'all know what to say.
I'm lying. You beautiful.
Thank you, dear.
A little bit.
We all know you drunk.
A little bit.
He be drinking Henny and he be drinking Remy.
A little bit.
He mixing. Oh, Lord.
Stay away from alcohol, guys.
You don't have nothing.
Oh my God. And
what happens is him sober.
bitch can't spell prostitute.
What kind of act he doing? He's for real?
Let me ask a question. Hypothetical.
Hold on.
What if he get acquitted? What if? Because it's a possibility, right? I never thought it'd be like this either. I thought the RICO was gonna stick, to be honest.
Nah, that Rico got dismissed.
Right? Because it seemed
He
like
said he thought it was gonna stick.
so we really don't have control of what the answer gonna be.
I mean, honestly, he already got the worst case scenario was the Rico. So now he on easy street.
He's talking to you now.
Regardless of semantics, we had no control over this case to this point. No matter how we felt personally.
Yeah, he paid the lawyer.
Anything else. What if he's free? Monday. What's next?
How's he gonna be?
Because what about the
No,
world?
he's talking to them because the way the men are twirling.
You just
Like,
take
what is that?
you just take the I don't have anything to do with that man. He get out, he live his life, whatever else the case may be, he will forever be despicable in my sight. The legal courts, judges, is one thing, the court of public opinion is completely different. I don't stand by anything that man did or how deviant he was about going about it. That is the type of man that he is. You simply take note of those people and move around them. Don't pay them no ear, no attention. Period. And anybody that agrees with anything that man does is because they see themselves in him. Period.
Is that Jasmine?
And if they were in the same city,
No, Yana.
love to get off. Those are the people who are celebrating. People who are just like him. His group. Period.
This room is saying why is there any sympathy for Diddy?
For Diddy, we need to stop destroying our men. We need to stop destroying our.
Well, we got a troll for
Uncle Caleb. I ain't heard from you, man.
Oh, he's another one that drinks. Uncle Caleb.
And Miranda, I want to hear from you too.
They were on my alcohol list.
Miranda, you there?
Oh, man, what we gonna do?
Let me get in there.
It's only Wednesday. Damn, I thought today was Friday.
Yeah. All right.
How you
Okay, so
doing
when
today,
is
Dr.
Smokey Robinson's case popping off and
I don't know. Have we heard anything about that?
That's what I'm look.
I think they're gonna pay all that shit off. I don't
What
think
about
anybody's
Shannon?
gonna. That one been silent too.
Come on, you know we need some more.
Oh.
We need another hit.
All I've been seeing is Diddy. Every time I scroll, I don't see nobody else.
We need another hit.
And I know those people are happy that Diddy was going through what he was going through.
Thrilled.
Yes, because they don't like to be in the front.
But he's thrilled that this was going on with him. So, all quiet. But now it's their turn. They're up because there's nothing else going. Next, it's like.
On the women in my family, I gotta be willing to go to jail or die for that. There is no gray area. There's no negotiation. There's no let me hear you out. When I come looking for you, I already know. Well, I'm just gonna do that time, but you're not putting your hands on my family, yo. I'm gonna beat her, kicked her in her face, and dragged her down the hallway, bro. Before we even get into the white man's court. Before we get into that, how do you feel about that?
I feel like, all right, man, I don't feel like it's right to hit a woman, man, to be putting your hands on a woman, but I gotta say this too, man, we really don't know what she did to him. You know what I mean?
Oh my God, that's it.
So this is the whole
Mind you, the whole 2 minutes that we watched, she didn't even put a pinky on them.
didn't care.
Nah, this is the thing that's going on right now. And the topic is why sympathy for Diddy, and top left is a man.
Something happened.
And he's wondering, like, what's wrong with these men that they are
He was
putting sympathy for Diddy?
something, right? And it wasn't from a man, it was from a woman. And she had it.
But this is how I observe men and how they think. Not that I need to, because I got a husband.
One of my ladies,
But I have 3 daughters.
like I said, touch my
And if
man raising his son. I don't give a fuck what nobody says.
For the second breeze.
Those are
See, what's gonna happen is
They're males, yes.
so you're gonna have men that'll come
But those males are raising daughters.
yeah. I don't
And they're raising sons, and these sons,
everybody not gonna agree with what you
you never know, right? They could be around your kids.
listen.
You never know.
Because listening, you learn a lot by listening to what somebody say.
Because every state has men that speak like this, right? So whatever state you're in, your daughter can run up by their sons. Or vice versa.
But I'm saying, we really don't know what really happened and led to that. So like you just said, if somebody put their
And let me tell you something. We lucky that we got that video. Because if there was not that video, these men would have been on this app talking about Diddy has never put his hand on a woman before. If that video didn't come out.
So let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a hypothetical question here. What
He would never put his hand on a woman. He had 3 daughters. How dare you say that about that black man?
run off with some money, do something in my face, try to,
What is the something? You described the something in detail.
What do you mean?
You said she did something in his face, like what?
I don't know, let's do something extreme. She threw some glass at my face or threw some, she put my life in danger. I had to, I react. It was a reaction. You know what I'm saying? He probably went a little bit overboard, but we don't know the ins and outs of this shit. Like I said, because we wasn't there, we didn't see what he was doing, but we don't know what provoked that and caused that. That's all I'm.
Okay, so what you're saying is more to that story right there.
Absolutely.
So why do you think the hotel was willing to pay Cassie $10 million for something that had more to do to it? Why didn't he just risk it like Diddy did and go to court?
Why the hotel was willing to pay Cassie all that money?
Yeah.
Because it's all about leverage, like I said. Once you're in the entertainment industry,
but the hotel is in it. What you mean?
I know, but whoever's in the industry can pull a string. They puppet man. They probably had connections at the hotel. City officials. You don't know how deep their war chest is. Mm-hmm. They probably made a call and made his life a little bit miserable after that. So.
Okay. So now, because you said that, now see him. Did you come off the mic?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I was asking a question. Did in fact it come out that he tried to pay for the actual tape not to be released?
He did.
Yeah.
This is
What? Kate cannot be released.
I don't have faith to a certain extent in our men.
That's right, dude. What you say?
No.
I didn't understand.
No, Breeze. I don't want to do that.
They got another drunk on.
I don't want to talk about not having faith in men.
No, that guy came out and said, didn't they? He paid them to not have the video released.
I'm tired of getting talked. I don't want to talk to any women that's gonna come in here and tell me how they don't like men. I really don't. Like, respectfully, I don't. Because that's not me. That motherfucker don't represent me. He's nothing like me. There's plenty of me out here. And we respect our women. From a mother's own down. I don't give a fuck about no trifling nigga. Because, respectfully, in the same breath, I see a lot of you women on the stages with the same nigga. Playing with that nigga. So your actions got to be a lot more powerful than your statements. At this point, you got to preach what you practice.
Amen.
For if that was the case, I would not see these weirdo motherfuckers with a room packed full of women trying to cackle and argue with a bitch. So evidently, clout matter. You're not coming on my stage to try to fit when you feel like fitting. Nah. If you're not fucking with them niggas, don't fuck with them. That's on you. But I don't want no more niggas representing me or a motherfucker like Curtis or a motherfucker like him. No niggas that's actually out here doing real shit for women, respecting women. I'm not them niggas. But I don't do therapy for free. You pay me by the hour, goddammit. You're not coming on my stage for therapy sessions about no bitches. Nah. You don't fuck about no niggas and no men and shit. You want to be a feminist, do that shit on your time. You don't like niggas, you don't like niggas. How the fuck do that get lost in the fact
this shit like it's cool and talking about what about and what if and how because and what did well we need to think about it and whoopty wham. We see hold on. Let's put our thinking caps on. Let's think about it. You're not thinking about it when you're fucking, nigga. Now everybody want to be Malcolm X. Sojourner Truth. They want to, put them suits on like that Curtis be wearing and shit with them tight ass civil rights ties and shit. Curtis, collateral damn. I had to throw a shot. I love her. That's my bro. Let me get you. You got me the last time. You got me pretty good. Yeah, but it's like also the same thing, be saying about people with their out here and they're like, oh, I got all these degrees and I'm this and I'm that, but then their degrees don't show out in their behavior. But damn, this is my whole lament. I've been lamenting here, Bob. If I see what's happening. I bet a motherfucker $50 right now. Some petty money. $50. I can come on this motherfucker.
Who changed the topic? I'm gonna
ask the women that's in there right now.
That's crazy.
Go be supporting these whole ass niggas. The same niggas that say Cassie deserve it off with her head. She should get 25 and a half years. Fuck that bitch and all that shit. Oh, goddamn it, the white man has bamboozled D. Oh my God, the white man. And it's a conspiracy against all drug dealing white black men. All this other shit.
I ain't pushing.
They gonna be right at you, boy. You so witty. Oh, you gonna be doing that shit.
The one time.
Mm-hmm.
Come on now, let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it 1,000. Let's keep it really keep it motherfucker. Come on, man. Most of the time when niggas act ignorant on stages in this motherfucker, it's cause the crowd like seeing that shit. If a motherfucking name in the title, guess who coming, Curtis? The motherfucking crowd. Yeah, I wanna see a motherfucker embarrassed. Yeah, they already doxing nigga. I can't wait to see that. Yeah. And then the chat, the shit, amping the nigga up. So let's come on, man. Let's cut the crap. You know what I'm saying? Yep. Like at some point, man, we gotta have a balanced fucking conversation like grown people, man. You know what I'm saying? I know niggas ain't shit. I'm a nigga. I grew up around niggas. I just chose not to be the nigga that wants shit. Everybody got a choice, you know what I'm saying? So if we gonna talk about the niggas, then bring the chicks on up in here who keep fucking. Bring them motherfuckers up in here. Why they looking over the real women, the women that stand on business as women, and why they fucking on the scallywag hoes? What's up, Albert? Because I don't hear no women.
Oh Lord, Catalyst just came on stage.
I don't see no women going and having room saying, I'm not you, bitch. I'm not these hoes. I don't hear no women saying that shit. Motherfuckers get real quiet and extra muted. The mute button stuck. It's up and it's stuck. But if any motherfucker say anything.
What happened, First Lady?
I said extra muted as well.
See? Yup. Them niggas ain't shit. Tell them, Dr. Albert. And you, Dr. Albert, you're so intelligent. It's gotta be for every nigga that's ridiculous. Just a nigga. It's a bitch sucking his dick.
Oh, Jesus.
Was there thing on it?
Now let's not be stupid now.
With the men's thing?
Yeah.
The tree don't eat all the apples. Don't pick some of the apples now from the tree. Let's be
you ladies gotta do what I do. We gotta listen to these people on Burners, okay? Fuck anonymous. The Burners fine enough.
This is how we live, yo. Put the nigga like this on a pedestal.
Because these men are not only on this app, they out there in that world.
Minimize it. Black men will sell their soul for some fucking money, status, and power. That's what it's
for. My daughter. You see how these
money, status, and power. Which makes him a weak bitch. Facts. You're an agent provocateur. You can't be a black man in my words. I don't trust you, nigga. Because that means that white motherfucker throw that money up in the air and you'll sell me and everybody else out. That means you wear the wires, nigga. Facts. This is the bottom line. And I'm gonna call any woman on it.
See, ladies and
gentlemen. Waste that shit. All that leader, provided, protected, you tell that shit to a motherfucker that needs you. Men don't need women. We complement the women and we work together. I have no problem with a woman sharing leadership with me. I don't fuck with that white patriarchy shit. I don't fuck with it. I don't have to. Because regardless of racism, I found a way to walk my own walk in this motherfucker. Racism exists, but that ain't stopping me from going to get my motherfucking food. Take care of my family. I ain't got no reason to respect the black woman because she's the extension of the family. I'm not ashamed to represent the continent of Africa. My family came here through slavery. I'm not playing that ADOS FBA bullshit. None of that shit. That's some made up shit. I'm not ashamed of who the fuck I am. Fucking ex-pimp coming up with FBA. Ex-pimp. We still can't get past the paradigm. Now pimps coming up with ideologies for black folks to follow. Go fuck it. You can't make this shit up. Another ignorant nigga. You see how? I want y'all to see how many ignorant niggas show up. And they all men.
What?
This one is white. This was not a guy.
Around here. Hey, Dr. Albert, you said something earlier. A little bit earlier. And I think it's the biggest part about all of this. Like somebody said in the chat earlier, like fuck Dr. Fuck Diddy, as Dr. B has said it, but fuck Diddy, we don't give a fuck about the case, this and the third. Niggas, they didn't stay out, is what it is. We don't have no, that's not paying our bills. But, shout out to Dr. B because he said that. However, the point that you made, Dr. Albert, was, and it's what I keep telling women.
He kicked Dante out
to the people who are going to use this case to laugh in the faces of black women. Pay attention to the men who are going to throw this in front of your face and say, haha, this is why we don't believe y'all. This is why. You got it. The content is always in the comments. Like when I'm looking at shit on Instagram, we don't know if it's real AI or a skit most times. But look in the comments and pay attention to those people who look like you, who live in your area, who some you might know, some you don't know. Some people you think you follow because they cool, and then you see them in there, you know, talking a certain kind of way. That could be any piece of content. For this one in particular, pay attention to the men who are going to try to weaponize this and beat black women down. Some of these niggas are only happy because of, and Cassie ain't even black, but because a woman lost. They don't give a fuck if Diddy was black or not. Some, not all. Some of these niggas are only happy because a woman lost in court, allegedly. Right? Like you said, we saw that video. I was listening to old boy explain the shit. There's no, in most states, you cannot, there's no justification for chasing somebody down the hallway, down to the elevator. I don't know if y'all remember the video. She was standing there by herself at first. Right? Like there's no justification. It don't matter what the fuck happened in the room earlier. She tried to take that nigga life or whatever. That you know, like I get that type of shit. We don't always want to go to the extremes, but you chased her down. Pay attention. This is where the content is in these responses. These room titles, these shares. That's a lot. That's our blowing.
That's a fact. That's a fact. You're right on target, Kai.
So, mama.
It's all in the response.
He went to the car.
That speaks to the core. That speaks to what you are inspired to do at any given moment. That's the core right there. And so when we get into these constructs called genderism, what the fuck that got to do with black ontology? So fuck the genderism. We deal in soul, spirit, ethnicity. We don't deal in no motherfucking skin color. When did black folks deal with skin color? When that shit was imposed on us as a disenfranchisement. So we've internalized what our oppressive behavior.
Y'all gonna talk to me now? So I can stop playing this? Or y'all gotta go to sleep?
Yeah, no, we're here, sir.
That's how white supremacy works.
Don't count on me.
Oh, does he?
The Z ends with a Y, and so does Sleepy. So,
Gotcha. I mean, everyone has different opinions. We're definitely, you know, not 100% consensus in here, but yeah, I think we will see what the judge says, right?
Well, that's what I was about to say. So, what's the conversation around possibly what he can get for this? I heard y'all saying something about 10 years or something.
Minimum 2, maximum 20.
That's not what they said earlier, though, Sid. I thought Judge Mathis said 21 to 27 months for first offenders.
Judge Mathis?
Yeah. He said
but he's not the determining judge.
But he said that's typically what first offenders get. So
yeah, I'm just giving the minimum I'm just giving the minimum and the maximum.
You do realize if you add those months up, you're right about 2 years.
Yeah, 2 years min.
That's why she said 2 years minimum.
Yeah, but it's just that when you end up saying 2 to 20 years, like, it makes it sound like the 20 is really, like, possible, but in a scenario where it's a first-time offender, it seems like that's highly unlikely. That's all.
Wait, hold on. Wait, possible and likely are two different things we're talking about. It is possible. It might not be likely, but it's possible.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, it seems low on the possibility scale.
Sometimes after work, I just feel like y'all playing with me.
Once again, I said
am I the only one?
Yeah, the minimum and the maximum, and the judge can choose to say in between. He can go. He can do whatever he wants. He's not gonna do 21 years. No, it could be under 20, over 2. Yeah.
So we don't know Mathis is not. I don't know about Judge Mathis on the credibility. Like really.
Yeah, I don't trust Judge Mathis since Kamala, but I was just
Mathis. Judge Mathis, etc.
Yeah, it's not that I'm saying he's credible, but his data point, which was first-time offenders typically get 21 to 27 months, that is an important detail. On precedent.
He is credible. Why do you say that? I ain't following Judge Mathis. That's like getting your information from A.
It's fine. It's fine.
That is not the same, but I'll mute her.
We'll see. 21 to 27 months is 2 years. Period. And we'll see what the judge decides. Now, would it be 2 years for each person? So, possibly 4 years?
Yeah.
It could be, or it might not be. It could be consecutive or concurrent. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying the minimum is like around.
And this is the thing, when Judge Mathis is speaking, he's speaking based on what he was found guilty, right? But we know that the judge can do whatever he chooses to do. Example, let me give you a little example. The white kid that stabbed up the Mexican kid, right? They gave him the lowest charge, which was criminal negligence, homicide negligence, or negligence homicide, right? And for that, it was 6 months to 2 years. Guess what the judge did? The judge said, your sentence is 10 years. So that gives you an example right there as the judge is doing what he chooses to do. And this judge can do the same. He can look at everything he has heard within the last 8 weeks and say, you know what? I don't think the jury did their job, right? And I don't think 2 years is enough for you. So I'm going to give you this. And it can be that. So we won't know.
Judges, and they have parameters, right? Like they have things that they can use to qualify a sentence. So especially like with federal sentencing guidelines, like he can qualify his sentence in a number of ways.
But he just has to be within the mandatory. If there's a mandatory minimum, he has to be within that, and whatever the maximum is, he has to be within that. That's all.
I think it's the number one biggest moral question of the century. The park? Yeah. Sorry.
Anybody want to come on up? General, I send you guys invite.
You all were talking earlier about the Irish supporting Palestinians. Sinead O'Connor openly became Muslim, and then soon after, she didn't live very much longer after that.
Jannah, do you think a lot of people have Jewish passports? Do you see a lot of people have dual passports in Israel? Yeah. So yes, certainly do. A lot of them do. I think the percentage is small. How small? Are we talking like really tiny small, or? I would say maybe about less than 25%. Probably. But most of the people who made the so-called Aliyah probably over the last 20, 30 years do have a dual passport. If they come from America and Europe, so they do have another citizenship. So 25% is no small percentage, it's a high percentage. Imagine 25% of the population leave, that's a lot of people. But so 8 million, 25% would be 2 million. So you still have about 5 to 6 million that are born and raised inside Israel. So would they be able to coexist with the Palestinians if it was to one state? Yeah, they would do just fine if they just, behave themselves. So, I heard that this morning there was a lot of movement at the airport in Bengal. And the U.S. cargo ships and whatnot, not cargo jets. Did you hear anything about that, Jimmy? I don't know, but I know the American government has been facilitating people leaving the area. If you're an American and you want to leave, things are much easier for you to leave now than a week ago or 10 days ago, because the airport is open and the exit points, the land exit points are not as easy to use as an airport. So if the airlines are functioning and they're back in business, I guess a lot of people will be leaving. A lot of Americans are leaving. And there was an advisory from the American embassy on the procedure to leave the area. I think there's I'll have to check the percentage of the Jew citizens. How many are there? Because if they're leaving, then how many would leave? Because they are leaving to Cyprus, and people in Cyprus are worried about it now, that they're going to take over our state, our land.
You know what's funny, Amir? I was literally just reading it right now. So since October 7th until today, like over 15,000 people from Israel moved to Cyprus, and they're purchasing lands, properties. They even have, I think, a church and a graveyard. And now, if I'm not wrong, I think the government is putting out a law to stop anyone who's a foreigner or anyone who's not from there from purchasing properties.
Yeah, yep. And I'm scared what if they do ethnic cleansing over there, just like what they did to the Palestinians. And Cyprus is backed by Pakistan, so I wonder what will happen now. Because it's dangerous, it's dangerous to keep these people around, man. These people are just, well, Cyprus is in the neighborhood, and it's a very beautiful place. It has the same weather as, almost the same weather as Palestine. And purchasing property in Cyprus is not that complicated. So, and the prices of the real estate market is pretty decent. I mean, the price is decent. It's not horrible. And it's in the neighborhood. It's very, it's very close by. It's very easy to get to. You can actually sail to Cyprus and fly to Cyprus in, fly in about half an hour, 45 minutes. So it's in the neighborhood, and it's a beautiful place, beautiful weather, nice beaches. So yeah, it could be a good place for them to. I'm sure a lot of them invested or moved to Cyprus, and it makes it's a good investment. It's a good investment to invest in real estate in Cyprus. I don't know how worried the Cyprus government is about the presence of Israelis, but also Cyprus is there's a lot of Russian money in Cyprus. A lot of Russian people invest in Cyprus. It's an open market for real estate investment. One of the leaders in Cyprus is worried about it.
Bro, they already have a graveyard. Can you believe that? They already have their own graveyard on that island.
Yeah, there's an Israeli population in Cyprus. They've been around for a while. It's not new. They've been going there for a while.
هلا من بعد أحداث أكتوبر 7.
So you said there's water in the middle until you get to the island, right? So I think they'll build a bridge. Can you drive to Cyprus, Jindal?
No, I think you can either go by plane or by boat.
No, you can't drive. Cyprus is an island. You can't drive to Cyprus. You can sail or land or fly into Cyprus. So let's say if they take over Cyprus, right? They probably build a bridge directly from Israel all the way to Cyprus. It's a bit far, but remember, Cyprus is divided in two places. There's the Greek part and there's the Turkish part. And I'm pretty sure most of them go to the southern part, which is the Turkish. In the Greek part. I don't know what. I don't know. I think you can. I don't know because it's still the disputed or occupied territory on the parts of the Turks. But I'm not really sure what the deal with buying real estate in the northern part of the island. It's part of Turkey. It's pretty easy to buy property in Turkey too, and it's much cheaper than. It's probably the cheapest place in Europe to buy real estate.
Was drinking.
Alarmo, you get triggered, man, so easily. You dipshit.
See, he knew that we were talking about them flying or going over to Cyprus, and then as soon as he came in, he said, "Whoever will take you, but feel free, whoever will take you." No, bitch, we're talking about you. You're the ones who, as soon as you got attacked, retaliation from Iran, you started running away from the land. Bro, how the fuck can you run away from your own land? You claim that it's your land.
The sewer rat is from Brooklyn.
I know.
What the fuck is it? Yeah, why is he talking about this? I mean, what does he have to do with any of this stuff? You're a sewer rat still. I mean, I don't read what he's fucking typing, but whatever it is. To me, he's on my shit list and he's a sewer rat.
That's exactly what I thought when I heard all of the Zionists were going to Cyprus. I was like, you see videos of Palestinians saying no, this is our home, we'll die here, it's okay, we were born here, our parents were born here, our grandparents were born here, our great grandparents were born here, and then as soon as things get hot, they just leave. I'm like, isn't that your home? aren't you gonna stay? You know, like, if you really love it, if that's really your home, you really care, then why wouldn't you wanna, why would you all leave?
Who is leaving? Who are you talking about?
The Zionist terrorists were leaving when Iran attacked them back. You know who the Zionist terrorists are?
Silence is silences. They know terrorists. Terrorists is
No,
Hamas.
we're talking about the Zionist terrorists.
I don't know the silence terrorists.
Oh, okay, I can't teach you on that. So if you don't know, it's better that you don't get involved in the conversation.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
You want to use more straightforward terms? Whatever you was it that? Teddy, what's it, Teddy?
Michael.
In other words, yeah. In other words, you can tell him, shut the fuck up.
They're not letting anybody leave, bro. Like, what do you mean? Like, that's so stupid. Like, attacking Lebanon, Syria, like, you attack all your neighbors. What's the point?
So the problem with them is that when they sit here and talk, like, they talk as if the world is dumb. They don't understand what's happening, they don't see what's happening, but they will still sit here and, throw all their lies.
Well, and they'll call baby terrorists. Like, how can you call a baby, a 1-year-old, a terrorist? Like, I don't understand that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's ridiculous. That doesn't make any sense.
If you don't understand, what are you talking about if you don't understand?
No, we don't understand that how do the Zionist terrorists, the Zionist terrorists, we don't understand how can a human being that is a Zionist terrorist call a 1 month, 1-year-old child a fucking terrorist or whatever.
They don't do that.
Yes, of course they do that. Do you know about the Zionist terrorists? I thought you didn't know about them. Do you know about them?
In my past, I'm 4 years served in Israel military, so I exactly know what I'm talking about.
Oh, so
and
you're
what you guys talking about is bullshit.
So you're the biggest terrorist.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I'm a super biggest terrorist, and when I listen to this girl, she don't understand what she's talking about. She's exactly right.
Talk to me. Forget about the girl. I know you guys love attacking women and children, but talk to me, you fucking scumbag son of a bitch. So what do you have to say?
With you, nothing I can talk to you about.
With me, you bend over and I do all the work, you fucking scumbag. But with women, you know how to fucking attack them, kill them, and kill their babies. But when it comes to men, they cook the fuck out, you scumbag.
We kill brave Muslim men who hiding behind their children.
No, you don't kill brave Muslim men. When you
That's
say
exactly what we're doing.
Listen, when you go face brave, when you go face them, and Khan Yunis, for example, you go back home in bags, But other than that, all you do is airstrikes. You're not. Would he left, motherfucker? Why did he leave? Look at this scumbag hiding in Brooklyn talking about You don't like it normal when I talk like this, I know that, but sucks to suck, motherfucker. There's nothing that you can do about it.
I should have called that guy anti-Semitic for talking badly about me.
No, I knew he was going there. This is why I responded to him as soon as he unmuted.
That's crazy.
Bitch, Palestinians are never cowards, motherfucker. That's why they're still fighting for their land. You guys are running away from that land because it's not yours.
I honestly feel like most Zionists are like anti-Semitic towards Jews also, because if you really love Jewish people, like if you ever defended a Jewish person, you wouldn't want to put them in that situation or to be so aggressive to where the whole world is like, why are you guys so aggressive? Why are you so angry? Why are you so hateful? You know what I mean? Because I know that there's plenty of Jews who are like, we don't like this, we don't want this. But these other people are saying that they're doing all this stuff in the name of Judaism, and I think it's crap. Why would you do that? Why would you make your own people look so bad? It's embarrassing. You know?
Like for example, tell Normo that you're a Jew and you don't stand or you don't support his thoughts or whatever, and see what he says.
Well, then they just call you names. They wouldn't consider me a Jew anyways because, well, I guess technically it's my father. I mean, I'm pretty sure on my mother's side they were Jews before they became Catholic.
The law says you can do Aliyah even if your father is a Jew, by the way. So you do get to do the Aliyah, right? So you are actually Jewish, you see what I'm saying? So Norma, would you respect her? She's actually Muslim. She converted to Islam, but by ethnicity, she's actually a Jew.
Well,
so I think he's gonna call you a self-hating Jew.
Well, that's what's crazy about it, dude. Because like, if anything, like, look, my mom is a Zionist. She supports Israel, but years ago, she got attacked by the president of the Jewish Foundation, and they went to court, and my mom had like 12 witnesses who saw him attack her, and the judge was like, no, I'm gonna let you go, this is your Hanukkah present, or whatever. I still don't understand, because I was so little at the time, but I remember my mom being like, oh, all Jews, they're all like this, and da-da-da-da-da, like, kind of talking bad about Jews all the time, and I would tell her, like, no, it's just that person that you met. Like, there's good Jewish people out there. It's just that this person that attacked you or whatever, like, he's just not a good guy. Like, even if he's the president of the Jewish Foundation, like, he doesn't represent every single Jew that's out there. You know what I mean? And I feel like they're trying to do the same thing where they're saying, no, all Jews think this way, all Jews should think this way. And I'm like, that's not fair. Like, I don't think all Jews think that way. I think there's a lot of good Jews out there, and it's really not cool that you're dragging them into this when they don't want to be a part of it in the first place. You know, like, they're waiting for God, or they're doing whatever. You guys are doing whatever you're doing, because that's what I thought it was. Like, I thought it was, the Jews were scattered across the four corners of the earth until God came back and brought them together. I might be wrong, but that's what I thought.
That's what the Christians are waiting for. That's Christian Zionism. The Christians are waiting for all the Jews to get back to Israel so Jesus will come back. That's called...
Yes. Okay. Why? Some girl said, well, she was like, so one of the particular prostitutes was talking shit about, what's her name being a prostitute?
Who?
You know who I'm talking about? The one that
who's really attacking Jewish people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but the thing is, to some people, we had this guy called Ariel here. Shapeshifter was in here. Shapeshifter asked him a question. Are you able to justify using the verses from your scripture? He said yes. He brought up the Amalek verse. Samud, if you'd like to come on up, just raise your hand. I'm getting glitches on this freaking app. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Actually, me too. I was thinking about this for a second.
I'm trying to click on people's profile. I can't even click it.
I think it's this motherfucker normally he keeps typing so much in the chat that I think the room glitches, bro. Seriously.
Let him finish. Go sit down. How you doing there?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. Habibi, we have some Jahsh probably, is doing something.
Oh man, all the Jahsh do something.
Yeah, sometimes they all gather at the same time,
Every place they go to, they corrupt it.
Yeah, we have at least, I see one of them in a room.
Yeah. they corrupted every place they enter is corruption for them, bro. Whether it's a band, it's a platform, it's a synagogue, it's a shopping mall, any place they go to, these bumps, they just corrupt. And they use the Torah to justify it. And if you go read the Torah and read what's in the scripture itself, you see that it goes against everything that they're doing. You didn't corrupt my Rabbi normal, but you corrupted your Rabbi. Tel Aviv and Haifa, bro. Go help your people out, man. And don't you ever dare to attack Iran again. Because you know what happens if you do that. You're celebrating, man, for the last 80 years, you as a country, you call yourself a country, with all this technology, military equipment, support from the US, support from the West. For 76 years, you scumbag, you're fighting Hamas. What is Hamas, bro? And you're still not done. How the fuck did we lose, bro? See, but you see what happened when you go attack a country, how the response is from a country versus Hamas? Tell us how you won, yeah, and explain to us how did you win. Okay.
Can we get an update on, is the BDS movement actually working? Is there a way to measure whether or not it's working? How many people divest and how much are they?
General, I think this question is for you, bro.
Amir, can you bring General up?
I did send him an invite. He's, I don't know what's that. Check your profile, General. Accept speaker invite. I sent him an invite. I think he's probably sleeping. What are you looking for?
Sorry, I wanted to know how the BDS movement is doing. Is there a way to measure the progress of the BDS movement? And if so, what is?
I wonder if ChatGPT will have an answer for us. Let's see. Let's ask ChatGPT.
You know what? In the Middle East, they actually think about.
You know, I can chime in on this.
Sure, go on.
Yeah, you know, for the. So we have to acknowledge one thing. I'm cooking, by the way, so I don't know if there's background noise. Wow. Probably good. So, you know, I mean, in general, we have to know that repercussions and punishment, you can say, you know, penalties exacted upon the people behind BDS have been so huge. For instance, you know, you have in America all of these laws on the state level where, you know, they're anti-BDS law, you know, and they do put, you know, heavy penalties on, for instance, companies, people working with states, you know, who are with BDS. But at the same time, BDS did bring awareness. It did, for instance, convince the Southern Baptist Church, or maybe, no, not the Baptist, I'm sorry, Presbyterian Church of America, could be the whole Presbyterian Church.
Yeah, I was talking about that earlier, Presbyterian and Methodist.
And Methodist, actually, when they did it in my city. When they came to my city and they had the convention in my city here in America, and they were able to, like, the vote, they won the vote and decided to boycott. So yeah, I mean, it's moving, but it's not could you know, I mean, we have to understand that the ground itself is not easy, the path is just full of obstacles, placed by the Zionists. Yeah.
Well, can you explain how Starbucks is connected to the BDS? Like why are people boycotting Starbucks? I mean, I understand.
Not that complicated.
Yeah, actually, I mean, I don't know about Starbucks. To be honest with you, Starbucks, there is some ambivalence. I don't think Starbucks, they written, and it could be, I mean, this isn't definite. What I'm saying, there is ambivalence, around it. Ambiguity, I would say. But they've written, the CEO has written letters that they are not like McDonald's or Coca-Cola, or, and I don't think they have any stores in the West Bank or in the settlements, or even inside, I think even inside Israel.
I'm going to say, but...
Yeah.
No, they're in Israel. They're in Tel Aviv.
They are, yeah.
And they're not trying to feed no Gazans, and they're not trying to give them no free coffee. They're not trying to help them. It's not really complicated. When people are starving, you give them food. When people are thirsty, you give them water. Sorry, I don't mean to yell. It's really not that complicated, though.
No, I agree with you.
I don't really curse, but fuck Starbucks.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I mean, we know one thing for sure, that the COO, the first one, was a big-time Zionist. I don't know if he's still the same, but the founders are big-time Zionists. I know that for sure, but this is like something, 20 years ago,
I looked it up on Disoccupied, and it says Starbucks claims to be neutral, but has taken legal action against its workers' union for expressing solidarity with Palestine. It profits from 1,900 stores in the Middle East and North Africa, and had $36 billion annual revenue in 2023, higher than the GDP of 91 countries. Sorry, I'm skipping so that I can find more stuff. Howard Schultz, the founder and largest private owner of Starbucks stocks, invests heavily in Israel's economy, including a recent investment in cybersecurity startup Wiz. This investment underscores Schultz's commitment to Israel's economic growth, with the effect of normalizing the occupation of Palestine.
I appreciate y'all.
I mean, if we think about boycotting U.S. traded companies, there's not that many that aren't correlated with each other, because the big banks, BlackRock, State Street, there's a couple other we could mention. They own everything and they trade on everything. So if you think of Amazon, okay, you want to support locally owned businesses, you want to support American owned business, you want to support whoever you want to support. Well, Amazon itself trades, right? So you have to consider the source, and you have to consider at the very tippy top of the U.S. stock market and world trade where the money, is connected to these people. And I'll just say it again, fuck Starbucks.
I wanted to go back to that, those state laws, that say you can't divest in Israel, and tell you what I've learned about that. So, in Texas, where I'm at, there is a state law, the anti-divestment, anti-BDS law here, and what it says is that anyone who makes a contract with the state of Texas has to proclaim that they do not do not divest in Israel. So where that hits home is there is a speech therapist in Pflugerville, and she was working as a contractor because she was trilingual. She's fluent in German, Arabic, and English. And anytime that Pflugerville would get a student who spoke one of those languages, then she had to do the testing and report on and provide the therapy for those kids so that she could do it bilingually. I mean, you can identify kids for speech therapy as early as 3 years old. So she was always a contractor. She worked part-time. She only worked for Pflugerville ISD. And after many years of doing that, she was told, sign this new contract for the new school year. And all of a sudden there was a new line on the contract and she refused to sign it. So because she refused to sign it, they could not hire her as a contractor speech therapist in Pflugerville. And she took up the fight. I think it was that CARE actually helped her, and they first went to the local courts, and I think it was that she lost there, but then went to the district courts or circuit court and won. She would have had to lose the circuit court in order to go to the Supreme Court. So that's why she didn't go to the Supreme Court. Now there's a movie about the 3 or 4 people that this happened to. So the second one was a guy in Arizona where they also have an anti-BDS movement. And in Arizona, he was not Muslim at all. He just was a counselor for a prison, for prisoners. And the prison had contracted him, and now they were asking him to sign a BDS, anti-BDS commitment, statement. And he refused. He said, I'm not going to sign this, and so it couldn't work. And that advanced. So it didn't get to the level of Supreme Court either. He went through the same. I can't remember if he won on the second one or he won on the second court or the first court or what. But he didn't get to the Supreme Court. And then the third person was this guy in Arkansas, and he was a Clinton person. And he ran a newspaper for Arkansas, in Little Rock, I think. And he was one of the reporters that under, Clinton was reporting everything when Clinton became president. So he also took it all the way up, and he didn't get to the Supreme Court. There was a fourth person in Texas that was the last person, and he actually got to the second level, third level of Supreme Court. He got to the second level, and he lost, so he appealed. It went to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court can decide if they want to hear the cases or not, and they wouldn't take the case. They decided not to take it, but if they would have taken it, and he would have won. This was he was a construction worker in Texas, and he was Arab. So if he would have won, if they would have heard his case and he would have won, then it would have been determined that all of these anti-BDS laws that are in like 20-some states would all be unconstitutional. But it didn't get to that point. The film that I saw this on, it was showcasing, explaining how they copy and pasted this law, and these lobbyists went to each of the state legislators and just filled in their state name and all that, and then finally they just wined and dined these state representatives, and then finally, they just passed it because they made them feel sorry for Israel. They didn't really know what they were voting for. And so that's how, like, this blanket state law has just, like, spread all over the United States.
BDS laws are problematic because it protects only a certain class of people and eliminates an entire group of people. And that's exactly what's happening in Israel right now, is the US government is helping protect a certain class of people, and everyone else has to fend for themselves and run and hide and blame Hamas for everything. And the hostages, El Normo, Mr. Norman Bates in the chat, psychopath, is always about, the hostages, the hostages. If the hostages were really, really, really real, if they were really, really, really real, right? If it was really real and everything was really real, this would have not been the way that it has gone. You don't just annihilate an entire 38-mile strip of land for no reason and then scream Hamas, Hamas, the hostages, because clearly if they were searching for the hostages and Hamas, how could you annihilate that much ground and hurt that many people and destroy that much property and that much real estate and that many hospitals and schools and daycares and dental clinics and local businesses? Like, come on, man. Like, let's not be stupid here. People want to say Hamas, 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 this, that, and the third, but when you want to colonize, what do? What's the first thing you do when you buy a property? You go in, you survey the land, and you remove anything in your way from building what you're trying to build. And that's what we're witnessing. I remember, like, day 2, seeing the PTRs on this app of people comparing Gaza to a parking strip, to a parking lot. And what are we seeing now? So, yeah, I'll just land there.
It's like the United States versus the Italian mafia, and they just go and level all of New York City just to try to get the Italian mafia. That's how stupid it is. If the dummy of the Israelis wanted to get the hostages back, they could have negotiated with Hamas, got all of them back. And if they wanted to strategically go kill them, they could have did that afterwards, sitting there like a secret team to go do all this stuff. But they didn't care about that. All they want to do is just basically kill, take, wipe out, remove everybody in Gaza and the West Bank, and try to annex the whole state and be like, it's all ours. And you have to blend into that. And it's no different to just like the South African apartheid. In their mind, you have to walk on, the white people walk on one side of the street, black people walk on the other side. In their mind, they were showing how many millionaires came out of South Africa just due to the apartheid, because they were stealing all the damn resources and the money. And all of a sudden, I wrote matter of fact, I wrote a movie treatment on the Kimberley mines with the diamonds with the De Beer family. And come to find out, when the Dutch found that diamond there, they literally found the diamond, went back to Europe, found the value of it, came back with their people, and then they started taking the people that wanted to work at that mine and literally put them in like prison camps where they couldn't even go home. Then they started making the land being tax worthy, where you had to pay taxes to get the land, something they never had in Africa. And they literally just came through and took all that shit, like the whole De Beer, the whole put a ring on finger, put a diamond ring on somebody's finger, all that shit was just paid up, made up. And that's all. In their mind, they have no empathy. I'm telling you, these people are just basically devil worshippers. Because anybody with the same mind or heart, say you got love for God and all that, you ain't going to think like these people think. These people are just basically a spawn of the devil. They demons are demonically possessed. That's why it's like in our mind, our normal mind, we like, man, how could people just sit back and watch people just die? That man said a motherfucker can't live, 36 or 72 hours without water. They cut off all the water for 3 months. I seen little kids drinking out of fucking mud water and shit like that, or even salty water. And it's like the United States just sit back with their little petty. United States ain't shit. This motherfucking country really ain't shit. It's really a piece of shit. All these motherfucking presidents ain't shit. I'm gonna call it how I see it. The motherfuckers don't want to give back shit just like they did to slavery. They don't want to pay reparations, but they give The Japanese reparations, the Indians reparations. They gave all these motherfuckers reparations. But come out and black people ask for anything, oh, you can't get shit, we ain't got it. But you can find billions of dollars to go send to Ukraine and give all these motherfuckers money. But then sometime that, oh, we can't give you shit, we gave you welfare. Bitch, you motherfuckers stole the shit. The motherfuckers here really ain't shit. I'm saying they devil worshippers. They gotta be. Because nobody in with a heart, sound, and mind gonna sit there and watch these motherfuckers just sit there and demolish, kill 1.7 million motherfuckers and just, oh, we gonna cut their water, their food, fuck them off. And these dumb motherfuckers do whatever Israel say. I'm telling you, America is a bitch. Israel's the pimp. They pimping America like some bitches. And this Trump is a bitch. He act like he hard, tell all these motherfuckers to pay their due and all that bullshit. But when soon as Netanyahu say, give me some money, give me this, oh, yeah, these motherfuckers is paying. The whole world is a bunch of fucking pussies. They sit back and watch these motherfuckers do that to them. All these countries out here could have been said, we gonna demolish y'all motherfuckers if you sit there and touch these Palestinians one more time. But they ain't did shit. They really some bitches. They really some hoes. This whole world is ran by a motherfucking pimp. A motherfucking that works with the devil. That's what it is.
Could I say something real fast? Because that's a perfect segue for it's off topic though, man. Kind of on topic. So alligator Alcatraz was erected in 8 days, right? And if you think about it, there was a bill just passed in Florida that's going to give tax cuts to Florida effective October 1st indefinitely for businesses and for companies that make over $6. Hello? Y'all hear me? Hi, Jinder. Jinder, you gotta...
Sorry about that.
Did you want to add to it? Okay, anyway, so the federal government...
What you were saying, somebody rudely cut you off like a motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
No, stop. Don't go there with him, please. Don't.
Oh, he was unmuted by mistake.
Yeah,
He
don't.
didn't interrupt you.
Jinder's cool. So...
What did I do? Should I just
Nothing. So Dayton County... Is it... I can't think of the name. Anyway, the county that owns Alligator Alcatraz, right? 3,000 to 5,000 beds. Can you guys guess how much money the federal government is paying per detainee bed? These are people who are supposed to be deported, right? These are illegal immigrants, right? Does anybody want to guess how much they're paying?
What's the question again, morning?
The cost per detainee for Alligator Alcatraz per day is $411, which is $150,000 per detainee a year. Does anyone want to do the math on that? And this is a privately owned detention center.
Yeah, because they're all privately, yeah.
I gotta buy me a prison, huh?
And what just happened? We just passed a bill for $150 billion to be transferred into this program. So my next question is, since you're talking about pimps, right, that our federal government is a pimp, is that what you said, Nikki?
Hell yeah, I said it.
It'd be interesting to see who's sitting on the board and who's financially gaining from this detention center here in the next, year to 90 days.
You know, the private prisons had a meeting with the record executives back in like 92. And Fairclough said they had a meeting based upon what the material they need to put out. So what they did is they cut off all any kind of conscious music that was coming out in the 80s and changed it into gangsters selling crack and all that. If you didn't want to talk about nothing that's genocidal, they wouldn't put your record out. So they end up, the private prisons benefited from it. So for state prisoners, they had to pay $35,000 to $40,000 a year to house them. For a federal prisoners, it's like $65,000 a year to house them. But they rather put you in prison and all the money. But then if you want to go open a business, all that it's just a bunch of bullshit. It's a monopoly.
And do you guys know this? I heard about that, by the way. This is documented everywhere, Nikki. What you just said. It's before the conversation.
but the privatization of the prison and, like you said, changing rap music into like promoting violence, drugs, so they can, so kids, will listen to it, will start doing drugs and, doing all of that. So it'll be easier for them to be in prison. And I think there's one rapper, what was it called? The People? Remember the rap band? I don't know. I have to look for it. One guy named Professor.
Are you talking about Public Enemy?
Yeah, Public Enemy. Yeah. Well, Public Enemy actually, they one member from the band wrote a lot about it, really nicely. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Why is there a rapper telling my son to take Percocet? What's that Percocet song?
Because they all like the guys. What's the guy named from Mississippi? Is a rapper from Mississippi. He said when he tried to turn in his music to get the album put out, the music that he put out that had conscious music that was telling you about elevating the community and all this type of stuff, the record executives say we don't want that. If you want to turn us some music in, give us the music that's talking about drive-bys, killing, selling drugs, and hurting the community. As long as they keep them going, the private prison will be packed. And what happened was, there's an article I got where they showed that private prisons, when they wasn't getting packed, they were literally wanting to sue the state because they wasn't getting packed full enough. That's how evil. Like I said, these people here in America, boy, I tell you, it's full of shit. Everybody's, if you don't live in America, you look at it from a facade like, yo, it's all Hollywood, everybody's here happy and all this other bullshit. But when you really live here and figure out there's like basically a poor side and a rich side. When I was in Brazil, I literally had to tell the Brazilians, because some of them had looked at me and said, "You from Estados Unidos?" and they were pointing to their nose. And I had to tell them, I said, "No, I ain't coming from the rich side. The motherfuckers you think they got all this money living in Beverly Hills and shit. I said, I come from the ghettos. So, motherfucker, I'm in the same level as you." And they were like,
do me a favor, brother, calm down on the swearing, man. Come on. Too much, brother, too much.
So you want to hear something interesting about the system in the United States? The United States uses 3rd and 4th grade reading levels in order to determine how many prisons to build. And we have known since 2001, I guess, how to teach kids how to read, and people are implementing the opposite of that. And now 69, as of the last NAEP, 69% of children are not reading proficiently, which means they are at risk for dropout, poverty, and crime. And when they went to the federal prisons and offered all federal prisoners to test them to see if they had dyslexia, 50% of them had dyslexia and chose to get therapy for it. And now they're recommending that 1 in 5 children in the United States be diagnosed and served in special education for dyslexia. So we're basically disabling our whole country. And, a lot of those are people of color. So, it's down to the education system, where we pay more money to people who have greater taxes, pay more taxes to a certain neighborhood. We don't equally give money to schools. That's like the redlining still exists.
Oh, it's getting worse too. They've made it to where if you can't prove that you're a U.S. citizen, you have to pay a tax to go to public school now. And it's not every state that's doing it, but there's a lot of states that are signing up for this. This was a bill that was just passed since January 1st.
And now they're trying to pass the One Big Beautiful Act. And that One Big Beautiful Act is taking Medicaid money, which will directly affect housing for people with disabilities, which means that you will have a bunch of schizophrenic, mental illness roaming around the streets. So I don't know how that's going to help their neighborhoods and the real estate when there are mentally ill people walking around talking to themselves and
You're talking about Medicare?
no, Medicaid. There's actually a federal Medicaid, and federal Medicaid goes to people with disabilities, and that's what they are cutting.
They investigated it today. I don't know if you guys seen the news. There was about 10 or 14 million dollars worth of fraud. They arrested a whole bunch of officials, a whole bunch of doctors. Did you guys see that?
You mentioned it earlier, Amir.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying because new people just came in, so I'm just saying maybe not leave.
Yeah. So you guys are talking about America. So America does not have streets that are paved with gold. Not every one of you lives in a big house with a yard, has 2 cars, has a career, a job, and all that stuff. You're talking about the prisons and the healthcare system, in which the healthcare system is run by big corporations. Big corporations need clients, and they need to get people sick so they can, get to a hospital. They need clients for their jails, so they have to have clients for their jails, that kind of stuff. So if not every one of you lives in a big house, has 2 cars, works 9 to 5, 5 days a week, takes a vacation, goes out to the movies, goes out to dinner, have a good time, and so on and so forth. Is that how things in America are now? They're really bad?
Yes, they are really bad.
Why is that?
So rather than not compare it to Gaza or Iran, I would just say this, that the American dream that people are sold is considered a psyop these days. So when it says send us your poor, you're tired and you're hungry, it's so that they can end up in Alcatraz or end up in, alligator Alcatraz, so that they could come here as a non-documented citizen and hope for the American dream, but end up, arrested by ICE and deported. Or if you're Palestinian, our bombs are going to land in your backyard. Or if you're, one of our allies, we're going to help fund any war that you want to sign up for. So rather than not mock our Medicaid and our crisis that we're facing as U.S. citizens, because we signed up for all of this by not voting and not protecting our rights, right? Here's where we are.
Well, I mean, you still go to school, you get an education, you get a job, you work for 40, 50 years, you buy a house, you pay your mortgage, and by the age of 65, those are your golden years, you have a couple of dollars in your wallet, and then you go on, and then you croak and die. Isn't that like a very idealistic American capitalism?
No, you're talking 40 to 60 hour work week until you die, and now they're going to defund everything that you paid into. I've been paying Medicaid and Social Security since I was 12. I've been working since I was 12. So I have a Social Security number in the U.S. because, I'm property on my ass of the U.S. documented system called the Social Security Department. And for me to work in the U.S., I have to have a Social Security number, and I have to pay into Medicaid and sales tax and property tax and all these things that are American woes and hems and haws. But right now, there's a lot of sick and hurt people and poor people that can't afford to live the American dream, that are homeless or that have mental health issues.
So this American dream basically consists of you getting an education and getting a job,
I guess.
For 30, 40 years, and then
it depends.
Pay a mortgage on your house for 30, 40 years, and then you retire, and then you broke and die. What kind of fucking dream is that? That sounds like a fucking
Tell me about it. Like I said, it's a psyop.
Yeah, if you want to know what a black person's reality is, I'm 52. I seen what the black community was like before crack hit in the 80s. And before crack hit, everybody was just working a simple job. After crack hit, it destroyed the communities. Everybody was robbing each other. No more family community. Jobs started going scarce. The wages and everything started going up because minimum wage has been stagnating. The inflation has been shooting up. The minimum wage is fucking stagnated like the 70s. So it ain't go up with the inflation. So the only people that's really, it's like separating the rich from the poor. And what happened was once they allowed the immigration of people to come through, they would take all the poor, all the jobs for people that are just trying to survive on minimum wage. But guess what? The Mexicans got a plan. They coming over here with a plan like, hey, I'll come over here, work 6-7 years. I'm gonna send that back home, and I'm gonna build my whole infrastructure because now the peso at that time was like 10 for 1. You know what I'm saying? So people who come here know, hey, my objective is not to stay here permanently. My objective is to get the money I need, get it all, get my home set up back home, and after about 5 or 7 or 10 years, I got everything straight. And I can go back home and chill. The problem is for people who are staying there permanently, it's like you're trying to adjust to try to fluctuate. Like, how can you survive? Like right now, I mean, literally the price of rent for a house is damn near like $1,500 to $2,000 a month. I'm talking about everywhere. My cousin in Inglewood, California, they paying $2,800 to $3,600 just for an apartment. It's like, dude, they is killing us. And as far as in the black community, when they drop the crack, you know, that's the Freeway Rick exposed. Even Gary Webb, the documentary of the ex-police officer, he exposed how the CIA, what they did to get the money to feed, to fund the Nicaragua and the Contra wars during the Reaganomics. They literally put in the black community crack, got us all on hook, made the money, and sent it down there to overthrow that particular government. That's how evil or sinister these people are. So it's like, you know, if you look at the killing rate, look at New Zealand and look at the murder rate. There might be 1 to 2 to 3 murders per 3 months. But look over here, it's like 300, 400 murders a day. That's how crazy this place is. This place is not like something that you watch on TV, like some old, you know, yeah, it's all Hollywood is fun and you can move. It's not like that, you know.
So you know,
if Americans were so happy.
So you mean black women in America are having a hard time, eh?
Correct.
They don't have access.
Correct.
No.
And if Americans were so happy with their privileges, then why did the New Yorkers vote for Mamdani on a economic
that's
you know,
just the that's
What?
just
What are you talking about, Nazi?
That's just a blip on the
Make your
radar.
point, because I don't understand that. That sounds like a
I'm saying
of who the mayor elect is. So don't disrespect people. Like, make your point.
I'm saying they voted for Mamdani because they liked his message. They agreed with him that they couldn't afford to live in New York.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's a better way to say it.
But New York is not part of America. New York is like a different part of America. Yeah, because everybody there is not American, no? They're like from everywhere. And
It is the most diverse, overpopulated city in America. So when you say New York, are we talking about New York City? Or are we talking about New York?
I'm talking about New York.
I mean, I'm not from there, but I've been there lots of times.
I'm talking about New York City, yes.
So according to the data, we're at 18% related to the homeless population in America. And you brought up Inglewood, right? So I actually live in Los Angeles. They built a Rams stadium over there, and that's why everything went up. All the prices over there, they went up. They spent, what was it? I think $2 billion or $1 billion on that Rams stadium. I have to check the numbers on it. And that's why it has that city of Inglewood. It used to be, the crime rate was really high in that city and whatnot, and it just went up as soon as they built the stadium. And some people, they benefited. You know, people that are the homeowners in the area, the value of their houses went up the roof.
Yeah, but a house is only worth what someone's willing to pay. So if crime is through the roof, who wants to live there?
In Los Angeles, they want to pay more. In Los Angeles, they don't care.
No, I know. I understand. I'm just, it's frustrating to me how just in the last, 5 years since COVID, everything has increased like 80%. You know, but also all these new stadiums and sports companies are popping up, you know, and then it just drives up inflation, and it's like, who's paying for all this stuff? The super elite, because like everybody else is like
you know what minimum wage is? You know what minimum wage is?
It's gonna depend per state, you know. There's a federal wage, but it's gonna depend per state.
What's the average minimum wage?
$7.75.
Now you tell me that even sounds so ridiculous.
Tell me that's not what it feels like, though. I'm gonna enjoy this for my 6 hours worth of hard work.
You remember going grocery shopping in the 80s? You can get a whole bags of groceries. Now you can't get nothing. You like, I spent $100-something. I don't see nothing. Hell yeah. It's crazy.
Earlier, Wayfan was trying to unmute and talk, so I don't know if he wants to.
Yeah, I forgot. Oh yeah. We were talking about ice. You know this Dracula, which is in charge of all this ice shit show, is a Jew. This Miller, his name is Miller. He's the deputy chief of staff of Trump. He's actually Jew.
So let's be clear, I don't have an issue with Jews. I have an issue with Zionists, just from my perspective.
No, because like everybody talks about Muslims are bad and stuff. I just wanted to point out that this Dracula is also Jew.
Well, there's not BDS laws protecting Muslims, you know? Islamophobia is rampant, and it's growing and shrinking at the same time. I find that ironic that more people are Islamophobic today, but more Muslims are being blessed and coming to Islam.
No, because the point that they are making is that Jews are giving us everything we have from cell phone and like music and movies, art, and they're all sorts of good things, and Muslims are all sorts of bad things. So I just
So this Mamdani guy, for those who live in New York, do you expect him to be elected the next mayor of the city, or is he going to be destroyed before the general elections?
Let's hear from Rav. Rav, do you live in New York? So we have Rav here. Rav, did you want to speak, Rav? No, I think he's busy. Anybody from New York? Nobody?
He is being projected to win. I'm not from New York.
But you know one
I
thing.
still have my New York driver license, if it counts.
There's one thing to see here, Jindip. So he said he's gonna arrest Netanyahu, right? If he sees Netanyahu or this other character called what was it? Yoav Gallant. Now, let's say hypothetically, if he was to arrive there in the state of New York, and he's a mayor. Now it'll be state police versus would Trump assign some CIA officials to for security?
I'm not really sure about the law. I don't know about the laws, but if he's the mayor and Netanyahu comes to the U.S. as a foreign visitor, that would be a responsibility of the big government, the federal government. I don't think if he has any, unless he wants to make what is called a citizen's arrest in America. I mean, if I see Netanyahu walking down the street in somewhere, I'll do a citizen's arrest, and I'll put him on trial and I'll hang him. I mean, I'll have a tribunal and I'll put him on trial, and I'm sure he's going to be found guilty of genocide, and he's going to be sentenced to whatever sentence my court would impose. So if I run into Netanyahu, I'll definitely arrest him.
That's a nice version. let's hear the real version. Would you not take a baseball bat upside his head?
What was that guy that shot a medical professional? What was his name recently? He's facing court trial or court case. He killed a medical, I think one of the leaders, church leader. What was his name?
Mangione.
I think so.
Luigi Mangione.
Luigi. Now, let's say, if he arrives in the state of New York or in any state, right? And if anybody, takes the laws in their hand and they end up shooting Netanyahu, will that person be charged?
No. I mean, you have to be, civilized. You have to arrest him. You have to put him on trial.
No,
He can hire. Hold on, a lawyer. He can hire his whatever. What's that famous lawyer in New York, in America? That guy who's full of shit. What's his
Johnny
name?
Cochran?
Forget his name. No. The guy who doesn't take his pants off when he goes gets a massage with lips.
Alan Dershowitz.
Dershowitz, that guy who's full of shit. Yeah. He can be. He can hire that lawyer, and we can present our case as the as the entity that is responsible for prosecuting a person like Netanyahu. So you cannot use violence and a baseball bat on that stuff. I mean, don't go down there. Don't say that we have the right to unlive him or something. No, don't do that stuff.
I'm saying hypothetically, let's say if somebody was to do that, right? Would that person get charged?
Yes, but he would
Because
be a
look,
hero.
Yeah, but he's a war criminal, right? Wanted by the International Criminal Court, and he has committed crimes against humanity. He's pretty much sort of like what's he called? Enemy of the Palestinians, enemy of the world, right? Has started wars that he can't handle. America had to jump in, and literally there's a genocide that he's part of, that he's responsible for.
What's wrong with arresting him and putting him in having jail?
You can't, or not. Let's try. Jindek, let's try this. Let's practice this, brother. Let's practice this. Look, if you do a citizen's arrest in America, all right, where are you gonna keep him? You cannot keep him in the police department, police force, because according to the law, according to the U.S. government, he's not a criminal. Okay, how will you hold him in your possession? How would you keep him in your are you going to keep him in a room, in a location, in an unknown location? Then you have to
if I arrest him, or the U.S. government does not have any jurisdiction over my court. It's my court.
So can you even get physical when you do a citizen arrest? I don't think you can. Is that a thing?
No, citizen arrest it's not above the cops arrest or the federal arrest.
Yeah, but you're saying holding him. You're saying holding him.
Yeah. You could hold him. I don't know, maybe use straps or whatever. But my whole problem, Habibi, is we're in America. I'm in America, right? If you take him as a citizen arrest, the cops will come over. They'll take him in. If you don't let him go, then they'll arrest you. How would you bring him to justice?
I guess you gotta get rid of him.
Let the police do their job, and honestly, what Jake Josh was suggesting was violent. That was violent as fuck.
So Amir, actually when a visitor the scumbag comes to the U.S., Secret Service is usually who's in charge of the security in the U.S., and then there is another department called the State of Diplomatic Security Services. But this department actually works with local authorities in whatever state, city they're in when it comes to these diplomats' security. So I'm not too sure how would that go.
Yeah,
I wonder if anyone filed a case against Netanyahu in a U.S. court for him committing genocide or committing war crimes and that stuff. Is that allowed? Or
it's not on U.S. soil, so it'd have to be like a small claims. It'd have to be like a personal lawsuit.
The only way is to transport him out of the country to a country where he would be indicted.
I guess, if you were a settler and you had property in Gaza and you had proof that your property was, destroyed, you could sue for the value of your property. Maybe.
Like if a settler
taxes on it.
If a settler from America goes to Palestine and steals someone's home or land, and the owner of this home or land is a Palestinian who lives in America, is an American, can that American file a lawsuit or a case or any of that stuff against someone like that in America, in an American court? I guess you have to consult with
I'm saying it would probably have to be property, your property, because in small claims you can sue for just about anything. So I can sue a mechanic for messing up my car. I can sue if I trip over your sidewalk with my feet. Right? Small claims is it's like the wild, wild west of courtrooms. So I think it would depend, but he's not a U.S. citizen, and the crimes he's committed are not on U.S. soil. So it's what angle do you go from? But I wanted to say that Trump's already threatening New York to lose federal funding, as well as threatening, Mondani. Is that how you say his name?
So what is he threatening? Threatening the city of New York, like you're not gonna get any money, and we're gonna arrest this guy. Yeah.
Yep. And arrest him if he tries because he's held to BDS laws.
Aren't you guys concerned that America is like dashing through fascism and dictatorship?
It's very problematic in the U.S. right now, and we knew this going into this election. That's the scary part for everything. That's why a lot of U.S. citizens have left the country. There's a lot of people traveling abroad right now because they're worried what's going to happen.
Yeah, but I find that Americans in general like don't really travel. They don't leave the country. They don't need to leave to go anywhere else. I mean, some of them travel around, but not a lot of them leave the country to see what the world's about, because there's no need for them to travel. America is a huge place.
That's the psyop and the brainwashing and the programming, though, Jindo. Not everyone thinks like that. There's a huge majority, but the people that have the ability to take time off of work or get, in-country health insurance or pay money to buy a passport or buy a flight, right? Like it adds up. We were just joking earlier about minimum wage. So you have to consider first the demographic of people that financially can afford to do something like that, and then take that into consideration on top of like who actually can physically do these things. Who wants to and who can are two different things.
Exactly, she's right. Americans are actually not very naive to live. They are politically very aware. Don't underestimate the American population. I have lived in many countries, and I would say American population on average, they're much more educated.
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that.
Let me land my point. In the United States, you really own your shit. It's not like, for example, other countries which they live in this la-la land. Oh, one day God will come and save us all. The United States is real. And you have to live in a real life. It's a wide west. And in those situations, people do get educated. You cannot live in the stories. And she's right. I personally left because I was afraid this will affect my family. But I can, because I have insurance in Taiwan. My wife can work here. The life is much harder, but I'm not worried if in the street somebody will come and harass me in front of my kids, which is a problem right now in the United States. It's a problem. You can get harassed any second. But not many people can do that.
Look, I know America is a very beautiful place. The American people are very beautiful people, and they're charming and great people. I know they are. I hear a lot of negative things from a lot of people, okay, but in a negative way about America. America has a lot of ills and problems, but it's still, it has been a very unique experience in the history of the human race altogether, in terms of its, of course, it's an empire that is built on principles that are sometimes problematic in general, but America is a great place, and the American people are very, are
You have to consider who the American people are. There's
You are the American
90% immigrant. That's I'm just throwing a number out there, so don't hold me to ChatGPT. But everybody here is an immigrant unless you're Native American or unless you migrated north from, the Mexican border or south from the Canadian border or whatever, right?
But
Like,
isn't
we're
that
all immigrants.
But isn't that the American experience? I mean, to be.
Well, it is. My ancestors were immigrants. My mother is a first generation citizen. So, but to what level and what?
Didn't Trump's father come from somewhere else?
Well, everybody did. If you go back 4 generations, at some point, everybody came over here on a boat or, traveled somehow to get here. So that's what makes it beautiful. The problem, in my opinion, is that when you have America has Hollywood, right? And unless you were born into a very religious family, I'm going to go back to like the 50s of U.S. culture. So in the 50s, you were at the height of like segregation, right? And not only segregation, but also like political control. So the government had full control back then. No, hands down, like if it was propaganda, if it was this, if it was that, nothing was coming to the U.S. unless the U.S. allowed it. So now we've got like the internet and these kind of things. And so people can educate themselves in different ways, not just through the education system. So when it comes to how we were created, just in the 1950s, you have this Hollywood persona of like glitz and glamour in movies, and then people start to worship these, you know, these idols, if you will. They're actually considered idols, American idols. And then you add someone like Trump, who pretty much climbed through Hollywood. You know, he didn't get to politics through politics. He got to politics through Hollywood and his fame, you know. I don't know why the name of the show is slipping my mind, but he was on a TV series for a very long time that was very popular. So he gained a fandomship. People, you know, had relation to him. They watched him on television. They built like memories with him without even knowing him. And then suddenly he's a president-elect. So now you have this huge following of this idol, this American idol called Trump, right? And then you have everybody else. Whether you voted for him and you just don't like the guy, but you liked his business, or whether you're a Trumper and a MAGA supporter and all that, and you're a beautiful, whatever the bill is called, right? And then you have everybody else, and then everybody else is kind of who's in these rooms. Unless you're like 100% Zionist, you're either uninformed, uncurious, or unaware. And that's just, in my opinion, how America works. I'm curious, and I came to these rooms curious to know about the world because I never had the money to travel, but I wanted to. I still want to. There's places on my bucket list in my, you know, flights app right now waiting to happen. So it's like, yeah, we want to be cultured, we want to be aware, but when you're raised in a system that teaches you that America is the greatest country in the world, but they don't teach you what makes us not the greatest country in the world, you have to learn that through trial and error and 4% interest loans on student loans, right? It's problematic. 6% loans on a mortgage, 22% interest on a car. Like, come on, man. America's like, it's a psyop through and through.
Good morning. I claim that America, like Trump, besides being a reality TV show, his biggest thing is that he's not part of the establishment. This started actually in Iran. Funny story. Ahmadinejad was the president of Iran, who was elected just because he was not part of the establishment. And really fucked up country. Right now, Iran is paying his mistakes, both economically and you just saw an attack on Iran. And Trump is exactly the same thing. His main thing that people are liking him is not this thing. He's just simply is not part of establishment. He's saying things which are against status quo. And people like it. People like convinced that Republicans and Democrats are both liars and thieves, which they are. And people are convinced of that. And they just want somebody else. And Trump is simply just somebody else. And this is the price that the United States will pay for, I would say, decades to come, economically, as well as militarily. When you pick somebody just because he's somebody else, here you go. Iran is paying it right now. And this will happen to the United States.
going back to the point that I was trying to make is, Josh, you said which country would you take him to? Hey, what's up, Edward? Welcome. Edward, we were exploring this idea. If Netanyahu comes in state of New York and we have Mamdani, he wants to arrest him, how would, a state versus federal government would go about it?
Well, I would have to raise funds for a charter jet. Logistically, I don't know, Cuba maybe, they would definitely do something, but the safest bet is to take them straight to Yemen.
What? I don't understand that project. One of your friends, Amir?
No. So we were exploring this idea. Didn't they say we'll do a citizen arrest, bring them to justice, but you're in America. If you're in America, you do a citizen arrest. The cops are going to take it away from you. The federal government will come and take Netanyahu away from you. Okay?
He'll probably be released. I don't know what their laws, how international law affects, because we have federal, we have state, we have local police, but I don't know if the ICC recognizes that.
So the way, look, Josh, I think the way it could work is that, let's say the New York mayor gets the state police to arrest him, right? And they use a state-funded airplane to fly him out of America and give it to ICC directly.
I don't think the mayor has jurisdiction over someone with diplomatic immunity.
No, with the ICC though, if it's at the ICC, I think he would have jurisdiction. The problem is, then the federal government, like the FBI could come in and say, because they can't. Number one, you can't fly a plane anywhere in the U.S. It's under federal law, not state law. So you're not going to be able to pass the federal government, even though it's state. What are you going to do with them? You can't get them anywhere. But diplomatic immunity, I think, would be broken anyways because of the warrants for his arrest. But it's a weird situation because the ICC doesn't have like an interface per se. Like there's no hierarchy for what happens in a country. So it's weird. Remember, this has never happened before either. So I don't know.
I don't think this situation is possible. Again, I don't think the state of New York can arrest Bibi Netanyahu. The president's power overrides anything New York can do. So you can always send in the feds. Like, I don't know. And doesn't he have diplomatic immunity?
Well, yeah, he does. He has diplomatic immunity, but that's if you break certain laws, then you lose your immunity. It's not like you can break laws and still keep diplomatic immunity. Now, with ICC and ICC warrants, if somebody wants to arrest him, they can. But the feds coming down to the state, they can't do that. Like the feds can't come and say, okay, you have to release him. But at the same time, the state can't fly him anywhere because that's federal. Like that's the FAA gets involved. That's federal. So then they could take it over and say land the plane and have FBI in there and take him out. But you can't order the state police in New York. So you can't do anything with him except keep him in prison in New York, really. Because if you put him on a boat, that's maritime law now. And now Israel could come in and rescue him.
Wait,
which I'm sure they would.
I'm kind of confused here. Are you guys trying to say that the ICC has jurisdiction over the United States?
Well, ICC, like U.S. isn't a signatory to the ICC, but that doesn't mean someone can't be arrested in the U.S. for a warrant with the ICC. Like, you don't have to be a signatory as long as one party is a signatory. And I don't know who brought up the charges against Netanyahu, if it was the Palestinians or for someone
it
else.
was South Africans, but I think would say what you're kind of forgetting here is that the United States, when arguing with the ICC on its jurisdiction, and I think this was back in 2002, it had passed the ASPA law, right, or the American Service Something Protection Act, where it protects the U.S. citizens from the ICC, and it prohibits its cooperations with the courts entirely, right? So in that entire kind of instance, I believe the argument had prefaced itself by saying that when I say I think the principle of the ICC can step in when the national courts are unable or unwilling to prosecute someone on a very serious international crimes. But for that to be in place, you would have to go through the ASPA, and the ASPA is made.
But that's for citizens, though.
No. The ASPA has two regulations. One is for citizens. The other is for U.S. cooperations when arresting the person, right? So in that, it's a very kind of like nuanced legal document where it basically says no ICC, even though we're saying like, yeah, we'll help you, we don't want to.
That's a federal
it's really
level,
hard for like.
right?
Yeah, that's a federal level.
Yeah. So he can still be arrested at the state level, and just you can't do anything with him because the feds will come in. They can't take him from the state, the feds, but you can't do anything with him except keep him in New York, which you're not allowed to do because you have to hand him into the ICC. So it's not feasible on the ground. It's just not feasible.
What if they nab him at the United Nations Court in NYC? Is there any international jurisdiction there? Or no, that's all?
That's a good question. I don't know what the jurisdiction is for that property.
Hey, what's up, Ralph? Welcome, Sam.
No worries. I just wanted to tell you guys the United States, unfortunately, is not a signatory to the Rome Statute, ICC. They're a bunch of rogue criminals who threaten to arrest people if they take it to The Hague. So, unfortunately, that is not much of an avenue of discussion.
Yeah, no, that's what I was kind of saying. But they're saying that when it comes to the serious offense, there could be, and then we're talking about what if he's arrested within the UN court, which I doubt that, he would step into.
I think you mean UN property, right? Like the United Nations in New York.
Yeah, no, because I doubt he will even step in there. Let's be honest.
I don't know. I don't know what the jurisdiction is. If that's considered American territory or not.
Frankly speaking, if what you want to happen, for it to really happen, you would have to have a major political shift happen in the United States first, which we have found out now with accurate data assessments and everything. The Democratic Party is starting to wean off of its Zionist tendencies because they've did another polling and there's an 8-point shift to pro-Palestinian sentiment and anti-Israeli sentiment. So if, let's say, this shift happens completely, the Democratic leadership changes, and then they come in power, and then Netanyahu lands in the U.S. soils, then we can see a probability of him getting arrested. This is something I did say, like, this could be a change that does happen earlier, like 2 weeks ago or something. So that could be a reality, but again, things have to align for that to happen.
Yeah, he's not getting arrested. No, I could see, this guy becomes a mayor. I think he would try to arrest him just as a political statement, but it wouldn't go anywhere. He would just be released.
We're just exploring this idea, right? How do we do this if he arrives in America, right? If somebody first, I asked around if you were to go after him or do something to him, right? Would they arrest you, or would they still, but he's on U.S. soil, so he has some sort of protection. I think they will arrest the guy that did whatever did to him, right? Am I going to mention it?
So for that, Amir, let's play it both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian. If it was pro-Israeli, then the guy would get arrested. He'd probably be held to the highest charges, and the guy would be completely gone, and Netanyahu will have his immunity. What I stated to you previously 2 weeks ago, when I'm saying like, oh hey, if this is the shift that we're starting to see, the winds are going in a different direction, which it looks like for the Democrat side it now is, right? Let's assume that the Democrats have taken power. They're all anti-Israeli, pro-Palestinian, whatever, and Netanyahu lands in. It doesn't matter who does what to Netanyahu, because he falls under the serious crimes thing of the APSA and or ASPA, and because of that, the country would more likely hand him over to the UN courts and everything, or the ICC, for him to stand trial. But there's also a slight problem in that entire thing. There have been, if I remember correctly, for certain ICC criminals, there have been some people who have escaped because, maybe someone has immunity in different countries, or someone has allies in different countries to get them out of these sticky situations. That could also be an avenue where he still escapes and doesn't get, jailed or prosecuted. But again, you would have to see tides change politically in the United States for even an attempt of an arrest to be happening on U.S. soil.
I mean, technically, he can get arrested. And the U.S. is highly political. All it takes is one police who wants to become sheriff and wants to vote in New York. You can arrest him because there's a warrant on him. If that leads to anything, probably not. Because if you arrest him, maybe a judge will come and release him. But technically, he can get arrested. All it takes is a political move. Which right now, many people in New York are, you can see people are using this situation to get attention. People love attention. Imagine one police arrest him. How much attention he would get?
Yeah, but the problem with that is, and this is what Edward was kind of pointing out earlier, is that on a federal basis, right, Donald Trump can go ahead and say, hey, I don't want Netanyahu in jail, send in federal forces and all that stuff to say, hey, you don't have jurisdiction over this, which technically, Edward pointed that out is completely correct. So they would just break him out of prison, and again, the ICC, because of ASPA, doesn't really have jurisdiction over the United States. So in that entire situation, he just goes free. He can do whatever he wants.
But Sam, let me ask you this. Let's say, to be honest with you, I heard listened in a little bit late, but let's say that this scenario is to happen. Somebody arrests him and then Trump releases him and all that stuff. Wouldn't that look bad on both of them in terms of internationally?
It doesn't matter. They haven't done so many things that looks bad internationally, but they don't care.
But wouldn't that gain them more attention in terms of what's happening?
Again, and then Netanyahu has been the face of genocide international. I don't think we can get more famous off of that. Trump has been the face of authoritarianism and dictatorship within America. We can't get more famous than that.
I also don't really think he would get arrested, to be honest with you.
Yeah, so the thing is that whatever optics were thinking about him getting arrested, how he could play out, whatever politically, you would have to go ahead and see Netanyahu lose complete space and complete power, right? For that arrest to even take place even under a Trump presidency. Because Trump, once he realizes, hey, he has nothing to do with you, or you don't have any political power anymore, that's it, you're screwed. I mean, look at Elon Musk. They were buddy a couple months ago. Their egos clashed and basically nothing. So, boom. Trump just throws him to the wayside and says, I'm going to look into seeing if I can deport him. So that's just how Trump operates. If Netanyahu becomes a political liability, a heavy political liability to him, then whatever you said could happen.
So
I think so, you're
what
missing.
how much fun it is. When Daniel see any cop, he will scared to shit. Is he gonna arrest me? Is he gonna arrest me?
Wait, what? Hello?
Yeah, yeah. What do you say?
Yeah. No, there was someone who asked a question, but it was too muffled, so I couldn't hear it.
So, by the way, the UN headquarters in NYC is under the jurisdiction of the federal courts. So he's actually safer inside there than he is outside of it.
Oh, thank you for filling us in on that. I genuinely did not know that.
I just wanted to add a point about Trump, that he is a deep, deep Zionist and his family are deeply Zionist. And just because he may find Netanyahu a bit of a liability, he's not going to suddenly turn his back on Israel. He's done everything possibly he can for Israel, and he will continue to do so. He's repeatedly promised over and over again he wants to make Israel bigger. He wants to take on all Israel enemies. He wants to wipe out the Palestinians. He wants to obliterate Iran. His agenda is part of an organization of Zionism. He's not just, he presents himself as this rogue outsider, but he's not. He's a highly integrated Zionist, and his cabinet is highly Zionist. His co-chair, Lipnick, is literally Shabbat, and they are deeply, deeply fascist Zionists. So that's not going to change.
So I fully agree with you, but the thing is that when in this entire thing, I was talking about specifically Netanyahu losing power. This would mean that Trump could easily turn around, say, hey, you know, Netanyahu is criminal, all that stuff or whatever, and see if we find someone else he can back that isn't such a liability to him politically wise, and still, you know, prop up Israel, right? So it's kind of more of if Netanyahu loses complete political power, then you can see him get arrested under a Trump-like government. But if he still maintains that power, then you won't see him get arrested.
Yeah, I agree with you in the sense that if the Zionist power structure has decided that they've had enough of Netanyahu, as soon as they decide that, they will turn on him, throw him to the wolves, and appoint their next, you know, face of their organisation, the next poster child for their movement, whoever that might be, although there aren't any particularly charismatic ones waiting in the rings right now, as we said.
I'm just going to go ahead and say, like, so I've heard a bunch of Israelis talk about this point, and I think I've also heard it on Clubhouse as well, but it's a pretty famous point that they like to bring up, and that is, we gratefully don't have a Mizrahi running Israel. And the argument to that is Ashkenazis are so much nicer and sympathetic and all that stuff or whatever, that Mizrahis are known like couldn't easily become like terrorists and your guys and all that stuff or whatever and all that bullshit. So and to be honest, this argument does work on a lot of groups that are Zionists, because their entire shtick will be, oh, he's a nicer, kinder version of XYZ person, and then they'll say he's Ashkenazi, and you will kind of get an idea of like, yeah, he's not Mizrahi, so he won't be radical, and then we'll just be like, oh, hey, nice white man, let's go ahead and, you know, be buddy-buddy with him until we get, like, screwed over again.
Ehud Barak was Mizrahi from Iran, right?
Yeah, from what I remember, yes.
So citizens' arrest is limited, I guess. But what about if the mayor does it? Can they arrest the mayor? If the mayor orders the state police to...
No, they can't arrest the mayor. See, the problem is that, and I'm fully convinced that Trump will do something like this. They're gonna get some kind of national security panel to go ahead and look into how they can arrest Mamdani, because you can't have a citizen's arrest. Let's say, like that arrest Mamdani. You can't have let's say someone randomly doing something to Mamdani, because that's just gonna fall to him. So they have to get him on like some kind of like bogus charge that federally he'd be let's say incarcerated for. Are you all so quiet?
Bro, you kind of come late to the party, to be honest with you.
I mean, yeah, I'm working.
I mean, it depends where you live, actually. What time zone are you?
CST.
I'm just trying to brainstorm here what we can do.
Brainstorm on what?
How to get... Ariel's still in the room, so I can't say anything.
How to arrest Netanyahu?
Yeah, arrests.
Oh.
That's one option.
See, the thing is, it's simple, right? And I've seen a lot of these scenarios kind of like play out military-wise, in like certain situations. If, let's say, let's just go ahead and say someone really doesn't like Netanyahu, right? It doesn't matter if America is pro or anti-Israel or pro or anti-Zionist, whatever it is, right? And hi, Ariel, I think you're going to get some ideas off of this. What someone could simply do is, let's say they invite him onto a private jet, something like that, whatever. They can fly into an airspace that is not friendly to Israel. And on those grounds, if they are consignatory of the ICC, then that's where the warrant will take place, will be arrested, and the United States has to find a way of bailing them out. But Netanyahu is a little too smart for that. So it would have to be a complete surprise for him to be over international waters or over like a certain country, the airspace that can enforce that on him, and him not knowing it.
But you know what's interesting is that the local police can technically arrest everybody with Netanyahu if they were to arrest him.
Yeah, that is true.
Including Secret Service, including whoever's with him, they can all be arrested.
Yeah. But they won't, that's the thing.
Yeah.
But they may.
See, again,
they may. Like, it's a political thing. They get attention and they can get elected to share it. It's very possible. If people tell them, if you arrest them, we'll vote for you for sheriff, they may. It's United States.
See, the New York Police Department, I'll be very honest, especially the NYPD, they have an office in Tel Aviv themselves, right? And it is basically suicide for their career for them to do that, especially with their strong ties to Tel Aviv. So what would end up happening is you would have the NYPD crack down on whoever, and they would find any measure to go ahead and get whoever arrested Netanyahu under any kind of position. They would hunt him down and, lock him up and throw him away on bogus charges. The NYPD has been famous for doing that shit for anyone who has done anything to any of the officers, whether they be in the right or the wrong, right? So it's kind of like there is no, proper political agenda for them to throw Netanyahu in jail by themselves.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. NYPD has a long
standing, just like brutalizing people for almost no reason.
I want to just add a bit more detail to the signatory issue, and that is that a signatory to the ICC cannot arrest a war criminal on the territory of a non-signatory nation. So it doesn't matter who's in power in the US. The ICC's own law does not extend to US territory, unfortunately.
What if a sovereign state decided, that wasn't a signatory, decided to fly him to somewhere where he could get arrested? Is that not a possibility?
That sounds like it might be possible, yeah. A form of extradition might be possible, yeah, if that was arranged, yeah. And the other more obvious one is if he was stupid enough to set foot in the wrong country, then they could arrest him if they were a signatory, of course. But he's going to be probably avoiding that.
I like Sam's idea. I think it just takes like one hero pilot to land a plane in the wrong country.
Yeah, that might work.
Imagine that happening. So New York is not an option. Is that what you're saying, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, nowhere in the US, and presumably nowhere in Israel, and there are probably other countries who never signed the Rome Statute. Any of those countries, it would not be an option. According to the ICC, they would not say you're authorized to do it there.
Sorry, what did I miss?
He can't be arrested in the US.
Yeah. Yeah.
So is it a direct flight from Israel to the US?
Not necessarily, no. But the thing is that the airspaces in which they take are friendly to Israel. So it would basically be like a uninterrupted route. You would have to go like a completely bogus direction to go ahead and find it and empty Israeli airspace. Like, for example, going to Turkey, which is the opposite direction. You can go to, Ireland, which they have announced their intentions to arrest Netanyahu if they ever land. But Ireland is above the UK, so again, you're going out of your way to get to Ireland. Spain is starting to warm up to the idea, so you might see their airspaces become unfriendly very soon. If that does, then that affects a lot of his flight plans. And then you would have to have, like, jet scrambled and everything, which I don't know if they're willing to do that and then get into trouble with the United States. Oh, I also forgot France. If France is actually meaning what they say they're going to do, then yeah, then the airspace is going to be completely compromised and they have to go a roundabout way to get to US.
So when you say that, like, does that mean that if his plane even just enters the airspace, they can arrest him? Or does he technically have to land?
No. Once you enter the airspace, what ends up happening is the country will know who that airplane is, like, for. So they'll ask, like, what's going on, all that stuff. If they know it's Netanyahu, or they know it's Netanyahu's plane, then you could easily, scramble jets, warn them they will be shot down if they don't comply, which would make them comply. And once they land, they will be arrested. This is something that everyone...
That idiot is streaming a room, that son of a...
Yeah, the one in Annan?
Yep.
Yeah, I know, bro. He's been here all for the last 4 or 5 hours.
I mean, it's not like we're saying anything wrong. This is just hypotheticals.
So, Josh, what you should do, I have an idea. I was going to ask ChatGPT on this, and maybe it'll give you a solution, and then we can talk about it. Because it would be a suicide mission, to be honest with you, to do what anybody would just pretty much sort of like hypothetically. We're speaking hypothetically. What could happen? Because there's a possibility some psychopath gets triggered, mad, whatever, and he has the ability to target people, whatever. That could happen.
I would be very honest. I would rather that doesn't happen. And I'll tell you my reason for it. I'd rather nothing happens to Netanyahu for now, and the world naturally becomes anti-Israeli and pro-Palestinian, and which we're already seeing that happen, right? So once that takes hold, if he gets arrested, anything like that, whatever, you can't go ahead and say like, oh, it's these terrorists that put them down or anything like that. No, it was just because the world hates him and Israel. So then, anything that happens, it's like good riddance. You were cancer on society, you were cancer on the world.
I agree with Sam, actually. That makes sense. We don't want to turn Netanyahu into a victim.
Yeah. So keep him in power. I'd actually just advocate for keeping him in power for now and let the Thais swim against him.
I like the outcome of Trump threatening to cut off aid to Israel if they indict Netanyahu in Israel, right? That's kind of sort of a win-win. They indict him and then Trump cuts off aid.
Well, just the interplay between them, saying things like this, people know about it, and it just makes the U.S. and Israel more corrupt. So, Americans are watching this, so I think that also helps turn people away from Zionism and back, towards reality, Palestinian. I think that helps, actually. Any of this corruption that comes out, Netanyahu getting off scot-free, I think would help the Palestinian people, not hurt.
We should take a play out of Massad's book. Do you guys know the story of Mordecai Vanunu? And I talked with Fatima about this.
I do recognize it, but please give me a refresher.
He got kidnapped and sent to prison for like 18 years or something.
Yeah, he was.
I think he's still in prison, isn't he?
He leaked documents or something related to the nuclear program that they had, I believe, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, he was a nuclear scientist, leaked the nuclear weapons program in Israel. He went to England, leaked it to the Daily Press. Robert Maxwell, who owned the Daily Press, doxed him. You guys know who Robert Maxwell is, right? Ghislaine Maxwell's father. And then they set up an operation, and an American-Israeli woman lured him in to a hotel room or something, and then they drugged him, kidnapped him, took him to Israel, put him in prison, and to this day he's still on house arrest. He can't leave the country.
Yeah, I think, there's going to be a lot of that happening now, especially with anti-Israeli sentiments on the rise. You're going to have more people wanting to spy on them. Who knows? So maybe be commended as a hero later on in history for what he did.
Who?
The spy you're talking about, forgetting his name.
Vanunu, yeah. I mean,
should be already. Yeah, Palestinians have written songs about him, so he's a hero to Palestinians.
Israel does this shit all the time. I mean, they assassinated a guy, a Tunisian Palestinian national in Tunisia. They hired hitmen and they did a drive-by shooting. He was working on the drone program for Hamas, I think, and they killed him. There's no jurisdiction there. There's no fair play there.
I'll be very honest. I'm just happy that the world has taken this route now, and it is unavoidable, and Israel cannot blame itself for it, because history has always told the story of who the victors were and how they got that victory, whether it be thousands of years later or hundreds of years later. And Israel will go down as a mistake on like not just American history, but in world history. It has to never do this again. And there will be vindication for a lot of not just the Arabs, but Middle East people on their sovereignties. So it's I'm sticking with them.
Yeah, I mean the momentum, is so strong now that I don't think you can stop the momentum. No, I mean no, it's it's just too strong. It's just too. World opinion is so. People discount world opinion, because they're not politicians, they're everyday people. But it doesn't matter if we live in a dictatorship or a democracy. World opinion matters, or the opinion of the people in that nation matter, because they could, in a dictatorship, in a kingdom, somewhere that's oppressed, they, the rulers are always worried about the people rising up against them. So world opinion matters a lot, and it's more important than I think we've given it credit for in this room.
Yeah, I think especially with the Americans. Again, I was not ready to hear the numbers of what happened with the Democratic polling, especially with the dedicated Democratic voters, right? But again, you're talking about a party, especially its people, who were heavily pro-Israel. Not necessarily Zionists, but they were all on the thing like, you should have to do a state, all that stuff, whatever. I mean, I was on that kind of side as well, right? And now that people like me, people who are normal, like, don't really involve themselves in politics, have now seen the bloodshed and destruction. Like, you can't take that memory away from people. They haven't seen it since 2023 now. You have what, an 80-point shift to pro-Palestinian anti-Israeli sentiment. They're negative. The party that had only the interest of pro-Israeli sentiment, while the other party was just like, yeah, we're pro-Israeli, so we can gather Jews in one place and massacre them for the Christ or whatever.
Did you hear, Sam? Turkey just signed a very comprehensive technology defense, well, not defense in terms of they would defend them, but military cooperation and building technologies and rail and port infrastructure with Turkey. Turkey's Belt and Road Initiative with China, and they've signed. China is investing $15 billion in the next 5 years.
That's a problem for America.
Well, America did not want to go through Turkey, so Turkey was not going to be the route to Europe, the land route to Europe. So they were using, going through either Sudan, Morocco, not Morocco is on the Atlantic, but that's one of their ports. Sudan for the Red Sea, and Saudi Arabia, I think. Wait, no. Does that lead to Europe? No. How are they getting to Europe? They're getting to Europe by sea, not by land. But the Belt and Road wants to do both sea and land, because land is much cheaper and more predictable. So now China has Turkey, and this is a major, not just the agreement itself, but what China is giving Turkey and Turkey's giving China. I mean, Turkey's redoing their rail systems right now to be high speed. Everything to be high speed by 2030. $2.7 billion invested in Turkey's main port, tripling its size, and the land route to Europe there's going to be military and military technology being shared back and forth between both countries, and China setting up Huawei and a couple other major companies for microchips. I don't know if they're going to be fabricating there or doing final assembly or something, including all this new technology that they're investing or putting into the consumer market in Turkey. So it's a huge package. It's one of the largest.
So that's a really interesting echo here, Kitover.
Yeah.
But somebody else was going to say something.
Oh no, I was just gonna say this is gonna be very costly for the United States. Like, this is a major blow for them because militarily wise, if you give China that kind of access, right, then essentially you've cut off a lot of American interest within the European region, and you're gonna open it up to more Chinese influence. That is gonna have everlasting blows for the next decade or two once it's fully complete.
Yeah.
And it's that.
So this is my thesis I've been ranting on about in this room forever, which is fundamentally everything's being driven by West versus China containment. And the British have been talking about this since the mid-90s. Forget about the Middle East, that's a sideshow. The big objective is to contain China. And the US and the UK have been building towards military confrontation with China ever since then, or presumably before that. And it's all going to come to a head, and it is now coming to a head as China becomes so universally, dominant in the economic sphere. And as you say, this Belt and Road Initiative is a direct threat to the Western hegemony, and the Americans are pressuring European companies not to do business with China. And it's funny that the head of the European Union just recently finally has sort of said they're going to turn away from the US towards China. Of course, got the Americans all pissed off with calling her evil and all that. And I wanted to make an interesting point that there are some historians who believe that the main trigger for World War I, despite all the narrative we've been told about some random person getting assassinated, the Archduke, whatever, it was ultimately about British imperialism, because the Germans and Turks were about to build a massive railway system across Eurasia, and in a very similar way, it was their East meets West project. And as Germany was a rising industrial power, rising so fast, the British saw this absolute threat to their power, and the British have always sought to undermine what they call old Europe. This is Germany and Russia, they're old rivals, and now increasingly China is the new rival, which it was before, because the British colonised and subdued China before, and they're not going to succeed this time around. The cycle is turning. It's the 100 or 80-year cycle as the Anglo-American Empire declines, and the Chinese influence is going to dominate, and the West is doing everything that's in its power to either stop or delay that happening, which is partly why, well, exclusively why they're arming so many Asian nations against China. We've managed to rearm Japan, we're arming South Korea, the Philippines, we send nuclear bombers to the Philippines. We are gearing up to try and take down China, which hopefully it won't come to that, but that's a massive agenda that's going on right now.
So I just wanted to clarify for the Middle Eastern Economic Corridor, which is basically, to me, the Abraham Accords masked. It's running through UAE ports, from India to the UAE, then to Saudi Arabia, then through Syria to Jordan to Israel, and then from Israel by sea to Greece to get into Europe. That's the American Silk Road.
Well, that's one route. Yeah, but the other traditional route is on the other side, right? The Suez. That's why the British.
No, everybody's trying to avoid that. That's the traditional route, but this is both trade routes are purposely avoiding the Suez Canal because it's so congested. The problem with the UAE, well, and it's also prone to it's vulnerable to attack. It's also vulnerable to political instability. So both sides want to. So China, they're both, you know. But the UAE though has been known and and has been resented for many years because their port, what is it, Jebel Ali, I think it's called, which is a very sophisticated port, has been for many years, for two decades at least. That takes in a lot of the goods into the Middle East. Is very, very expensive. Some people have called it extortionary pricing. And this is so what I'm trying to say is the Chinese route ends up bringing products and products, to consumers in the Middle East, from China to Africa, to Europe, cheaper, just by not going through the UAE with their exorbitant prices.
Yeah, that makes sense. And as you probably know, the Belt and Road Initiative is multiple routes all over Eurasia to Africa. It's a global effort, apart from the Americas, to connect, east and west. So it's a massive
and redundant. Yeah. But, like I always say, where does it cross? It crosses both trade routes cross in the West Bank. And the West Bank, that's where they both cross, intersect. And the West Bank and Gaza is the geographic choke point between Africa and the Middle East. And, Gaza, if it had a port, would be a much straighter path to Europe. Because you have there? Italy, Spain, southern France. So you have a much straighter path from there.
Wait, well, you said West Bank, but then you're saying Gaza.
Well, West Bank and Gaza is one people.
No, I understand, but they're completely separated by Israel, at least the way the current configuration is, right?
Yeah, but
so
they're but if there was a Palestinian territory, then there would be a either a land, road and rail to Gaza, or it would be a tunnel. In the 90s and 2000s, when they were going through the various accords, it was proposed a tunnel because why would Zionists want to see Palestinian people ever? So they were talking about a tunnel, which is fine with me. But yeah, I'm assuming. Huh?
They're going to blame Hamas for building tunnels again.
They might hire them. I mean, they've already proven, that they can do a really good job, so they might hire them. But so I'm saying it as if the land is contiguous because, if there's a territory agreement, then the land would have to be contiguous. It would have to be.
See, but here's my problem with all of this, right? Because it's the United States and China, right? Especially when it comes to China. Like, I specifically don't like China's foreign policy, especially when it pertains to Israel, solely for the fact that they like playing this stupid game of, like, we hate Israel outwardly, but then they do backroom deals with them, right? So, this either will be a move to consolidate power for Israel and make an argument to make Israel whole and get rid of the Palestinian territories, or if China is smart and they want to use political shifts and tides, which they have done in the past, they could argue for Palestine. But again,
so Israel. So I know what you're saying, but two things. One, the U.S. So Israel invested money in the Haifa port years ago, and the U.S. Squeezed China out, so China doesn't have influence over the port that they invested money in. China does not want Israel in their trade line, in their BRI, because Israel is basically America. and they don't want they don't want Western influence in their. So that's not going to happen. That's actually never going to happen. That's the opposite of what they would want. So they would want to go through the West Bank. But here's the thing: the Middle Eastern Economic Corridor also goes through the West Bank.
Okay.
It also goes through Jordan into the West Bank. That's the only way to get into Israel. So I think there's a small little area but it's not enough to build, and they haven't built, roads or rail system or whatever. It's not feasible. Where Israel meets, what's it meet? Does it meet Syria? I think it meets Syria. But so that's not. It's like a sliver of measured in meters, like 50 meters. I don't know how. But the other thing is to go through. America is going to go through the bridge, the Jordanian-Israeli, bridge into the West Bank. That's their plan. In my opinion, what I think happened was that when this was exposed to Netanyahu, he went rogue and said, no, let's see if I can't take over the entirety of the West Bank and Gaza, because he knew Gaza would be strategically very valuable and economically very valuable because of where it sits. A gateway to Africa and the resources from Africa coming back through Gaza by rail into the Middle East, into Europe, into Asia. I think he went rogue, and I don't think the U.S. wanted this to happen because, and this is my reasoning, if the U.S. or Israel, if the U.S. whoever builds a rail system going through the West Bank, okay? Rail systems are very easy to disrupt. All you need is like a Molotov cocktail and one of the, rails, and thrown in one of them, and boom, you're done. You're down for at least a week. At least a week. I mean, we see that here in the U.S. where people put rocks in rails, the grooves, and it warps the grooves where the train glides on, and they have to go in and repair it, and they're down for days. So I don't believe that the U.S., knowing this, the U.S. understood that it would be impossible to occupy the West Bank and Gaza and expect a smooth-running, reliable rail trade route to go through the West Bank. I just cannot imagine the U.S. thinking that, and I don't.
I would strongly disagree. I think I mentioned I've got this sort of obsession with the whole thing being driven by the Chinese rivalry, right, with the West, and if anything, it is the acceleration of China's rise that is accelerating all of the violence that's escalating. And if anything, the Israeli land grab and aggression, trying to destroy and redo Gaza and its West Bank, moving to Syria, trying to take down regime change in Iran. All of this is because they know China is gaining influence in the region, and they have all these plans for the region, and the West is no longer good at building railways and doing infrastructure. Chinese are the masters of it, and the West is going into a decadent mode of just destroying and preventing progress where they can. So they would rather destabilize, prevent inroads happening from China rather than trying to build.
But you're talking about China. I'm saying the West Bank. The U.S. would be using that route to get into Jordan.
I understand the point you're making, and I'm saying the West's habits these days are not to build infrastructure in a positive way. They are more inclined to prevent infrastructure, right? Because they want to. But
the U.S. needs it. So it's not about China. This is the U.S. going in through the West Bank. They need that infrastructure. But you're saying that.
Well, whichever way you look at it, to me that accelerates the Israeli takeover of the greater.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I agree with that about Israel.
Right?
I agree with you. But where I disagree with you is that the U.S. would not take this path because of how sensitive that American trade route, which America would depend on, from Israel going, from Jordan to Israel and Israel to Jordan.
Yeah.
They wouldn't take that path.
Agreement that would be, in other words, in an ideal world, the Americans would have a greater Israel completely aligned with the US, and all these subordinate Arab states were all in line, and so they could have a Pax Americana so that they could build.
Well, I'm not taking it that far. I'm just saying, just logically speaking, if I'm in the U.S., if I was, planning out this trade route, I would say the Palestine area, the West Bank, must be. It cannot be occupied, because if it is, then we would have resistance, and all they would have to do, the resistance, to cost us billions of dollars and cost us an edge, or being able to catch up with China, is to disrupt the rail system that goes through their territory. So it would be really easy to disrupt the rail system. Very easy.
I get your point, but these people apparently want full and complete ethnic cleansing, right?
Yeah, but I think that's from Israel. I don't think
the US is an empire. They don't care. They're aligned with Israel. If Israel is psychopathic enough to do the dirty work for the US, the US would be happily to go along with it.
But you can't logically do that, though. That's what I'm saying. If we assume that the US is logical, which I do think the US is logical when it comes to strategic interests, okay? And they're very good at their strategic interests. They would see that one of the, doing a risk analysis, a very simple risk analysis, would show that you cannot put a trade route through the West Bank, and unless the West Bank was a peaceful territory at the very least, less than a nation. So I don't think the U.S. would be behind that. I think Israel went rogue, thinking, we could keep all of it.
Let me rephrase it maybe in a more realistic way that the US, I believe, has factions within it, right? And there are factions that are super Israeli aligned, and they are the less rational.
I would go to, I would definitely say that, yeah.
So I think that's probably where we meet in the middle, that the behavior Israel is a symptom of the obsessive Zionist aligned American establishment, and behind the scenes there is probably a faction in the US who would rather work nicely with China, make the trade routes happen, and operate in a more multipolar way. And I think that is expressed in the contradictory statements even recently of Trump. So we want to be friends with China. He's always talking outside, both sides of his mouth. And at the same time, we are seeing Europe already now, I just mentioned, softening towards China as well. And all of these people work together. Europe, America, blah, blah, blah. All of these plans go in concert together.
Everybody. Black girls on the stage, that's amazing. I love the name. Gildas got destroyed for several hours last night.
Please.
You lost debates to about 12 different people within about a 4-hour period. Amazing.
That is a mischaracterization. Gildas is always here to speak up on what I believe in, and you will have 8 people argue against me, but I can't argue against 8 people at the same time.
Just to hold on. I just want to recap for people that missed it. Gildas spent 4 hours trying to convince people that capitalism was inconsistent, incompatible was his words, with capitalism. Capitalism and Christianity are incompatible according to Gildas. And then when it was broken down to Gildas, that all of the advocates for capitalism, from School of Salamanca to Adam Smith to Karl Menger and a lot of the Austrian economists, Adam Smith himself,
all devout Christians, and many of them were Catholics as well. He couldn't wrap his head around any of this stuff. And then after he lost that debate, then he went into something about Aristotle that nobody knew what the fuck he was talking about. Anyways, Gildas, it was definitely entertaining.
Well, I thank you for giving me a platform, and I'll always ascribe to the notion that capitalism and Christianity do not need one another for either idea to be understood. Christianity is a belief in mythology. Capitalism is an idea that believes in the rationalism of humankind. If I can make it very brief, you can be an atheist, you can be a Christian, and ascribe to Christianity, capitalism, but capitalism does not need your Christianity in order to grow.
Yeah. Okay. I agree. I don't want to relitigate the argument that you made last night that you got embarrassed in, but I do want to say thank you to Matt Cool, who opened a room yesterday. Matt, can you tell people what the house is that you opened that room in so people can join it? I think it was the best room that's been on Clubhouse this entire year.
Wow, that's some pretty good confidence.
Let's go, Matt.
Go, Matt.
Well, I call him Mojo, MAGA Mojo at this point. He's definitely showing his colors over there, and I appreciate it. I hope you do drop in more, Mojo. You asked some very good questions. Actually, the best questions I've ever heard in my house, maybe let alone on the app. So that's always positive. My house is President Trump. It's pretty straightforward. I can, with your permission, I can drop a link, Mojo, in the chat if you want.
Yeah, please do. I think people should join that. I think that house set a new standard for the quality of conversation. And like all bullshit aside, yes, there was the standard bickering and talking over each other, but there was also several hours of like real good back and forth. I actually think I genuinely believe it's the best room that's happened all year long.
Let me point out, that is the flow. Usually it's about 4 hours of pretty good like combo back and forth, and then it goes into the transitions into the late night. You've had those here, or at least in healthy debates. You've had that flow before, but yeah, it's usually 4 or 5 hours, and then I hear about all the craziness the next day for the next 5 hours. So yeah, they are really long rooms, by the way. So thanks again.
Yeah, no, it kept me up till 4 a.m. So fuck you for that. But it was very entertaining.
Roger, do I have to call you Mojo now? This is
I don't.
Mojo Amagata.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
Duolingo told me that this means it translates in Spanish to I make the kitty wet, but I don't know if that's entirely true because all of the women of Hispanic descent say that that's not what it translates into. So I want a refund from Duolingo. But no, I don't go by Roger anymore because Roger was removed from the app by the app founders.
Oh, dude, that's not how it works on here. Like I've had this account for over a year. People have probably just gotten used to me, so I don't get kicked off anymore. But with that being said, you can use like pretty much the identical name. They don't kick you off.
Well, I didn't want to try because what I can say is that when they banned me, it was a device level ban because they also banned my burner account that I followed like 3 people and nobody followed me, and that one got booted as well.
So wait, so if you use a burner on a separate device?
No, it was on the same device. If I tried to log into it from that device, I couldn't log in even on the burner from that device.
What was the message they gave you when you tried?
The account didn't exist.
Political dissident.
So if you tried to form a new I got a device banned on the same device I'm using now. About 3 years ago. So it used to be the tactics were different. First, I had to get a VPN. You could not use the same IP address. Then I would have to use a different. I'd have to get a different phone number and then create a new profile, and it would be rather identical to the new one. But then they stopped doing even the IP ban probably like a year and a half ago. And so it just literally, I don't have to use a VPN. I would just change the burner number.
Well, hold on. From what I've heard from some of the tech dorks that are on here, is that they have an expiration date on the Mac ban that they do, and so once that expires, you could use that device again. That's what I've.
Well, I've been using the same device this whole time, this whole 3 years.
Please, Pepe, let me ask this question to Mojo. Is it something you said, Mojo?
It was a room title that got me banned.
It was a room title. Okay, all right, go ahead. Pepe.
So, Mojo, if I don't call you the other name,
you can call me whatever you like.
They won't find you, right?
No, they know I'm on here, but you can call me whatever you like.
Just like they know I'm on here.
What was the room title? What was the room title?
Mojo Alacata.
There you go.
What was the room title?
Well, I'm not going to repeat the room title. All I can say is that it had a.
Did it have the N-word in it?
Nope, it had a person's name in it.
Oh, if you put
make it personal.
That was something that would get my account clipped. Is if you put it, not just a real name, but even a username in a title.
That's correct. It was a username.
Yeah, you get your account clipped for that.
Mojo, you're being streamed at the moment. Just so you know.
Yeah. Hold on. Can I just say this? We have to accept the fact that these rooms get streamed. The app has decided that they want to allow people to do that. This is why they've given them the ability to do it. But I also want to say that the person that is streaming has done some good things recently in streaming some pretty vile content that will now live on the interwebs forever. And so I've actually kind of changed my position. I still don't like the fact that he doesn't appreciate the idea of consent, but now that the terms of service endorse streaming these things, then he can go ahead and do it. We just have to accept that, this is the way it is. But I actually thank him, because there are some rooms that he has streamed, some content that he streamed that actually have people talking about things that are not just illegal, but could get you years and years, but decades of jail time. So I want to just thank him for that. I think we should recognize when people are using things that we find annoying to do good. It's it's positive.
Does this guy so happen to be from Chicago?
Yes, he does.
So there was a guy from Chicago on this app. He would stream me into his rooms, and I actually got people who would come into my rooms, and because they heard him on other platforms. Now, I personally did not care that somebody was streaming my rooms. Other people I can absolutely understand, but like I created like really toxic spaces and for my own entertainment, and I truly didn't give a shit that it was being streamed. Interesting.
Well, I think the reason why I've always been against it, and I've had the conversation with this individual, is that you have a different type of conversation on this app when replays are not on. Some people, like people in this room today, if they know it's streaming, they don't want to be streamed, so they won't come to the stage at all. Some people won't go to stages that where replays are on, and so violating that, that is just weird, because the reality is the best rooms that have ever happened on this app were rooms where the replays were off, because people felt that they could speak more freely. And so when one person violates everybody's,
is it the ass recording everything?
Gildas, Gildas, way to miss the point. Yeah. You can be assured that the app does, but the app's not streaming it. The app's not repurposing it. The app's not doing any of those things. But again, this is the world that we live in now. The rules allow for people to come in anonymously, and the anonymous people can open up their microphone. They could stream this content wherever they choose to.
He's not anonymous, to be fair. We do.
Say what you want.
Well, here's the thing. There's nothing we can do to change it, so people need to just learn to live with it. And if you don't like the fact that somebody is streaming, you probably shouldn't talk in any of these rooms, because from what I've been sent links on, it looks like he's recording many of the rooms. So any room that you're going into, he's probably streaming.
Well, like when I told you like maybe a week ago or 2 weeks ago that I published a book and I was going to tell you in the room, and you were like, no, don't do that, hold off on that, I'll read the book or whatever, and I'll hit you in the back channel. What's the difference, man? Like, they're going to know who I am.
Well, here's the difference. Here's the difference. First of all, you can do whatever you want. My guidance to you was that you use the name Gildas, and the book is under a different name. And if you want that name out there, then go ahead, talk about it. That's your business. I was just, as a friend, suggesting that that's probably a bad idea if you're looking to conceal your identity.
Gildas, I would say this: a lot of us, somebody like me, I'm absolutely identifiable just because I don't use a VPN anymore when I come on here. Anything I say, if it crosses legal boundaries, I'm not getting away. Now, when it comes to people,
well, my
in particular, I'm going to be.
Is, Pepe, like, if I told you guys my full name, am I doxable at this point? Like, would that mean I would lose my job? After everything you've heard me say, my comments, whatever I've said on this app, am I doxable to the point where they would be like, fire that?
As a black person, I mean, when I say as a black person, I do think that black people can say more about whites than we're allowed to say about you. However, if we're to, depends on which, if you were to, for example, I think, insult other people of color, or Jews in particular, would you be, especially that last example, a lot more cancelable? Yeah, absolutely.
Wait, Pepe,
I'm not saying you've done any of this.
Pepe, you don't think you could host a room with a bunch of white folks and just talk smack about blacks and not have any repercussions? I think you can do that. This app is ripe with folks.
Oh, no, I do it because I'm anonymous.
He does it all the time. He's done it with me.
Yeah.
I do it, but I'm anonymous. But the thing is, though, is like, I've been doing this for years. I haven't been doxxed. There's a couple people who do know 3 people who know who I am. And
I don't care, like, whatever Pepe says on the app, it's the app, and it's for the app, and I'm not gonna, like, try to find out who he is to get him canceled at his job.
Exactly.
I don't.
That's you, though, and that's you.
And that's just me.
But there's other people that feel differently about that. By the way, there are 9 people in this room that haven't cashed in their red tickets, and I'm trying to determine what to do with these people. I feel like, I don't think that you should be able to be on a stage if you have a pink ticket. Well, I could, but here's the weird thing. I can remove people with pink tickets, but I can't remove people that are here anonymous. Isn't that fucking weird?
Doctor will remove.
Some people.
This is my first time in this space, so.
Well, hold on. May I ask you a question? Hold on. Let me ask you. Black girl, do you enjoy being in the muff?
Oh my.
Well, this is my first day in here, so I gotta get warmed up.
Oh, okay. Do you feel do you get a warm feeling being in the muff?
Well, not with all the people, not people in here.
It's not moist enough in here, so you just
Yeah, the guy next to me.
let it glide in. Let her glide in slowly and see whether or not it's a proper fit. Just let her do her thing.
She might need some KY jelly before she
keep it
joins.
a bug. To keep it a bug, like let's test it out. Black girl, if I told you my name was Michael J. Wilson, and I published a book entitled "Let Me Look at You," would you feel compelled to dox me after everything you've heard me say on, you know, in various rooms? Sometimes maybe I don't.
I'm not a doxer.
Well, I'm asking the question to Black girl.
Oh, okay, yeah. No, I don't dox. I think that's immature. So I don't do that. I have been doxed on here before. So
I thought you said
it's
this was
really
your first day. You said this was your first day.
She said in this room.
in this space.
Well,
Pay attention.
this is her first time in the muff, and I just want to make sure it's a good one.
Is Adams in here? Is Adams in here? 'Cause speaking of Beyonce, Adams, I don't know if he's in here, but I was in a room the other day and somebody said they're going to be following Adams around to find out where he works at so they can dox him and get him fired.
Yeah.
So
That's the best troll on here.
I just want to say, you know, Black, you know, the fact that it warms my heart so much, and other things, you know, when women like you become so comfortable in the muff, I really want to welcome you.
Well, I mean, Pepe, like, let's keep it real. You be saying some crazy shit.
Obviously.
Black people niggers.
Yep.
No, you're gonna shut the fuck up for a second. Listen, I know that you feel comfortable dropping that word in other spaces. I'm just gonna say you're not gonna say it in this room. Period.
Even though he's black.
My bad.
no N-words in the mug.
My bad.
Unless you like it.
What I'm getting at is, you know, I appreciate Mojo, you know, correcting me. But what I'm saying is, you know, Pepe will drop the word. He will drop the N-bomb, as we say in the black community. And I don't feel offended by that.
Well, hold on, Gildas. Let me just say this also. Pepe, when he opens his own space, is entitled to do whatever he wants. I would never recommend or suggest or any of these things. Certainly wouldn't try to enforce my sensibilities on this topic to somebody else's space. Pepe can do whatever he wants there. And by the way, I will say, since I returned, Pepe participating in the rooms that I've been in, whether it's in Healthy Debates or in here, I think that he follows decorum better in these spaces than almost everybody that gets on these stages. Now, I've heard his takes on a lot of things. He and I disagree, but as long as he's participating with the general rules of the road, which I think in this room, I think he's actually one of the more well-behaved people that come into this space.
Yeah, well, you know, let me tell it from the black side of Clubhouse. It's offensive. It's something that they feel is like, how the fuck can he get away with this? Now, in my own personal opinion, I think he should be allowed to let that word rock. And the fact that you're saying, don't say it in here, is like what we're talking about. You know?
No, hold on, Gildas, here's why I have a problem with it, right? I'm not one of these people with delicate sensibilities, but I do want to create a space where people, whether they're young or old, this is more so than a black and white thing. There's a generational thing where some people are just like, hey, I don't want to be around that kind of content. I want to create a space where people can come in here and go, even if they know that, like, what Pepe's shtick was in his room, they can come in here and go, oh, okay, he's not behaving that way. And it's not just him. There's a lot of people that say a bunch of outlandish shit. By the way, I say outlandish shit. It's not about my sensibility. It's about there are people on this app that would be able to contribute to these conversations that I want to feel comfortable to come in here. That doesn't, dude, that doesn't mean that I think that word. I think in many ways it's refreshing, and I'll call it refreshing, that we have a First Amendment that allows people to say those things for the audience that wants to hear those things. I think it would be worse to be tyrannical and have a government to say that you have no space to do that. I'm just simply saying that in this space, it's not going to be done that way.
But Gildas, I think there's one thing you don't understand.
Think about it. Yeah.
Okay, sure.
And then let's make sure we create space for timeout after Pepe.
Okay, I would say this. Oh my God, are you just gonna go?
I don't agree with you, Mojo.
Okay, so you think that we should just let people say whatever they want, Tom?
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, please.
So,
like, I get it. I understand that it's freedom of speech, but this is an app. This is not like the United States. This is what Clubhouse wants to be, freedom of speech. And you can curtail speech if it's a private entity. And if they say they don't want to hear the word nigger, they are within their rights. Now,
you're not going to just slide them in, dude. Like,
I think that came just out.
No, listen. He's smart enough to know what he's doing. And here's the point. People can fucking say that I'm violating people's freedom of speech, but those people don't know what free speech is all about. Free speech is that the government cannot impose these restrictions on your speech. You can say these fucking things. If you want to be in your living room and around people that enjoy having that conversation, go fucking right ahead. I would fight for your right to be able to say it. I'm just suggesting that there's another right that is equally important, perhaps more important, and that's freedom of association. And if I don't want to associate with people that speak that way, that's my...
I would just say this, like, okay, so I started on Discord many years ago. Then, well, it was like right when the pandemic started, to be honest. It wasn't that many years ago, but you could look up Pepe versus Vosh, if any of you know who Vosh is. He's a far left-wing, twink.
He's a pedophile.
Yeah, he's a piece of shit. And, a lot of people would say I got bodied by him, and that's fine. Like, I was a guy who just started, and, he's rhetorically a gifted person. It's kind of why he's a popular bread tuber. But when it comes to my experience here on Clubhouse, now, I came here... I do think there is a such thing called luck. Like, why was it so popular so quickly? Like, on this app, a lot of people couldn't really understand it. I mean, the secret ingredient, honestly, was like, it was Mon. I would go into a room that was 100% black, and Mon would be like, well, just come up on stage. And then you had the Roosevelt, you had Herm, you had all of these people that were they had big rooms, and they kind of realized I would troll a lot, and they would basically roll out the red carpet for me, and so I kind of got like a big following on here, and even when it came to the Million Marathon people, I had like some room. It was obnoxiously titled, like, the downfall of America is like put like fried chicken, watermelon, basketball, black emojis, whatever. And there's like, what is that about? And all of a sudden I see all of these people flood my room. There's like 500 people in my room. And I'm just like, I'm a picnicker, and, I like picnicking, and we do all of those things at picnics. So, I'm playing a word game, and then they kind of realize I'm a troll, and then I meet, just through that room, I end up all of a sudden meeting a whole bunch of people. And it's like, I'm the one person, I was utilized, I would say, especially in, let's say Nelson's or Jonathan Biggs' room. People know I have a controversial opinion, and to them, it's something they can capitalize on in terms of outrage. And so, you know, I would say my incendiary talking points, and people would get upset.
No, why is it okay for you to use the N-word? Explain.
Wait, hold on.
Okay, sure.
Hold on. Before you interrupt, Gildas, when a mod tells you specifically what not to do, it's not a good idea to go and do it. And I don't care about the way that you try to slide it in there. I want to say this though, Pepe. I think you're right that there are mods that want that kind of controversy, because what they're over-indexing on is they don't care what the content is as long as the content draws a crowd. And I personally, I don't think there's other rooms that do that. You can open those rooms. I would never campaign to get you thrown off the app for doing the content that you do. And I would never tell Nelson, not to allow you on his stages. I just personally think that for the types of conversations that I want to have, I want to be able to have a space where when we're talking about politics, where we're talking about things that are important to me, like gun rights and taxation and whatnot, what I don't want is I don't want intelligent people that are put off by that word, because that word is very divisive, and some people just cringe at the idea of hearing it. They don't want to be around it, and I understand why. And if that is going to cause them to leave, and then we don't get their contributions into these spaces, that's not a good thing. And so again, listen, I am not telling you what to do. The music I listen to, the content that I absorb, the TV shows, the movies, this word gets thrown around quite a bit. I'm a Quentin Tarantino fan.
And I won't say a word. And then Sarah, she goes in on me. And she sits up here and lies.
It is like a
hold on.
Stop bringing my name.
Hold on.
She's never
What
been
the
here.
fuck is happening here? Sarah, listen. This is not fucking Vietnam. There's fucking rules in this room. You can't just interrupt me while I'm speaking.
I'm not dealing with this.
Bye. That's better than you interrupting me. And Black Girl, I know this is your first time in the muff, but there are rules in this room. Jesus Christ.
I'll say this, even amongst, I've talked to so many people that were like part of, especially the alt-right movement, which a lot of them, they honestly see what was at one point their movement as being just like a shit show, unserious, retarded. They don't have nice to say, but even the people that somewhat hold their beliefs, Richard Spencer, I can go on. Generally, in Twitter spaces where I talk to them, this crude usage of the N-word, which I've done it so many times on this app. Just because I'm bored, and it's just like, okay, well, I'll just go ahead and trigger this person, and whatever. But you can't really have a serious policy debate when it comes to, for example, you use taxation, gun rights, and so forth. When you start to bring race into it, it's that you're intentionally killing the debate. It's not something that you. It's muddying the waters. You may have some ethnocentric views, but when it comes to things like who should have access to health care, gun rights, what should be considered free speech, because there's some people who think that you shouldn't be allowed to talk about certain folks. At least that's part of the conversation nationally. I think that you can absolutely kill the argument if I was just to dive in and start talking about Jews and whatever nonsense you see on a lot of the from a lot of far right, especially the younger far right people. These are very naive and stupid people.
Thank you. Hey, Mojo, whatever happened to chatters? I haven't been on any of these apps in a long time. And who did your avatar, Mojo?
ChatGPT.
It's not related.
ChatGPT did my avatar, and as far as Chatter goes, I haven't been on there quite some time. I think that app made a lot of mistakes, and just not interested in it.
Yeah, I kind of told you that, but that use of the N-word on this.
Oh, come on, man! You're giving him too much attention. Come on.
No, he's not. No, you're trying to center yourself. Like he's.
No. Hold on. Why do we want to center a conversation around a word that I just told people that we shouldn't use? Like that doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, okay. Then use it elsewhere. If you can't be in this space without saying it, then don't come here.
I think it's smart for you to not allow the word to be used by anybody. But what I think Tamak, or whatever his name is overlooking is that you have to understand it's offensive, and I mean very, very offensive as I was. The people that followed me that would come into my rooms were majority black. These black people, they were either entertained by it or they agreed with me. And so, as far as me using the N-word, these larger accounts, even on here when I first joined, they could care two shits that I used the N-word. They literally could not give a fuck.
Right, Pepe, you're correct. You're correct, and I think anybody that's been on social audio understands that a lot of the people that run rooms, and this would even describe me at certain periods of time on this app, like, you know, if we're being completely honest, is that if what you're doing is trying to curate a space where your success criteria is the size of the room, you can throw all the rules out, you can let people speak over each other, and you can let them say whatever the fuck they want to each other, and that will attract a bigger crowd. I'm just saying that in 2025, the kind of conversation that I want to have, the type of people that I want around to have this conversation, I would much rather have a small room and a good conversation with people that are diverse, that have and by the way, when I say diverse, I don't mean diverse backgrounds, I mean diverse opinions. And so what I want is a space where people could come together and have a good conversation. My success criteria was the conversation good? I will again give credit. Matt Cool last night opened a room. I thought the conversation was phenomenal. I thought there was nuance. I thought there was people representing all different sides of the political spectrum having a really good conversation, and it became fairly big. But I think that the I think the success criteria was that it was a good conversation. It wasn't the size of the.
No, I think you do it right. You don't allow people to use this kind of. You don't use people. Like for myself, if I was to drop the hard ER, which I would do if I felt, I felt like it, but I feel like it would just like absolutely pollute the conversation. And this room is not. It like we have actual conversations about shit where we don't have to deal with a lot of this toxic bullshit, and that's fine. I'm not dropping.
Look, I don't know why we need to be able to have continued conversation about something that's been made. By the way, the same rule applies within healthy debates. So if you're considering using the word in healthy debates, then think again, or just find another place to be able to.
But I don't use that word in healthy.
Great. Shut up, Peter.
Yeah, but I don't use that word in healthy debates.
Great. Got it. By the way, Pepe, I wasn't talking directly towards you. Okay, you interrupted me a second time. I chose to be able to drop it down just to try and control myself for half a second. Okay. There is no reason why we can't have a healthy conversation or debate without this word. I don't know why there's a need to be able to just hyperfixate on this, because
Why do you feel like it's
Well, if you ask them that, if you frame that as a question, then you're inviting a response. I think I agree with where you're going here. Nobody feels passionate about the need to argue about the rule that we shouldn't interrupt each other, because that's not sensational, right? And nobody wants to go against the rule of personal attacks, right? It's that a provocative word was said. There was hey, we're not gonna do that here, and then we want to have this meta conversation. I want to move on from that topic, and I want to have a real conversation.
Well, you want to move on from the conversation. But 2 nights ago, when I'm in the room with someone I called neurodivergent, you hit me and you were saying like, okay, don't do that, Gildas. Don't talk to her that way. Don't call her neurodivergent. Don't call her autistic or whatever the fuck. But you can say the N-word and that's okay, and that's like something that can be passed along through the rooms. Like, come on, man. That is not fair. If I can't call her
he wanted to move on into
Gildas, maybe you don't get the point here. We have a topic for the room, and we're going to talk about the topic of the room.
You can splash that shit, man.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Look, if you're not enjoying this conversation, then fine. You just